Chapter 3091. The spirit-clawed true dragon's bloodline is about to transform. Big Brother Zhao, when will this top-grade blessed land open? If we go there, when will we leave? Zhao Chen laughed and said honestly, Brother Lin, actually, I didn't have the chance to obtain such resources in the past. The reason the family gave me this opportunity is actually very related to you. If you hadn't given me grade 5 creator resources and asked me to guarantee to my family that I could obtain a stable channel of grade 5 creator resources, my family would most likely have given this opportunity to my other brothers. I just received the news. However, in order to prevent this top grade blessed land from opening, we have to leave within 2 months at the latest. May I know where we can meet? Should we meet in Diverse City or South Face City, which is the city closest to the North Universe? When he heard that there was still more than a month, he realized that it would be faster to head to South Face City from his current location. Lin Yuan could strengthen the patrolling Heart Flame Mushroom and Blackie during this period. In that case, let's meet in South Face City. Are there any restrictions on competing for this blessed land? In Lin Yuan's opinion, since the major factions were going to the intersection of the North and South Universe to get a share of the pie, the powerful factions would fight for the ownership of this top-grade paradise while the weaker factions would seek other benefits. Under such a big rule, each faction would not bring too many people. Zhao Chen was just about to tell Lin Yuan about his preparations for this top-grade paradise. But since Lin Yuan had taken the initiative to ask, Zhao Chen quickly replied, Brother Lin, my faction has a total of 10 spots to go to this top-grade blessed land. Excluding you and me, there are still 8 spots. Look at how many people you are going to bring to this blessed land. I will prepare the remaining people. Of course, it won't be a problem even if you take the remaining 8 spots. At that time, I'll be a guide. With Zhou Yan's help, all of Zhao Chen's feys had been evolved. Zhou Yan, who had helped Zhao Chen enhance his feys, had already given Lin Yuan some feedback. 1 body summoning holy milk and 2 sacred body stones were enough to pay Zhou Yan for strengthening his feys. However, Zhao Chen's current actions were still equivalent to forcefully giving Lin Yuan a favor so that he could build a better relationship with Lin Yuan and let him know how he felt. This made Lin Yuan very willing to continue trading creator resources with him in the future. Zhao Chen knew very well that if he did not give Lin Yuan enough benefits and respect, Lin Yuan would not be willing to trade creator resources with him in the future. This was especially so for the grade 6 creator resources that Lin Yuan was likely to trade in the future. He had obtained grade 5 creator resources for his family. When his family felt that he had grasped a grade 5 creator resource channel, his status among his peers in the family had greatly increased. Previously, it was very difficult for him to obtain high-quality resources. Now, the family was very willing to invest in him. Zhao Chen had been failing for thousands of years, but he had succeeded after coming into contact with Lin Yuan and completing the transaction. This was the reason why Zhao Chen was so passionate about Lin Yuan. When he was communicating with Zhao Chen, Lin Yuan had already called Winter over to let him hear his conversation with Zhao Chen. Winter's voice transmission sounded in Lin Yuan's mind right on the heels of that, young master, the appearance of a top-grade blessed land can only be chanced upon by luck. We must fight for such an opportunity. I suggest that you call Autumn back and leave one of us to stay in the north of the Lonely River alone to look after Sky City to prevent any accidents from happening. The other 3 will go to South Face City with you to fight for this top-grade blessed land. If I'm the only one going to fight for this top-grade blessed land, the chances are not high. However, if there are 3 of us going together, we really have the right to fight for this top-grade blessed land. Not only grade 5 creators, but even grade 6 creators might be attracted by the appearance of a top-grade blessed land. This is a stage where domain mountain experts will fight. Lin Yuan could sense the excitement in Winter's tone when he spoke to him. It was obvious that he wanted him to fight for this top-grade blessed land. This was the first time Lin Yuan had seen Winter reveal such an expression when facing a certain resource. Indeed, summer alone was enough to protect the entire north of the Lonely River without any faction targeting Sky City and sending people to invade it. Those thriving summer rising clouds had already reached the critical stage of cultivation. They definitely could not be cut off. Therefore, it was most suitable to let summer guard the north of the Lonely River while spring, autumn, and winter came to his side. Winter did not say that he would definitely be able to obtain this top-grade blessed land. He only said that he had the qualifications to fight for it. On one hand, it was due to Winter's caution. On the other hand, it was also because Winter really felt the pressure. In the past, Lin Yuan had thought of bringing Chu Ci out to see the world. Since the situation was so dangerous this time, Lin Yuan naturally could not bring Chu Xi along. Zhao Chen only had 10 spots in total. Although Zhao Chen said that he could get all the spots, it was not good to get too many. Big brother Zhao, count me in. I'll take a total of 4 spots. Let me know when you're going to South City. We'll meet there. After ending the communication, Lin Yuan continued to chat with Winter for a while before sending a message to Autumn through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. He asked Autumn to return to Sky City after settling the matters at hand. Autumn had completely resolved the Bloodlines matters and the Scarlet Territory was now completely under Lin Yuan's control. The Blue Dian Queens were very willing for Lin Yuan to clean up the Star Pirates in the Scarlet Territory. Eliminating the Star Pirates in the Scarlet Territory could greatly ensure the smooth flow of resources in the Scarlet Territory. In the past, when the various Blue Dian clans were established, some Blue Dians would support the Star Pirates and let the experts of their families join the Star Pirates to cooperate with them. They even set up Star Pirates to plunder the caravans of other clans. Now that Qin Yu was in charge of the Scarlet Territory, the other Blue Dian Queens, including Tina, were all Qin Yu's assistants. The Scarlet Territory had already entered a state of rapid development. Even without Lin Yuan's instructions, Qin Yu was still mobilizing the Blue Dians to help the hunting team eliminate the Star Pirates. Autumn only needed to inform Qin Yu to mobilize more of the Bloodlines forces to work with the hunting team. Of course, Autumn would not forget Shiny, who he had brought back to the Scarlet Territory. Autumn did not dare leave Shiny in the Scarlet Territory. If there was any damage, Autumn would not be able to answer to Lin Yuan. Autumn was extremely happy to be able to return to Lin Yuan's side and follow him. He was eager to return home. However, Autumn still did what he had to do without any sloppiness. After ending the communication, Zhao Chen told the old man standing beside him, "Uncle Fu, choose a 5-person team from the team I established. Let them travel with me a month later." Zhao Chen had thought that Lin Yuan would occupy all the seats after he said that he could give all the seats to him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan did not do so. He only occupied 4 more spots for himself. Zhao Chen did not understand Lin Yuan's intentions. It was unknown if Lin Yuan was too confident and felt that the 3 of them were enough to fight for it, or if there was some other reason. They had only arranged for such few people to go. 1 more spot meant 1 more unit of power. Could it be that Lin Yuan was not prepared to fight for this top-grade blessed land? Even a grade 6 creator would be tempted by a top-grade blessed land. Zhao Chen's original intention was for Lin Yuan to tell his grade 6 creator about the appearance of this top-grade blessed land and do him a favor. He wanted to let this grade 6 creator know about him. While he was conversing with Lin Yuan did not pause or say that he wanted to ask for instructions. Instead, he made a decision. This puzzled Zhao Chen. Could it be that Lin Yuan actually had such power in his faction? Lin Yuan was not flustered by the news that a top-grade blessed land was about to open. He calmly focused on the evolution of his phase. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan decided to nurture Blackie first. Blackie had evolved from a spirit siphon goldfish to a spirit claw golden dragon. It had suffered too much along the way. Every time it evolved, its body would basically have to face a reorganization. After several reorganizations, an ordinary goldfish had evolved into a true dragon. This was not only because Lin Yuan had invested a lot of resources, but Blackie had also put in a lot of effort. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie. Blackie's body was too huge, so it was inconvenient for it to reveal its true form. Blackie, who had revealed its true form, was not as big as the floating island whale, but it could already reach the level of an island whale embryo. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Blackie. Fey name, Spirit Clawed True Dragon. Fey species, True Dragon species / Spirit Dragon species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Elementary Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom grade, Medium. Abilities. Spirit Injection, restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Spirit Roar, let out a roar to control the direction of the flow of spiritual power. It can choose to boost or drain the spiritual power of the targets in a given area. Endowment Spirit Rain, the bloodline can be used to gather the clouds and release rain that contains spiritual power. The targets that makes contact with the rain will be able to replenish their lost spiritual power. Spirit Channel System, the spirit chi in the body can be released into the environment. Through the spirit chi, a perfect and invisible channel system will be formed. The channel system will not only recover its own spiritual power but decrease the rate at which its spiritual power was diminished. Spirit Judgment Imprisonment, pick a target and judge the concentration of spirit chi within the target's body. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is higher than its own, all of the spirit chi in its body will be emptied out. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is lower than its own, the target's spiritual power will be imprisoned. Spirit wrath, the dragon aura will be unleashed. The dragon aura will burn off all of the spirit chi in the area and cause the surrounding environment to be empty of spiritual power. True Spirit 5 changes, release the dragon claws. Every dragon claw will become a clone. The clones will possess all the abilities of the main body. They will not disappear after being attacked and will share spiritual power with the main body. Spirit Dragon Guide, its bloodline energy will become a guide to boost and influence other dragon species life forms. The other dragon species life forms will thus evolve towards true dragon species/spirit dragon species. The effects will be magnified when used on a life form with the same genes and bloodline. Spirit Ability Blessing, its bloodline will boost the target which has spiritual power as its root energy. At the same time, the spirit chi capacity and spirit chi activity of multiple targets can be raised. True Dragon Spewing Breath, dragon breath imbued with its bloodline will be spewed at a target to cause damage to the target. The dragon breath's attributes will follow that of the spirit clawed true dragon's PWN. Water-type true dragon spewing breath effect is obliteration. Exclusive skill. Spirit chi imprint, the spirit chi that is constantly released to the environment would be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that does not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It would be branded on the contractor's body and the contractor could release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit Essence Explosion, gather the spiritual power into a single point, and explode all the energy. The Spirit Essence Explosion can only be applied on places where there is contact with the spirit chi imprint. Emperor Spirit Control, an Emperor Spirit inscription will be formed within the dragon claw. There can only be one Emperor Spirit inscription in each claw. Each Emperor Spirit inscription will allow the amount of spirit chi in the body to be multiplied. Calling all spirits, its own spirit chi will be injected into the environment to trigger all the spirit chi in the surroundings to move towards it. If its spirit chi ability to control energy is stronger than that of other phase in the environment, the spirit chi in nearby target life forms can be extracted. Dragon Breath Support, the energy in the dragon breath will be used to support a body part, either defensively or for combat. Alternatively, various streams of dragon breath can be compressed to launch a powerful attack at the target. True Dragon Concealing Spirit, in an environment full of spirit chi, its own body will be fully fused with the spirit chi environment. Before the spirit chi in the environment disappears, it can hide its presence. In its hidden state, it can rapidly recover its depleted energy. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Turbid Spirit Cleansing, its breath will create a territory in which injured life forms will be cleansed by a special spirit chi. The life form's root energy will be transformed into spirit chi. Lin Yuan was surprised when he saw Blackie's data. Lin Yuan did not expect Blackie to be the fastest among all of his phase to advance to such a level. Lin Yuan had always thought that Shiny, who had awakened utmost pure elements, was walking in front of all the phase. It turned out that it was Blackie was walking in front of all the phase. Chapter 3092. Complete Transformation. It seemed that the reason why Blackie's Divine Kingdom grade could rise so quickly was related to the Spirit-Tide Ink Flood Dragons it controlled. Blackie's Spirit-Tide Ink Flood Dragons had been evolved by Lin Yuan to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. These Spirit-Tide Ink Flood Dragons had greatly enhanced Blackie's Divine Kingdom. It had been a long time since Lin Yuan had used Blackie's Spirit Chi imprint. During this period, Blackie had been accumulating spiritual power in the Spirit Chi imprint. Lin Yuan found it hard to imagine what kind of damage he could cause the moment he activated Spirit Chi imprint. Even in the sky beyond the clouds, this could still be considered a life-saving method for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Blackie looked at Lin Yuan gently with its beautiful eyes and said softly, "Yuan, is it my turn to step into the Holy Spirit level now? When I step into the Holy Spirit level, I might consume a lot of your Spirit Chi crystals because I feel that my bloodline has improved on its original foundation after transforming into a Spirit-Clawed True Dragon. I'm currently stuck at a bottleneck. I have a feeling that as long as I break through this bottleneck, my bloodline will be able to transform again and allow my life level to reach a higher level." Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Every time Blackie's bloodline transformed, it would bring a brand new improvement to its strength. From Blackie's current situation, Blackie's bloodline allowed Blackie to have an extremely high level of control over the root energy and spirit chi of the sky beyond the clouds. It could change the concentration of spirit chi in the environment and even extract the spirit chi in the target's body. In the beginning, when Blackie had just stepped into the Divine Kingdom level, Lin Yuan had not been very optimistic about its Divine Kingdom ability, turbid spirit cleansing. But now that he knew the situation in the abyssal world, the strategic significance of turbid spirit cleansing had greatly increased. It was not even inferior to the Divine Kingdom that Endless Summer had obtained after stepping into the Holy Spirit level. The abyssal world was filled with abyssal energy and strange energy. These void energy and strange energy were extremely harmful to life forms who used spirit chi as their main source of energy. Once they entered the body, they would often cause the energy in the body to be chaotic and mixed, causing the body to collapse. It could be said that most species and experts were unwilling to explore the abyssal world. It was the same even though they knew that there were a lot of resources in the abyssal world. This was because any species or expert who was already living a good life usually did not want to take the risk. If the abyssal energy and strange energy in the abyssal world invaded the body, the damage caused to life forms would be extremely difficult to heal. Only those extremely valuable experts had the possibility of obtaining healing. A potion like the Ruins Breaking Potion that could expel the abyssal energy in the body could only have the effect of removing the abyssal energy and strange energy in the body. They could not guarantee that the abyssal energy and the strange energy would not change his spiritual chi roots. However, Blackie could use turbid spirit cleansing to create a spiritual power standpoint with its own aura. Those units that were corroded by the abyssal energy and strange energy would be cleansed by special units, allowing the spiritual roots that were changed by the abyssal energy and strange energy to return to normal. If Lin Yuan was determined to explore the sky beyond the clouds in the future, he could ensure the safety of his subordinates to the greatest extent. Apart from spirit chi crystals, Blackie, do you still need water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls? After all, Blackie was a water-type fey. Water elements and spirit chi were both Blackie's root energy. Blackie said firmly, I want to use all the spirit chi crystals for this metamorphosis so that my bloodline will gain full affinity with the spirit chi. This will increase the difficulty of raising my bloodline and even affect the restructuring of my body. However, from a long-term perspective and the development of my bloodline, this is the most powerful method for me. Blackie had a gentle personality, but he had always had a clear understanding of his own development. Without Lin Yuan's guidance, Blackie could determine the path that was most suitable for it. Alright, in that case, let's begin now. I will provide you with a large number of spirit chi crystals. Try your best to absorb these spirit chi crystals. When your body is completely unable to absorb these spirit chi crystals, I will let the level Abyss Red Lotus inhabit your body with faith power to help you reach the Holy Spirit level. As for the rest, it will be entirely up to you. After saying that, Lin Yuan brought Blackie outside. Blackie wanted to forcefully change its affinity from water elements to spirit chi. This would cause Blackie's body to reassemble. In other words, during the process of evolution, Blackie had to return to its original form. After Lin Yuan brought Blackie out, Sky Sea flapped its wings and greeted Blackie. Gray, on the other hand, surrounded Blackie with its cloud-like body. At that moment, Blackie's beautiful face turned extremely serious. After taking a deep breath, Blackie transformed into its true form. A black gold dragon with an endless winding body appeared above Sky Sea. Since Gray had already stepped into the Holy Spirit level, not only could it cover Sky Sea with its cloud-like body, but it could also easily cover Blackie. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the Faith country. Apart from causing panic, the appearance of Blackie's main body would also attract the worship of many living beings and make them contribute their faith to Blackie. However, most of the members of the current Faith country could contribute faith power steadily. Due to certain circumstances, it was not a good choice to change one's faith. This would cause the total amount of faith power to decrease subtly. Lin Yuan asked Gray to use its cloud form body to help him move the boxes of crystals from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He asked Gray to feed the Spirit Chi crystals to Blackie bit by bit according to its absorption speed. 5 days passed quickly. Blackie's body had absorbed at least 30 billion Spirit Chi crystals. Blackie's absorption of Spirit Chi crystals far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Lin Yuan had completely realized the purchasing power of the 300-odd Spirit Chi crystals during his trip to Diverse City. Thanks to the establishment of the Faith country, tens of thousands of living beings broke through their grades. Moreover, Morbius was constantly absorbing the world grace in the Pure Land of Bliss. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have been able to produce enough spirit chi crystals for Blackie. Blackie was only a pinnacle divine kingdom life form and had yet to step into the Holy Spirit level. Yet, its body could actually absorb so much pure spirit chi like a bottomless pit. The originally calm spirit chi kept accumulating in Blackie's body and became extremely violent. This was the first time Lin Yuan had seen such a change in spirit chi. Astral winds formed from spirit chi flowed on Blackie's body. Finally, Blackie could no longer absorb the spirit chi crystal that Grey crushed. In its extreme state, the violent spirit chi in Blackie's body actually showed signs of disintegrating Blackie's huge body. Lin Yuan immediately instructed the level Abyss Red Lotus to inject faith power into Blackie's body. The moment Blackie's body was on the verge of collapse, it successfully reached the Holy Spirit level and began to transform. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed to be able to see the process of Blackie transforming from a spirit-gather goldfish into a spirit-tide ink flood dragon. All the black and golden scales on its body shattered, and dragon blood splattered into the sky. Blackie struggled in the air and its body constantly broke and recombined, constantly consuming the spirit chi in Blackie's body. Blackie's body was constantly undergoing the process of life and death, but the strength of its body would increase with every reconstruction. Lin Yuan could not help but feel relieved. Blackie had the bloodline of a true dragon. It could be considered the highest level among the dragon species. This bloodline change had caused such a huge change in Blackie's body. Lin Yuan found it hard to imagine and was very curious about what kind of existence Blackie would transform into. The commotion caused by Blackie's evolution attracted the attention of many core members of Sky City, including the Moon Empress. The elders of Sky City were not too surprised to know that Lin Yuan's fey was evolving. After all, everyone was already used to this. This especially applied to the Moon Empress, who had already seen how mystical her disciple was. Lin Yuan's journey could be said to be one that created history. But the creators who joined Sky City later did not think so. Zhong Ziyu, Yi, and many grade 4 creators looked at Blackie, whose bloodline was constantly transforming, and could not help but open their mouths wide, looking a little comical. A fey actually raised its bloodline to the level of true dragon at World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Not only that, but this fey is not as simple as a true dragon. The spirit chi in its body is too dense. This spirit chi is actually changing its roots and improving its bloodline. Heavens, is this the benefit that grade 6 creator resources provide to feys? No one refuted these exclamations. Those grade 4 creators were not qualified to come into contact with the resources of a grade 6 creator. Those grade 5 creators also had very few chances. Among these grade 5 creators, apart from Zhong Ziyu, who was an intermediate class 5 creator and had come into contact with class 6 creator resources, the other class 5 creators had never come into contact with them. And that sigh just now was coming from Zhong Ziyu. In Zhong Ziyu's eyes, only grade 6 creator resources could do this. Moreover, it would definitely cost a lot of grade 6 creator resources. Zhong Ziyu did not know that the resources Lin Yuan had provided Blackie had always been in the grade 5 creator category. However, Lin Yuan had provided Blackie with enough grade 5 creator resources to an unimaginable extent. Take Zhong Ziyu for example. If Zhong Ziyu were to refine 30 billion spirit chi crystals, it would be difficult for Zhong Ziyu to even reach 1/10 of the number after working day and night. Lin Yuan had basically fed the lives of 10 grade 5 creators to Blackie. Sometimes, quantitative changes could not only offset the difference in levels, but also transcend them. If Lin Yuan's nurturing of genius and chimie was a miracle in the history of life, it would not be impossible to replicate such a miracle. It was very likely that such a miracle would happen again. However, Blackie's transformation required 30 billion spirit chi crystals as the price. Even if someone wanted to replicate this miracle, even a grade 6 creator could not do it. Zhong Ziyu was initially skeptical about Lin Yuan's offer of grade 6 creator resources. But now, Zhong Ziyu no longer had any doubts. Zhong Ziyu and the other grade 5 and 4 creators had joined Lin Yuan not because they were tempted by the class 6 creator resources, but because their lives had been in danger at that time. They had no choice but to join. Many people did not have much hope for Lin Yuan's grade 6 creator resources because these creators assumed that all of his grade 6 creator resources had gone to the few experts under him. However, after witnessing this scene, no one questioned whether Lin Yuan had grade 6 creator resources. Zhong Ziyu, Yi, and the others were filled with motivation. These creators were already certain that they were not just following Lin Yuan around. There was really a possibility of them advancing further. As long as they performed well, not only would they have a chance to obtain grade 6 creator resources, but they might also be able to meet this grade creator and obtain the opportunity to receive guidance from him. At that moment, Lin Yuan's thoughts were all on Blackie. However, if Lin Yuan knew what Zhong Ziyu and the others were thinking, not only would he not feel embarrassed, but he would also tell them with certainty that there was really a possibility of obtaining this opportunity. Genius was very special in the main world, and Lin Yuan needed to hide it. However, in the sky beyond the clouds, Lin Yuan no longer had to hide genius but the 100 questions beasts. In the environment of the sky beyond the clouds, humans became extremely rare. All species had the possibility of becoming creators. Genius was no longer that special. But once a species like the 100 questions beasts, whose members all had the potential to become creators, appeared in the eyes of others, it would definitely cause a shocking incident. Any powerful species would fight for the 100 questions beasts. After forming a contract with the Enlightenment Cicada, Genius, who had obtained its comprehension ability, would sooner or later charge toward becoming a grade 6 creator. Apart from having a sea of spiritual power, Genius also had highest access tie that allowed it to seek answers from the world's will. When Genius became a grade 6 creator, it would naturally be able to guide the grade 5 creators and 4 creators in Sky City. Blackie's body began to grow scales as it collapsed and reassembled again and again. At first, the scales that Blackie grew were as smooth and white as a mirror, with a texture like a pearl. It was no longer cold black gold. After growing scales, Blackie's body was still collapsing and reforming. Every time it grew scales, there would be an additional color in the scales on Blackie's body. The moment the scales produced 9 colors, Blackie's aura suddenly rose and it successfully reached the Holy Spirit level to condense its own Holy Spirit. Lin Yuan looked at the Holy Spirit Blackie and could not see any trace of its past self. Chapter 3093, True Spirit Ancestral Dragon. If there was anything similar to before, it would be that the shape of the dragon horns was very similar. However, the dragon's horns had grown more sinuous than before, exuding an even greater sense of dignity and majesty. As its grade and bloodline evolved, Blackie's control over spirit chi had clearly improved greatly. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on Blackie. Fey name, True Spirit Ancestral Dragon. Fey species, Ancestral Dragon / Spirit Dragon. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Holy Spirit. Divine Kingdom grade, Small to medium abilities. Spirit injection, restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Spirit roar, let out a roar to control the direction of the flow of spiritual power. It can choose to boost or drain the spiritual power of the targets in a given area. Endowment Spirit Rain, the bloodline can be used to gather the clouds and release rain that contains spiritual power. The targets that makes contact with the rain will be able to replenish their lost spiritual power. Spirit Channel System, the spirit chi in the body can be released into the environment. Through the spirit chi, a perfect and invisible channel system will be formed. The channel system will not only recover its own spiritual power but decrease the rate at which its spiritual power was diminished. Spirit Judgment Imprisonment, pick a target and judge the concentration of spirit chi within the target's body. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is higher than its own, all of the spirit chi in its body will be emptied out. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is lower than its own, the target's spiritual power will be imprisoned. Spirit Wrath, the dragon aura will be unleashed. The dragon aura will burn off all of the spirit chi in the area and cause the surrounding environment to be empty of spiritual power. True Spirit 5 changes, release the dragon claws. Every dragon claw will become a clone. The clones will possess all the abilities of the main body. They will not disappear after being attacked and will share spiritual power with the main body. Spirit Dragon Guide, its bloodline energy will become a guide to boost and influence other dragon species life forms. The other dragon species life forms will thus evolve towards true dragon species / spirit dragon species. The effects will be magnified when used on a life form with the same genes and bloodline. Spirit Ability Blessing, its bloodline will boost the target which has spiritual power as its root energy. At the same time, the spirit chi capacity and spirit chi activity of multiple targets can be raised. True Dragon Spewing Breath, dragon breath imbued with its bloodline will be spewed at a target to cause damage to the target. The dragon breath's attributes will follow that of the spirit clawed true dragon's own. Water type True Dragon Spewing Breath effect is Obliteration. Exclusive skill. Spirit Chi Imprint, the spirit chi that is constantly released to the environment would be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species feys within the surrounding area that does not exceed the feys grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It would be branded on the contractor's body and the contractor could release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit essence explosion, gather the spiritual power into a single point, and explode all the energy. The spirit essence explosion can only be applied on places where there is contact with the spirit chi imprint. Emperor Spirit Control, an Emperor Spirit inscription will be formed within the dragon claw. There can only be one Emperor Spirit inscription in each claw. Each Emperor Spirit inscription will allow the amount of spirit chi in the body to be multiplied. Calling all spirits, its own spirit chi will be injected into the environment to trigger all the spirit chi in the surroundings to move towards it. If its spirit chi ability to control energy is stronger than that of other feys in the environment, the spirit chi in nearby target life forms can be extracted. Dragon Breath Support. The energy in the dragon breath will be used to support a body part, either defensively or for combat. Alternatively, various streams of dragon breath can be compressed to launch a powerful attack at the target. True Dragon Concealing Spirit. In an environment full of spirit chi, its own body will be fully fused with the spirit chi environment. Before the spirit chi in the environment disappears, it can hide its presence. In its hidden state, it can rapidly recover its depleted energy. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Turbid Spirit Cleansing. Its breath will create a territory in which injured life forms will be cleansed by a special spirit chi. The life form's root energy will be transformed into spirit chi. Spirit Seed Wall Defense. Inject a spirit seed into the bodies of multiple hosts. The spirit seed will absorb the faith power in the target's body and form a spirit sprout. The spirit sprout can prevent energy other than spirit chi from invading the target's body and causing disturbance to the target. The spirit sprout can absorb enough faith power to grow into a spirit tree and increase the target's absorption ability of spirit chi. Lin Yuan discovered that Blackie's name was no longer the Spirit Claw True Dragon, but it had become the True Spirit Ancestral Dragon. Its species changed from the original True Dragon to Ancestral Dragon. The Ancestral Dragon was the ancestor of all dragon species and could command all dragon species. After Blackie's bloodline improved, to a certain extent, it had reached the pinnacle of the dragon species Fey bloodline. Although it was still water-type Fey, the spirit chi in Blackie's body was much more advanced than water-type energy. 95% of the energy in its body was already formed by spirit chi. However, Blackie's ability to control water was still much stronger than before with just 5% of the energy in its body. Compared to species and type, Lin Yuan was more concerned about spirit seed wall defense, which Blackie had obtained after stepping into the Holy Spirit level. Spirit seed wall defense complemented turbid spirit cleansing. However, while turbid spirit cleansing focused on healing, spirit seed wall defense leaned toward defense. If he were to explore the abyss, Lin Yuan would definitely send a large number of people. Without proper protection, people who explored the abyss were easily vulnerable to attacks from feys of the abyss, and their safety was compromised. If everyone relied on Blackie to heal injuries using turbid spirit cleansing, it simply wouldn't be able to keep up with the demand. Moreover, it was not a good thing to be injured. Even if the abyssal energy and strange energy intrusions were removed from their body, there was still a possibility that their roots could be damaged. Before embarking on the exploration, if Blackie could implant spirit seeds within the explorers' bodies using spirit seed wall defense and allow the seeds to sprout, they could effectively prevent strange energies from entering the explorers' bodies when they come under attack. Even if they encountered a powerful enemy that the spirit sprout couldn't withstand, Blackie could still use the spiritual turbid purification to help heal those who were injured. While this Divine Kingdom ability was undoubtedly formidable, for many factions, its strength may appear somewhat redundant or inadequate. This was because the spirit sprout required the absorption of the faith power in the explorer's body to grow, and faith power was an indispensable source of power for the feys of the sky beyond the clouds. It was a huge burden for explorers to consume faith power to condense a spiritual seed just to explore the abyss. Moreover, according to Lin Yuan's understanding, Blackie had consumed a lot of faith power by using spirit seed wall defense, to form spirit seeds in other divine kingdoms. However, this was not a burden for Lin Yuan. The amount of faith power generated by Faith Country was simply immense. This faith power could help the spirit seeds grow and even facilitate the growth of spirit trees. The spirit tree possessed the ability to assist the user in absorbing spirit chi, effectively enhancing the user's rate of absorption. This essentially increased a fey's potential at its core. When Lin Yuan observed Blackie's Divine Kingdom ability, the creators, including Zhong Ziyu, couldn't help but exclaim. It had actually directly awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline when it stepped into the Holy Spirit level. Even among those domain mountain class fellows in the entire sky beyond the clouds, very few had awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline. The reason why the dragons valued bloodlines so much was that high-level dragons had absolute control over low-level dragons. With this ancestral dragon, Lin Yuan could easily command other dragon species that had yet to reach the ancestral dragon bloodline. When he encountered a dragon species without the ancestral dragon ruling, he could leverage Blackie's bloodline to exert control over this species. Even if there was a true dragon within the species, it would most likely be difficult to resist the control of the ancestral dragon. There were more than 40 dragon species on the species ranking, but less than half of them were ruled by an ancestral dragon. Lin Yuan could reach the height of the species ranking just by relying on this dragon species. A grade 5 creator, who was usually quiet and didn't like to talk, turned to Yi and said, "Yi, I've always hated you. I hate you for setting me up to lose my freedom. But now, I have to thank you for letting me join this faction. Otherwise, I would never have the chance to come into contact with a grade 6 creator in my entire life." These words from the grade 5 creator truly spoke for the majority of creators present there. Who would willingly give up their freedom to be controlled by others if not under coercion? Even if the price of being controlled was the promise of endless lifespan. Among the creators present, there were indeed creators who were facing a crisis that their lifespan was about to reach its end, but there were not many creators whose lifespan was in danger. Now that they saw Blackie's evolution, the creators all changed their minds. Upon hearing this, Yi smiled. Yi could feel the hatred from his colleagues, but since everyone was part of the same faction, their resentment wasn't overly apparent. Although Yi had become the deputy team leader of the Creation Master team, his colleagues did not show him much respect. This situation was quite frustrating for Yi, but he did not regret his decision. His initial motive was to elevate his status in Lin Yuan's eyes. He achieved his goal, and he understood that achieving such objectives sometimes entailed certain losses. However, the creators he brought into Sky City had since changed their minds, shifting from resentment to gratitude toward him. This shift has significantly boosted his standing within the Creation Master team. Even if he was inferior to Zhong Xiu in terms of Creation Master abilities, his status was not much inferior to Zhong Xiu. These grade 4 and grade 5 creators stepped forward to congratulate Lin Yuan, who politely responded and then proceeded to say, "I'm going to be away for a period of time. During this period, all of you can help develop the entire area of north of the Lonely River. When I return, I will distribute grade 6 creator resources according to your contributions. When the time comes, you can look for when you to verify and record what you have done. Since everyone has already joined Sky City, I hope that everyone can prioritize the development of Sky City in the future and protect Sky City as a big family." Lin Yuan's words sent these creators into a frenzy. What? As long as we develop Sky City well while Lord Lin Yuan is away, we will be able to obtain grade 6 creator resources. Everyone had thought that they would have to join Sky City for a long time before they could obtain the resources of a grade 6 creator. They did not expect that the opportunity would be presented to them at the moment. In particular, the grade 4 creators were inexplicably excited. Previously, these grade 4 creators believed that only grade 5 creators who had joined Sky City were eligible to access resources from grade 6 creators, leaving no opportunity for themselves. Now, unexpectedly, this opportunity was also presented to them. In that case, they had to seize such a good opportunity no matter what. There were indeed many high-end resources in the north of the Lonely River, but the entire north of the Lonely River was still in a state of chaos. While the number of creators joining Sky City was indeed considerable, for those from the north of the Silent River at this time, there was an abundance of creative space where everyone could find their own value without the need for contention. At that moment, the only thought in the minds of the creators present was that Lin Yuan must not return too soon. The longer Lin Yuan stayed away, the higher the value they could create. When Lin Yuan returned, they would have a greater chance of receiving more grade 6 creator resources. Lin Yuan had already chosen the fey he wanted to contract, but now that he needed to travel to north of the Silent River, he didn't have much time to contract and nurture this new fey. Consequently, Lin Yuan decided to abandon the idea of contracting a new fey for now. Perhaps after returning from this top-grade blessed land, Lin Yuan would have a new choice. Lin Yuan would go to this top-grade blessed land to fight for resources. Perhaps he could obtain a fey like the business flourishing flower in it. The few feys he had obtained in Diverse City could not be compared to the business flourishing flower. However, it did not matter if he did not gain anything in the top-notch blessed land. If he really did not gain anything, Lin Yuan could still choose the feys he had obtained in Diverse City. In short, after returning from this top-grade blessed land at the intersection of the North and South universe, Morbius would definitely be able to produce grade 6 creator resources. Since these creators had joined Sky City and become its members, Lin Yuan was not planning to be stingy with the grade 6 creator resources at his disposal. Instead, he intended to distribute these resources. Chapter 3094, Flame Empowerment. By extensively utilizing these grade 6 creator resources, Lin Yuan could significantly enhance the capabilities of the grade 4 and 5 creators, fostering their loyalty and willingness to truly work for Sky City. Lin Yuan's journey to the boundary between the North and South universe to compete for the top-grade blessed land could potentially take a considerable amount of time. When Lin Yuan found Wen Yu, he explained the task of documenting and recording the achievements of the grade 4 and 5 creators to her. He also informed Wen Yu that if his absence was prolonged, there was no need to wait for him to convene the Astronomical Parliament on time. Instead, he advised her to assist the members of the Astronomical Parliament when necessary. Upon hearing his instructions, Wen Yu hurriedly nodded in agreement. If Lin Yuan left Sky City, Wen Yu would definitely help him take care of the house. However, she was unsure how long Lin Yuan would be gone this time. Wen Yu was worried about him and feared he might encounter trouble or an accident during his journey. After explaining the situation to Wen Yu, Lin Yuan returned to his room and began nurturing the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom. This fire-type fungus species Fey, which had mutated because of the succubus bloodline, had become increasingly inconspicuous as its grade continued to increase. Unlike other Feys that grow larger with evolution, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom became smaller. Once it reached World Emperor/Divine Kingdom and evolved from World Emperor I to World Emperor X, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been able to locate its main body with his naked eyes if he hadn't been its contractor. This made it very difficult for Lin Yuan to perceive the changes in the mushroom during its evolution. Among Lin Yuan's Feys, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom was very inconspicuous and rarely appeared. However, its ability to block any phenomenon in the sky and disturb world willpower when other Feys sought answers proved its extraordinary nature. Despite reaching the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom level, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom still had its own consciousness as a fungus-type Fey. It was exceptionally happy to learn that Lin Yuan wanted to increase its grade, although it was an extremely introverted little fellow that wasn't good at expressing its emotions. Lin Yuan smiled and touched the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom hidden in his collar. He instructed it to channel the faith power provided by the realm Abyss Red Lotus into the Divine Kingdom to help it give birth to holy spirits. After instructing the mushroom, Lin Yuan began to help it transform. He could sense its aura fluctuating violently but could not perceive any visible changes in its appearance. Hence, he stopped paying attention to the mushroom, knowing that it would inform him immediately if it encountered any situation. Lin Yuan then entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to tidy up his resources and gain a comprehensive understanding of his wealth. While doing so, Ling Muzhuo contacted him. Initially, Lin Yuan thought Ling Muzhuo wanted to propose a new resource trade. However, he was surprised to find that Ling Muzhuo's reason for contacting him was the same as Zhao Chen's. This surprised Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could understand why Zhao Chen approached him, as Zhao Chen wanted to leverage the resources obtained through trade to elevate his position within his species. Therefore, he would offer such a good opportunity to Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan had known Ling Muzhuo before Zhao Chen, Ling Muzhuo had previously only traded resources with him and had never offered him such an excellent opportunity. Now, Ling Muzhuo's willingness to provide such an opportunity was likely because he had become aware of Lin Yuan's significant influence in Diverse City. Lin Yuan's relationships with both Fortune Treasure Palace and Zhao Chen were primarily based on mutual interests rather than deep personal bonds. Since their connection was driven by interests, Lin Yuan didn't mind Ling Muzhuo's ulterior motives for pleasing him and simply agreed to move forward with Zhao Chen. Lin Yuan naturally couldn't move forward with Ling Muzhuo. It wasn't a secret that Lin Yuan had used Zhao Chen's connections to participate in the competition for this top-grade blessed land. If Fortune Treasure Palace were to participate in the competition, they would surely be aware of it. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't bother hiding it from Ling Muzhuo and honestly told him the truth. "Brother Ling, I've already heard about this top-grade blessed land beforehand. I'm preparing to head to South Face City to see if I can gain anything. It's fine if I haven't heard of such an opportunity, but how can I not explore it after hearing about it? It seems like you must be harboring the same thoughts." On the one hand, Ling Muzhuo approached Lin Yuan partly to do him a favor and keep him in sync with the information. On the other hand, he also wanted to use Lin Yuan's power to fight for the resources in the top-grade blessed land. Even a powerful faction like Fortune Treasure Palace, which spanned across 4 universes, didn't dare to have absolute certainty in securing this top-grade blessed land. Since Lin Yuan had already received the information and made it clear that he wouldn't go with Fortune Treasure Palace, Ling Muzhuo felt somewhat depressed. It was rumored that Lin Yuan had become very close to Diverse City's city lord, Zhao Chen. He had most likely heard the news from Zhao Chen. Ling Muzhuo reminded Lin Yuan appropriately, "Brother Lin, since you intend to participate in the fight for this top-grade blessed land, I must remind you that the fight is destined to be filled with danger. There are some things that require careful consideration. Don't let others use you as a pawn just because you have enough power at your disposal. If you need any help or cooperation when we reach South Face City, inform me immediately. As long as you make the request, I will certainly not refuse." Ling Muzhuo paused and asked, "Brother Lin, do you need information about the various factions? Fortune Treasure Palace also engages in selling intelligence. If you need information, I will provide you with all the intelligence I have. If you purchase information from other factions, their prices will surely not be lower." Despite not successfully inviting Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhuo remained hopeful and still wished that Lin Yuan would owe him a favor. Lin Yuan was grateful that Ling Muzhuo was willing to provide him with information for free. However, he was going with Zhao Chen this time. Zhao Chen's faction had a total of 10 spots, and Lin Yuan occupied 3 of them. In fact, more spots were in Zhao Chen's hands. Zhao Chen's faction could be considered a native faction at the boundary between the North and South universe, so they must have a thorough understanding of the local factions. Even when it came to external factions, they were likely able to thoroughly investigate the situation. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Yuan to owe Ling Muzhuo a favor. "Brother Ling, to be honest, I'm going to this top-grade blessed land with the city lord of Diverse City, Zhao Chen. Brother Zhao should have the ability to obtain information. If there's anything I need help with, I won't hesitate to ask for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Ling Muzhuo thought that indeed it was Zhao Chen who approached Lin Yuan. The speed at which Zhao Chen's faction received information was likely similar to his own. Ling Muzhuo reflected that he was only a step slower than Zhao Chen in this instance, which he found quite regrettable. Ling Muzhuo laughed dryly. "Brother Lin, just don't stand on ceremony with me, that's all I ask." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ling Muzhuo ended the communication. Turning to Wang Ying, who was standing beside him, he remarked, "Lin Yuan chose to explore the resources of this top-grade blessed land with Zhao Chen. Their relationship seems stronger than you guessed. This blessed land presents an opportunity for our Fortune Treasure Palace. Come with me. I've already arranged for the assessment of your 2 subordinates. They can be dispatched within a year." Hearing Ling Muzhuo's words, Wang Ying was overjoyed, but also surprised by the closeness between Lin Yuan and Zhao Chen. Wang Ying was certain that Lin Yuan had only known Zhao Chen for a short time, yet their relationship had become remarkably close so quickly. It was unclear what kind of agreement or cooperation they had secretly established. Aside from the conversation with Ling Muzhuo, nothing notable had occurred in the past few days. The sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom had successfully advanced to the Holy Spirit level recently. Fey name, Sky-questioning Flaming Heart Mushroom. Fey species, Parasitic fungus species / Flaming fungus species. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, Fire Fey quality, Holy Spirit. Divine Kingdom grade, Miniature. Abilities. Seeping Flames. The flames will seep into the target's mind, spirit, and soul through the heart and brain. The spirit and soul will begin to burn. If the flames begin to die out, it can absorb the energy from the heart and brain to reignite itself. Body-penetrating flames. When burning the mind, spirit, and soul, the flames will also burn the body. The damage will be translated from the elemental form to the physical. Before the fire in its mind, spirit, and soul is extinguished, the flames afflicting the body will continue to cause harm. Thought-separating flames. When burning the target's mind, spirit, and soul, if the target's mind, spirit, and soul has any thoughts or feeling linked to another life form, the thoughts would become a guide that allow the flames to extend. Strengthened spores. The fungi produced will be strengthened and be able to absorb and take control of more energy. The fungi will be deeply rooted in the target's soul and be more difficult to remove. Truth colony. When questioning a target, the precise answers given will grow a truth colony. When the colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a truth mushroom. When the truth mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be forced to tell the truth, making it easier to obtain true answers to questions. False colony. When questioning a target, every lie told by the target will produce a false colony. When the false colony absorbs energy, it will grow into a false mushroom. When the false mushroom is fed to a target, the target will be unable to break while questioning, preventing them from answering questions. Interrogation soul flames. After confirming that the target has made more than 3 false statements, the target can be asked a question and the soul with fungi rooted in it will be sacrificed. The target will have to tell the truth through the voiced spirit form. Truth and lie temptation. Each time truth and lie are discerned, it can store the sincerity and falseness. The sincerity can be used to boost its soul and defend it against temptation abilities. The falseness can be used to boost its temptation abilities and strengthen its ability to tempt targets. Truth soil. The spores will change the soil beneath it and imbue it with truth power. When other plant type feys are planted in this soil imbued with truth power, they will absorb the energy within and produce truth fruits. False soil. The spores will change the soil beneath it and imbue it with false power. When other plant type feys are planted in this soil imbued with false power, they will absorb the energy within and produce false fruits. Exclusive skill. Honesty reflects the heart. The spores will host themselves deep within the target's spirit and soul and determine the genuinity of the target's exterior. Crumbled parasitic cycle. The bacterial strain will be sacrificed. After being sacrificed, the energy around it will crumble, along with other energy-containing entities. Heart mushroom sky questioning. When a judgment cannot be made on an issue, one can be staked to question the sky and ask for a positive solution. Heart mushroom disrupts heaven. When other life forms use various methods to ask the world wills for answers, it can use its energy to disrupt the world wills and prevent the world wills from answering other life forms. Alternatively, it can incite the world wills to give wrong answers. Heavenly will shield. It will trigger heavenly will and direct it towards a target. The heavenly will be used to shield a target's aura and prevent it from being detected. Endless curse generation. When the main body is destroyed, it can be reincarnated through any spore. The imprint in the spore will be used to recover its memories from before its death. At the point of its death, it will place a curse on a target. When the truth is told, the curse will lower the target's lifespan. But when a lie is told, it will reduce the target's soul energy. Divine Kingdom abilities. Reverse colony. Truth and false power will join together to create a special colony. Once the colony is fully formed, it will turn into a reverse spirit mushroom. The reverse spirit mushroom will need to absorb spirit chi in order to grow. The purer the spirit chi absorbed, the better the effects of the reverse spirit mushroom. When being interrogated, consuming the reverse spirit mushroom will cause the opposite effect to take place during the interrogation. Flame empowerment. Through faith power or special fungi, flames can be bred in the Divine Kingdom. The flames burning in the Divine Kingdom can help one strengthen all their abilities and exclusive skills. After enhancing their abilities and exclusive skills, the flames in your Divine Kingdom will be consumed. Chapter 3095, Disloyalty. The sky questioning flaming heart mushroom was a functional fey. Although it had a certain combat ability, the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom's combat ability targeted feys that were weaker than it. The sky questioning flaming heart mushroom would not be able to fight against feys of the same level. Before Sky City made large-scale contact with the other factions in the sky beyond the clouds, the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom's ability to differentiate between real and fake was basically useless. However, when Sky City came into contact with the various factions in the sky beyond the clouds in the future, the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom's ability to differentiate between real and fake would come in handy. The sky questioning flaming heart mushroom obtained flame enhancement after stepping into the Holy Spirit level. It used the flames of faith power to enhance all its abilities and exclusive skills. Compared to obtaining a brand new ability, the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom was the best choice for Lin Yuan to strengthen his current ability. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom's new Divine Kingdom ability. Upon sensing Lin Yuan's satisfied expression, the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom was very happy. After strengthening the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom, Lin Yuan was about to set off for South Face City. Before leaving, Lin Yuan deliberately gave instructions to the other core members of Sky City. The Moon Empress was used to Lin Yuan going out often, but she still deliberately reminded him. With the help of the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies to oversee most of the matters in the sky beyond the clouds, the Moon Empress had become significantly more proficient in managing Sky City than before. Wen Yu recalled that Su Yiren had been looking for her recently because of the Crimson Heaven Falcon's territory. Wen Yu felt that making a decision on this matter was beyond her authority. Before Lin Yuan left, Wen Yu called Su Yiren over and told her to talk to Lin Yuan about it. They were all family, so it was extremely convenient for them to talk without outsiders around. Even with the help of the Wisdom Eye Brain Dragonflies, Su Yiren and Luolan were still in charge of managing Sky City. The Crimson Heaven Falcons had indeed submitted to Sky City and their attitude toward submission had been relatively favorable. However, although they submitted, the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons still followed the orders they issued. These Crimson Heaven Falcons had indeed followed Wen Yu's instructions and joined the Faith Country. However, after joining the Faith Country, they acted domineeringly and often caused trouble. If that was all, Su Yiren would have tolerated it. After all, the Crimson Heaven Falcons were more powerful overall and looked down on the exiled members of species. However, recently, there had been a conflict between the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons and the managing demon insect species, which had caused an extremely bad impact. As the manager of the Faith Country, Su Yiren wanted to deal with the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcon. However, the Crimson Heaven Falcons actually helped dependent species plead for mercy, which made things very difficult for Su Yiren. She was aware that Lin Yuan valued the Crimson Heaven Falcons, which was indeed the strongest native faction in the north of the Lonely River. It made the situation become more complex. However, the Crimson Heaven Falcons' attitude made Su Yiren feel that they were not easy to manage. If this went on for a long time, there would inevitably be chaos. The Crimson Heaven Falcons' attitude toward handling matters had already vaguely revealed this. Su Yiren believed that if a faction couldn't be completely obedient, it would be better to destroy it. At the very least, the Crimson Heaven Falcons should understand who held power in north of the Lonely River. Su Yiren knew Lin Yuan quite well and was confident that he would take action to resolve the situation once he became aware of it. When Su Yiren saw Lin Yuan, she explained the situation to Lin Yuan without any falsehood. "Young master, the Crimson Heaven Falcons are becoming more and more arrogant because of their strength. They do have enough respect for the core members of Sky City, but apart from core members like us, they have nothing to fear." A few species that had already been incorporated into the Faith Country were annihilated by the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Although the Crimson Heaven Falcons did not participate directly, their higher-ups must have participated directly in this matter. This incident is affecting mine and Luolan's credibility. I think we should take action to deal with the dependent species of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Otherwise, they will become increasingly lawless under the protection of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Su Yiren gritted her teeth as she spoke. The anger in her heart had reached its peak. Back in the main world, Su Yiren was born at the pinnacle of the 7 states of darkness. Despite enduring a prolonged period of fleeing under the oppression of 7th Page War, she still possessed the mentality of a superior at heart. As a superior, her dignity and authority were not to be trampled upon in the slightest. The actions of the Crimson Heaven Falcons could be lightly described as leveraging their strength to avoid being disciplined for their lax behavior. More seriously, their actions were akin to trampling on the dignity of Su Yiren and Luolan as authorities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed, followed by a smirk creeping onto his face. Lin Yuan had annihilated hundreds of factions in Coiling Dragon Mountain and made even more factions submit to him. Many species had already migrated to north of the Lonely River, which caused the desolate place to become a little crowded. Lin Yuan had no intention of eliminating any species, yet there were actually species causing trouble in north of the Lonely River. Furthermore, the Spinning Wings White Falcons, who were promised generous treatment by Lin Yuan, were also protecting these species. Previously, those dependent species were completely under the control of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, which held the power to decide their fate. How could these species dare to defy the wishes of the Crimson Heaven Falcons? Lin Yuan had no doubts that the Crimson Heaven Falcons were challenging Sky City's authority. As you said, it seems we should do more than just warn the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Inform the leader of the Crimson Heaven Falcons to gather those troublemakers and immediately head to the temple built outside the territory of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. I'll only give him an hour. If he's late, they'll bear the consequences. Lin Yuan said in all seriousness, "Yiren, you've been in power before. You should know very well what the Crimson Heaven Falcons are thinking. The next time you encounter such a thing, just look for Summer and let her use martial force to resolve it." Lin Yuan would never tolerate such things, especially since he was just about to leave. Lin Yuan was a little worried about the safety of Sky City and the stability of the Faith Country. He clearly remembered the Crimson Heaven Falcons' attitude when they submitted to Lin Yuan. The Crimson Heaven Falcons assured that they would manage their dependent species well, so Lin Yuan decided to continue entrusting the command of the dependent species. It hadn't been long since the Crimson Heaven Falcons submitted to him. It was only a few months at most. In just a few months, the Crimson Heaven Falcons had already shown such cunning schemes. While Lin Yuan used the faith tree to control the faith of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, there was a fundamental difference between controlling a species through the faith tree and controlling their life and death. Lin Yuan felt that he shouldn't blame the Crimson Heaven Falcons for being too audacious, but rather blame himself for being too lenient with them in the past. Otherwise, the Crimson Heaven Falcons wouldn't have dared to be so bold. When Su Yiren heard Lin Yuan's words, she was delighted. Compared to Lin Yuan's gentleness, Su Yiren preferred the decisive Lin Yuan. Young master, I'll remember this. I also know how to deal with any disobedient species in the future. I'll send someone to inform the Crimson Heaven Falcons and then head to the temple to wait for your arrival. After Su Yiren left, Wen Yu could not help but say, Young master, I also think that the Crimson Heaven Falcons should be dealt with. However, our approach to dealing with them should be more subtle, rather than openly confronting them in front of everyone. Lin Yuan shook his head at Wen Yu. Wen Yu, many of your management ideas are more applicable to the main world and may not be entirely suitable for the sky beyond the clouds. You need to adjust your perspective. Being too merciful in the sky beyond the clouds only makes people feel that you are weak, and the attitude of the Crimson Heaven Falcons is the best example of this. There has always been a drawback of faith countries. If it develops too quickly, there will inevitably be problems internally. Once an unstable factor appears and we can't immediately have them under control, the consequences can very likely cause all our previous efforts to be in vain. When I come back this time, I'll arrange for Winter to bring you and Brother Lu out to train for a period and see the real environment of the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan's thoughts had changed because he had experienced and gained insights of the sky beyond the clouds. If Lin Yuan had not gone out to train, he would not have changed his mindset so quickly. After all, when Wen Yu was in the main world, she was in the Radiance Federation and not those small federations with excellent but turbulent environments. Lin Yuan believed that both Wen Yu and Lu Ji would change their minds after seeing the situation in the sky beyond the clouds. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu nodded seriously and took Lin Yuan's words to heart. She decided to take a good look at how Lin Yuan would handle this matter. Then, she would know what she should do. According to Lin Yuan's way of handling things, Wen Yu had always been someone who was willing to humbly accept her own problems, especially since this issue was personally raised by Lin Yuan. After receiving the news, the leader of the Crimson Heaven Falcons did not immediately mobilize the manpower of his dependent species. Instead, he convened an internal meeting, which made the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcon, Qi Zhentian, extremely anxious. Big brother, what we should do now is to mobilize our dependent species to wait in the temple as soon as possible, and not hold this so-called internal meeting here. Defying Lord Lin Yuan's orders in such a manner will surely doom the Crimson Heaven Falcons to irreversible destruction. Qi Qingtian looked at the anxious Qi Zhentian and said coldly, I think you've been scared out of your wits by Sky City. The Crimson Heaven Falcons are the rulers of the north of the Lonely River. Now that the Crimson Heaven Falcons have pledged allegiance to Sky City has to give us some respect. We are only protecting our dependent species who had long pledged allegiance to Crimson Heaven Falcons. Even if Sky City is domineering, can they really hold us accountable for that? It's all because of you that our Crimson Heaven Falcons has ended up in this situation. If not for you, why would our faith be controlled? Now that you're no longer suitable to manage the family matters, just go to the side and wait for the results of our discussion. From now on, everything in the species will be managed by me alone. Qi Zhentian laughed bitterly when he heard that. He understood the reason for such a situation. The reason for this situation was actually quite simple. His elder brother had achieved a breakthrough using a natural treasure that he had awaited for thousands of years. However, it seemed his elder brother had forgotten that the natural treasure was something Lin Yuan hadn't even paid attention to and intentionally left in the possession of the Crimson Heaven Falcons at the time. Otherwise, how could his elder brother have the chance to break through his strength as he wished? If Lin Yuan had believed that this treasure was useful, how could he have left it in the Crimson Heaven Falcons? His elder brother had never seen the Sky City experts display their strength with his own eyes, so he did not know how terrifying their auras were. Back then, the other party had relied on his aura to firmly suppress him, making him not even dare to have the thought of resisting. Even though Qi Qingtian had increased his strength, the aura he emitted was still far inferior compared to the experts who had followed Lin Yuan previously. However, most of the members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons blamed him and Qi Zhentian knew this very well. Even if Qi Zhentian had the intention to bring his members to the temple, he did not have the ability. Just as Qi Zhentian was thinking about what to do, Qi Ju and Qi Ling found him. Second elder, it looks like this internal meeting will definitely be held. Once this meeting is held, it will delay our departure to the temple. You've seen Sky City's methods. Qi Ling and I are looking for you to ask if you want to go to the temple with us now. It's up to the other members of the species whether they go to the temple or not. As for dealing with Sky City, both Qi Ling and I believe we should show the appropriate attitude. At the very least, our attitude shows that we do not intend to become enemies with Sky City. The leader clearly wants to go against Sky City. Qi Ling and I can see that. I'm sure you can see more clearly than the two of us. Qi Zhentian had never liked Qi Ju, but he felt that what Qi Ju said made sense. However, as the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, going to the temple regardless of the consequences would indeed show loyalty to Sky City. But then, how would he maintain his standing within the species afterward? Originally, Qi Ling had a close relationship with Qi Ju. It was only after Qi Ju was denounced and ostracized from the species that Qi Ling's interactions with him diminished. In Qi Ling's heart, Qi Ju had always been very smart. After thinking about it, Qi Ling finally felt that going to the temple was the right choice. Qi Ling remembered the fear of having his life controlled when Sky City previously took action against the Crimson Heaven Falcon. They were clearly showing intent to kill. Chapter 3096. The chaotic South Face City. This time, Sky City seemed intent on coming to exact punishment. If they did not reach the temple at the specified time, Qi Ling felt that he would lose his life. Qi Ling had always believed that his senses were very accurate. Rather than following the family clan's directives, Qi Ling preferred to follow his own instincts. Qi Ling persuaded, the second elder has issued an order to the entire species, but only core members like us know about Lord Lin Yuan's request. The leader has never met Lord Lin Yuan, so he doesn't know the power he wields. Explaining it to him is futile. If you have such thoughts, then Qi Ju and I will head to the temple first. Second elder, I have a feeling that if we don't go to the temple, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. We seem to be free now, but everything is under Sky City's control. Is this not clear to you, even if the leader doesn't understand it? Upon hearing Qi Ling's words, Qi Zhentian's heart wavered even more. At that moment, Qi Zhentian heard Qi Ling continue, Second elder, I know that some of my past actions have caused you to be dissatisfied with me, but the choices I made were indeed what I thought were right at the time. That's why I have never apologized to you. Just like I now believe that you are more suited to lead our Crimson Heaven Falcons forward. Sky City needs obedient managers, but the manager of the Crimson Heaven Falcons can't meet Sky City's requirements. I've already warned the leader in advance, but he doesn't take my words seriously at all. He's still stubborn. You have always felt that I do not prioritize the interests of the Crimson Heaven Falcons in my actions. However, if I truly disregarded the species' interests entirely, I would not be discussing this with you now. I want you to lead the development of the Crimson Heaven Falcons and guide it to rise. If I report what the Crimson Heaven Falcons are planning to Sky City, I think Sky City will be willing to give me a managerial position. However, I didn't do that as I also don't want to witness the Crimson Heaven Falcons embark on a path of no return. At this point, Qi Ju calculated the time. If he really couldn't persuade Qi Zhentian, Qi Ling could only bring Qi Ju along. Qi Zhentian took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the Crimson Heaven Falcons' meeting hall before making his decision. All right, I'll go to the temple with you. I hope the leader's decision won't cause the Crimson Heaven Falcons to fall into eternal damnation. Upon hearing this, a mocking expression appeared on Qi Ju's face. Second elder, I have always regarded you as the wisest advisor to the leader. When I say this, I have no intention of flattering you. What I mean is, if you were in charge of Sky City, how would you deal with the disobedient dependent species? I believe your approach would probably be the same as Sky City's last resort. As soon as Qi Zhentian imagined it, he couldn't help but shiver, and then a look of struggle appeared on his face. Qi Zhentian then said to Qi Ju and Qi Ling in a serious tone, before going to the temple, I have to return to the meeting hall and bring as many people as possible to Sky City's temple. At the very least, we must ensure that our Crimson Heaven Falcons retain enough of a spark to survive. Upon hearing this, Qi Ju felt a great deal of admiration for Qi Zhentian, but he immediately stated that he would not accompany Qi Zhentian in this endeavor. Qi Ling was about to agree when Qi Ju stopped him. Second elder, if your current ability is on par with the leader, I'm willing to help. However, you don't have that ability now. If the leader finds out that while he's gathering and mobilizing all members of the species, you're planning to go to the temple, do you think he'll still allow you to go? If we go with you to do this, you might have a chance to leave, but Qiling and I don't have the ability to resist. Do you believe that besides the three of us, there are definitely other members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons who will go to the temple? Qiling and I have no choice but to take care of ourselves first. I hope you can forgive us. Whether or not you want to return to the meeting hall to be a savior, Qiling and I will not interfere with you. So please don't interfere with us. After saying that, Qi Ju bowed to Qi Zhentian and returned to his original form before flying toward the temple. Qiling glanced at Qi Zhentian and then at the direction Qi Ju had left in. Then, he bowed to Qi Zhentian as if he was apologizing and left to chase after Qi Ju. Lin Yuan brought Autumn to the temple at exactly 1 hour and saw that there were only 8 members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons inside. These 8 individuals happened to be the first few members of the Crimson Heaven Falcons who initially pledged allegiance to Sky City. Lin Yuan's smile grew increasingly colder. At that moment, a long-haired female Crimson Heaven Falcon reported, "Lord, the leader is having an internal meeting. Most of the members are in the meeting room. I believe that following your orders is far more important than attending an internal meeting, so I came to the temple first. Among these people, I'm the first to arrive." Even though this long-haired female Crimson Heaven Falcon was just a minor figure within the species, even the smallest figure knew to seize opportunities for themselves. Lin Yuan ignored her and asked Qi Zhentian coldly when he saw him in the temple, "Are the Crimson Heaven Falcons preparing to rebel against Sky City?" Even after being given an hour's notice in advance, they remained indifferent. "Qi Zhentian, you're the second elder of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Qi Zhentian lowered his head and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, the one who truly holds power in the Crimson Heaven Falcons is the leader. My authority has been taken over by the leader. If I were in charge of the Crimson Heaven Falcons, I could guarantee that every living member of the species would be present at the temple without a single one missing." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan snorted coldly. Since the Crimson Heaven Falcons are no longer under Sky City's leadership, there's no point in keeping them alive. Your Crimson Heaven Falcons are a native of north of the Lonely River. In the beginning, you coveted our faith country and wanted to attack it. Not only did I not blame you, but after the Crimson Heaven Falcons pledged allegiance to me, I even let you keep the treasure you've been guarding all along and did not seize the opportunity from your species. Is this how your species repays me? In that case, I think there's no need for your Crimson Heaven Falcons to continue existing. Autumn, go and destroy the Crimson Heaven Falcons. They are now reduced to just a few of you and hardly constitute a species anymore. Join the Spinning Wings White Falcons as members of their species." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Bai Yunzong, who had brought the Spinning Wings White Falcons to the temple, looked excited. Lin Yuan's words not only strengthened the power of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, but it also made the Spinning Wings White Falcons, which had always been a dependent species, to completely step on the heads of the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Out of over 5,000 dependent species of the Spinning Wings White Falcons, only fewer than 80 had come to wait outside the temple alongside the members of the Spinning Wings White Falcons. Autumn said with a cold expression, "Young master, you were too kind to them previously, making them forget their identities. When we deal with the Crimson Heaven Falcons later, I will also take care of their dependent species who did not show up. As the species you brought back from the Coiling Dragon Mountain have arrived at north of the Lonely River, this area has become increasingly crowded. It's time to eliminate some disobedient species before you leave to avoid the unstable factors." After speaking, Autumn didn't leave Lin Yuan's side. Instead, he shook his hand and scattered a handful of fallen leaves. These leaves flew into the distance with Autumn's movement. Qi Zhentian was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and hurriedly pleaded with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Qi Zhentian prostrating on the ground and asked calmly, "Back then, when you ruled north of the Lonely River, there should be many species pleading with you, right? Did you give them a chance? You know very well how the Crimson Heaven Falcons joined under the banner of Sky City. Instead of feeling grateful, they have become rebellious. In the future, the few of you should focus on developing within the Spinning Wings White Falcons. If I find out that any of you caused trouble in the Spinning Wings White Falcons, I won't be so benevolent as to spare your bloodline." Lin Yuan's words left no room for rebuttal, causing Qi Zhentian's body to immediately collapse to the ground. In contrast, Qi Ju remained calm and showed no sign of feeling that Lin Yuan's destruction of the Crimson Heaven Falcons was inappropriate in any way. The Crimson Heaven Falcons' attempt to rebel against the rule of Sky City was an act that could shake the foundations of Sky City. If such behavior could be forgiven, how could Sky City manage the vast north of the lonely river? After issuing the order, Lin Yuan turned to Su Yiren and said, Yiren, you can arrange for some powerful species to take over the territories of the Crimson Heaven Falcons for development. Although this area has not been transformed by blessed lands and is somewhat barren, its large size can accommodate many species. It was rare for Su Yiren to see Lin Yuan so decisive. Lin Yuan's decisiveness made Su Yiren feel that he had become even more charming. On the other hand, Wen Yu's expression was solemn. Having witnessed Autumn's methods many times before, Wen Yu knew that when Autumn waved his hand and scattered those few leaves, most of the Crimson Heaven Falcons and their absent dependent species were likely already completely annihilated. However, Wen Yu did not find Lin Yuan's actions cruel at all. The Crimson Heaven Falcons' attacks on Sky City had inflicted lasting damage on the Faith Country, which remained vivid in her memory to this day. However, Wen Yu needed some time to change her mindset. Wen Yu had a strong adaptability and learning ability. At the same time, she was looking forward to the training that Lin Yuan would arrange for her and Lu Ji. After dealing with this matter, Lin Yuan had spring, autumn and winter resolve the other unstable factors in the Faith Country. After dealing with all these unstable factors, Lin Yuan brought spring, autumn and winter to South Face City. Lin Yuan liked to plan ahead and ensured there was ample time along the way. When he encountered the Star Pirates, Lin Yuan made a deliberate effort to eliminate them. The closer he got to South Face City, the more Lin Yuan could sense the gathering of various factions. At this time, tens of thousands of factions were rushing to South Face City, and it was most likely related to the top-grade blessed land that had suddenly appeared. However, the vast majority of these factions were not particularly strong. They struggled even to contend for a mid-grade blessed land, let alone have any chance of seizing the treasures produced by this top-grade blessed land. With many factions gathered in South Face City, the entire city was in chaos. The majority of these factions were akin to those that gathered outside the Coiling Dragon Mountain when the mid-tier blessed land appeared. They were prepared to take advantage of the chaos and engage in underhanded dealings to profit at the expense of other factions. These weak factions were constantly playing the role of hunters and prey. Regardless of which top factions ultimately owned this top-grade blessed land, many factions would suffer fatalities. At the same time, many factions would seize this opportunity to rise up. Before they reached South Face City, Lin Yuan and his group had already been targeted by a few factions with a large number of people. Spring, autumn and winter followed beside Lin Yuan and did not reveal any aura. They appeared to be ordinary beings without any apparent power. Autumn had gotten rid of all the factions that wanted to rob Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had also obtained a lot of information through the intelligent connected tales and the sky questioning flaming heart mushroom's interrogation ability. These relatively weaker factions did not have the capability for long-distance travel, so they were inherently located near South Face City. They could help Lin Yuan gain some understanding of South Face City. Located at the border between the East and the South Universe, South Face City's most noteworthy aspect was its martial force. South Face City itself did not produce any resources, but the business in the city was exceptionally developed. Apart from the supplies produced in South Universe, they also sold captives seized on the battlefield. Most of these captives were members of the factions in the South Universe, but there were also some members of the factions from the East Universe who were sold as captives in the South Universe. The Star Pirates liked places with weak management like South Face City the most. The city lord of South Face City spent all his time on expanding the combat power system and did not care about the lives of the weak factions and species at all. He even collaborated with the Star Pirates and used them as a means to achieve his own ends. After learning about this, Lin Yuan's impression of the city lord of South Face City had reached an extremely low point. Summer said at the side, "Young master, the environment in South Face City has improved a lot compared to before. Previously, the environment was undoubtedly much more chaotic. In a large city located at the border between universes, it's impossible to achieve complete stability under the rule of the city lord. In such a place, the city lord, who is the spokesperson of Honor Absent Palace, actually doesn't have much authority." Chapter 3097. The Eating Ancestral Contract Brahma Snake. On the contrary, if the city lord wants to gain a foothold here, he needs to cooperate with many powerful local factions. However, the current city lord of South Face City has not been replaced for tens of thousands of years. Hence, he must have already established himself in South Face City. If Zhao Chen possessed the influential network similar to that of the city lord of South Face City, it would be considerably easier for him to secure the top-grade blessed land. Moreover, if our intention is to vie for ownership of this top-grade blessed land, relying solely on intelligence from Zhao Chen's faction would be insufficient. Before the Blessed Land opens, I suggest that Winter and I split up and let Autumn guard you. Winter and I will use our own methods to help you gather more information about South Face City. When the time comes, the two of us will contact the City Lord of South Face City. It's best if we can learn about the strength of the factions participating in the competition for this top-grade blessed land from him. It had been a while since Spring had been by Lin Yuan's side. Now that she had the chance to travel with Lin Yuan, she could not help but want to show off. Autumn and Winter nodded at Spring's suggestion. Winter nodded because he approved of Spring's suggestion, while Autumn nodded because he was very satisfied with Spring's suggestion that he could continue to stay by Lin Yuan's side and protect him. Lin Yuan knew very well that he could not rely on Zhao Chen for everything. He and Zhao Chen had a cooperative and competitive relationship. Lin Yuan could not be certain that Zhao Chen would have any bad intentions after he obtained a large amount of resources from this top-grade blessed land. Lin Yuan wouldn't automatically assume that Zhao Chen would always remain supportive just because of Zhao Chen's warm demeanor towards him. It's good that Autumn is by my side. Spring, when you and Winter are in action, you should be a little more high profile and let Winter maintain a low profile. Even if one party engages with a faction, the other party can still establish contact with the same faction. It's unlikely that this top-grade blessed land will open up so quickly. We'll probably need to stay in South Face City for quite some time, which provides us with ample opportunity to strategize. Upon hearing this, Spring and Winter nodded seriously. Even experts like Spring and Winter still felt some pressure when exploring this top-grade blessed land. If this news spread, even the factions of the East and the North universes would also head to South Face City to fight for it. The opening of this top-grade blessed land could be said to have drawn together all the powerful factions in the sky beyond the clouds. In addition to competing for this top-grade blessed land, both Spring and Autumn, as well as Winter, were determined to do everything in their power to ensure Lin Yuan's safety and spared no effort to prevent any harm from befalling him. Just as the three of them were discussing, trouble had already come knocking on their door. This place was less than 500 kilometers away from South Face City. With Lin Yuan and the others' speed, they could reach the city's entrance in the blink of an eye. In theory, a radius of 500 kilometers surrounding a major city would typically be considered within the jurisdiction of that city. Generally speaking, the official factions of the various cities in this area needed to maintain the security of this area. Even if this area wasn't entirely peaceful, the presence of a Star Pirate Group alliance shouldn't be expected. This Star Pirate Group alliance formed by the coalition of 5 or 6 Star Pirate groups possessed the capability to plunder the vast majority of factions. There were more than 3 Holy Spirit experts in this Star Pirate Group alliance, and such a configuration was rare. Upon witnessing these Star Pirate groups targeting Lin Yuan, Autumn was prepared to intervene, but he was halted by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said loudly to the manager of the Star Pirate Group alliance, "We've just arrived and don't want to cause trouble in our lives, but you took the initiative to surround us. It seems that we've been treated as prey. It's just that there's a price to pay for treating others as prey." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the leading man with grey hair and vertical slit pupils laughed out loud. "Why? Is this because you're afraid of threatening us? If you kneel and beg me for mercy, I might consider teaching you a gentle lesson later. An outstanding little fellow like you can fetch a handsome price. If you end up being kept as a plaything in the future, don't blame me. Blame yourself for venturing into a place like this." After saying that, the black-haired man with vertical slit pupils let out a hiss, and right on the heels of that, all the members of the Star Pirate Group alliance responded to the man with a hiss. Spring sent a voice transmission to Lin Yuan, "Young master, I didn't expect this Star Pirate Group alliance to be entirely made up of snake species feys. Under normal circumstances, pirate groups are composed of feys of various species and hence such a situation rarely happens. This Star Pirate Group alliance is most likely formed by one or more snake species. A pirate group operating near South Face City undoubtedly holds a wealth of information about happenings within the city itself. Compared to killing them all, young master, you can first obtain more information from them. If we can gather more information about South Face City, we can enter the city and portray ourselves as a faction expanding from the surrounding areas. Knowing the secrets of South Face City will also facilitate our communication with the local factions within the city. Otherwise, if the local factions in South Face City are not sure of our identities, they're unlikely to feel comfortable engaging in communication or cooperation with us." During Lin Yuan's time in north of the Lonely River, apart from strengthening Blackie, the sky-questioning flaming heart mushroom, and purple afterglow, he had also nurtured the ancestral contract Brahma snake. Under Lin Yuan's nurturing, the ancestral contract Brahma snake had also successfully stepped into the Holy Spirit level. Even if the ancestral contract Brahma snake was still at the World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, its abilities alone could influence this star pirate group alliance formed by snake species feys. Lin Yuan had never used the ancestral contract Brahma snake in battle before. During this period, the ancestral contract Brahma snake had been transforming those star pirates into sub-snakes before devouring them as its nutrients. The ancestral contract Brahma snake harbored some resentment in its heart for continuously consuming these sub-snakes that had their bloodline forcefully transformed without having the opportunity to consume the outstanding snake-type bloodlines. In Lin Yuan's care, the ancestral contract Brahma snake behaved like a pampered noble who was unable to suffer any grievances. Especially in the Scarlet Territory, the ancestral contract Brahma snake had taken a fancy to the vine snake and ancient water python experts. However, because these two species were related to the Bloodlines and were partners of the Bloodlines, and there was a faction behind the ancient water pythons that was eyeing the Bloodlines covetously. Lin Yuan would not share the vine snake and ancient water python experts with the ancestral contract Brahma snake as food. Now, with over 400 members in this star pirate group alliance, all possessing snake species bloodlines, they could conveniently serve as sustenance for the ancestral contract Brahma snake. Apart from eating them, the ancestral contract Brahma snake could also control these snake species feys from their bodies to their minds, souls, and bloodlines through snake eyes. There was no need to even interrogate these snake species feys that had joined forces with the star pirates. With the ancestral contract Brahma snake's ability to control snake species feys, this star pirate group alliance would tell Lin Yuan all the information they had. Lin Yuan did not waste his breath on these star pirates. These star pirates treated Lin Yuan and the others as prey and were preparing to attack Lin Yuan, but then the situation suddenly took a surprising turn. The identities of prey and hunters were swapped in an instant, not giving the members of the star pirate group alliance a chance. Lin Yuan summoned the ancestral contract Brahma snake that was less than half a meter long. Seeing that there were so many outstanding snake species feys, the ancestral contract Brahma snake let out a happy roar. It immediately used its snake eye ability, and began to control the members of the Star Pirate Group Alliance one by one. During this process, Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate the ancestral contract Brahma snake. Fey name, ancestral contract Brahma snake. Fey species, snake pupil/illusion snake. Fey grade, World Emperor, 10/10. Fey type, soul. Fey quality, Holy Spirit. Divine Kingdom grade, medium. Abilities. Snake eyes, controls other snake species feys through its eyes. When its soul energy is enough to suppress other snake species feys, it can induce them to contract or sacrifice it. Contract allows control over the snake-type life forms. As long as the targeted snake-type life form's spiritual power does not exceed its own, it will not escape its control. When sacrificing the targeted snake-type life forms, it can obtain the energy from its body and use its flesh to strengthen its own physical fitness. Snake coiling defense, coiled its body together, allowing the entire snake body to become one. When it is attacked, it can shrink its body and increase its defense to the greatest extent. Soul forging armor, when the soul energy is combined with the snake species phase bloodline, it will form an armor that interweaves with the bloodline on the surface of the body. Not only can it resist physical attacks, but it also has a certain resistance to elemental damage. Life-prolonging shedding, under the circumstances of using the snake coiling defense, if the target pierces through the defense and poses a threat to its life, it will instinctively undergo a snake shedding to avoid fatal damage. Each snake shedding weakens the body and diminishes a certain amount of soul strength. Swift snake shadow, increases the snake species phase under its control, allowing them to react and attack more quickly. Violent venom burst, activate the snake venom in the target's body, causing the slow-acting snake venom to instantly activate its poison effect and cause timely damage to the target. The poison damage to the target will be converted into healing energy to heal the army of snakes. Snake devouring rampage, the snake-type phase under its control will devour each other and increase the strength of the main body in a superimposed manner. It will also cause the devouring main body to enter a berserk state and sacrifice itself to attack the enemy. At the end of its life, its body will explode, and the damage will be equivalent to its full strength attack at its peak. Fearless snake heart, all the targets in the snake group will be fearless. The snake heart is as tough as iron and has a certain chance of being immune to mental, soul, and mind abilities. When facing a powerful enemy, even if the enemy uses bloodline deterrence, it can still reveal 100% of its strength. Snake Swarm Soul Lock. In battle, the Brahma Flower Jade Blood Snake transfers its soul into the body of one or several snake-type creatures it controls. When these snake-type life forms stare at the target, if the target's soul is stronger than their own, they can interfere with the target's soul and restrict the target's movements. If the target's soul is weaker than theirs, they will directly freeze the target's soul and put the target in a state of suspended animation. Locking the soul consumes a lot of their soul energy. Every time they use it, their soul will be in a weakened state for a period of time. Soul Box of the Ancestral Snake. Use its soul energy to weave the soul box and separate a portion of its soul to place in the soul box. When the enemy attacks and causes its own death, the silent soul in the soul box will revive and develop into a new individual. Exclusive skill. 6 Flowers Curse. Through the 6 Flowers Curse in the eye, whenever the target's body is invaded by poison related to the target, a snake flower will grow from the wound. When the number of snake flowers reaches 6, the target's bloodline will be forcefully changed, turning the target into a sub-snake. Control Strengthening. When contracting a snake species fey, the contract will be bound to the target's soul. Once bound to the target's soul, if the contract is shaken by external influences, the contract will spontaneously sacrifice the target to prevent it from breaking free from its control. Brahma Snake Totem. Transform the totem into a copy on the contractor's body. The contractor will share the worship of the snake creatures. It can perfectly control the snake creatures it controls and obtain the faith power of these snake creatures. Totem Snake Transformation. Every time a snake-type life form undergoes a metamorphosis, a portion of the snake-type life form's subsequent metamorphosis potential will be transferred to the contractor, helping the contractor's physique and bloodline to undergo a metamorphosis. Banner Snake Enlightenment. Specify a snake-type life form that you control and turn this snake-type life form into a snake-type banner. The snake-type banner will be enhanced by the snake-type life forms in the range. It will increase the attack defense speed, energy recovery, and some unique abilities of the snake-type life form. Moreover, the snake-type banner will absorb the vitality of the dead and injured creatures in the range and then heal the snake-type life forms. Poisonous Wave. When the target has more than 3 types of snake venom, ignore the target's resistance to poison and directly detonate the effect of the snake venom, disintegrating the target's body. Divine Kingdom Abilities. Snake House Spirit Tamer. When the snake-type life form it controls reaches a certain level of strength, a snake spirit fruit will condense in the soul of the snake-type life form it controls. The snake-type life form that condenses the snake spirit fruit can contract and control other snake-type life forms, causing both sides to become symbiotic. Toxin Spirit Control. The more toxins a snake species fey contains, the stronger its defense. The units that condense the snake spirit fruit can increase its defense in terms of mind, spirit, and soul. At the same time, it can enhance its poison-related abilities and increase the durability and lethality of the snake species fey's toxin. Chapter 3098. The Livid Xia Lin. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the Divine Kingdom ability Toxin Spirit Control that the ancestral contract Brahma Snake had obtained after reaching the Holy Spirit level. Toxin Spirit Control could be regarded as a defense type and amplification type Divine Kingdom ability. Apart from snake coiling defense and soul forging armor, the ancestral contract Brahma Snake's current defensive abilities were only life-prolonging shedding and soul box of the ancestral snake. No matter how strong the snakes controlled by the ancestral contract Brahma Snake were, it was the core of the snakes. If the ancestral contract Brahma Snake was in danger, the entire snake group would be destroyed. Among these 4 defensive abilities, life-prolonging shedding could indeed save one's life. But every time it was used, it would cause the ancestral contract Brahma Snake to enter a weakened state. Soul Box of the ancestral snake could be said to be the strongest life-saving ability. It allowed the ancestral contract Brahma Snake to revive even if it died in battle. However, the price of using Soul Box of the ancestral snake was too high. Every time he used it, it would consume all the accumulation of the ancestral contract Brahma Snake. In terms of combat, the ancestral contract Brahma Snake relied on the snakes it controlled. Its methods were enough. Compared to fighting techniques, Lin Yuan hoped that the ancestral contract Brahma Snake could obtain defensive techniques. Relying on the toxins controlled by the snakes and the condensed spirit snake fruits to strengthen the defense of its body, mind, spirit, and soul was equivalent to an unlimited strengthening of its body. There were many types of snake creatures in the sky beyond the clouds and the toxins contained in each snake creature were different. Even if the same snake creature lived in the same area, there would be varying degrees of difference after a long period of evolution. After controlling all the snake creatures in the star pirate groups, the defense of the ancestral contract Brahma Snake would increase by at least 3 times. As the ancestral contract Brahma snake controlled more and more snake-type creatures through its ability, creatures of the same grade and level would probably find it difficult to break through its defense even if they caught the ancestral contract Brahma snake when it was hidden among the snakes. Apart from increasing defense, it could also enhance its poison-related abilities. The ancestral contract Brahma snake's poison-related abilities were Violent Venom Burst and its exclusive skill was Poisonous Waves. This could be considered the best way for creatures with poison. Moreover, Violent Venom Burst also had a certain healing ability. It could heal snake creatures that were injured in the snake group by exploding the poison in the target's body for a moment. Moreover, Toxin Spirit Control increased the durability and lethality of poison, targeting the entire snake group. Through the ancestral contract Brahma snake, Lin Yuan had a clear understanding of the importance of bloodlines. Apart from Lin Yuan's meticulous nurturing, the ancestral contract Brahma snake's strength was mostly due to its supreme snake species Fey bloodline. Under the effect of Snake Eye, the snake creatures that were being controlled by the ancestral contract Brahma snake would be controlled one after another. The ancestral contract Brahma snake would choose the snake-type creatures it liked to control first. Apart from strength, what the ancestral contract Brahma snake saw was bloodline. It was not that the members of this joint star pirate group had never thought of resisting. As a Holy Spirit snake-type life form, the ancestral contract Brahma snake was not strong enough to restrict the movements of all the members of this joint star pirate group. The Snake Eyes controlled snake-type creatures one after another. The reason these star pirates were obediently under the control of the ancestral contract Brahma snake was that when Lin Yuan summoned the ancestral contract Brahma snake, Autumn had already taken the initiative to use his aura to control all the members of this joint star pirate group. It did not take long for this alliance of hundreds of star pirates to be completely controlled. The ancestral contract Brahma snake let out a satisfied sigh and said, "Father, it's been a long time since I obtained so much outstanding blood food. I'll eat some of those with mediocre aptitudes as food to improve myself. I'll keep those with the potential for targeted training. These few fellows whose strength has reached the Holy Spirit level can directly condense snake spirit fruits for me." Lin Yuan smiled when he saw the ancestral contract Brahma snake's satisfied expression. Then, he said seriously, "If you control all the members of this joint star pirate gang, you will be able to clearly understand the secrets of these star pirate gang members. Sort out the information they know about South Face City and explain the situation to Genius." Lin Yuan summoned Genius and hugged it. When the ancestral contract Brahma snake heard Lin Yuan's command, it immediately began to move. Soon, Lin Yuan learned about the situation in South Face City from Genius' exclusive skill, Connected Tales. Lin Yuan also asked Genius to inform Spring, Autumn, and Winter. "Young Master, I didn't expect this joint star pirate group to be personally controlled by South Face City's city lord, Xia Lin. Furthermore, the number of star pirates under Xia Lin's control exceeds 50. These years, relying on these joint star pirates to plunder everywhere in South Face City is enough to maintain the expenses of the city lord's mansion." Xia Lin also nurtured mercenary forces in South Face City and led the establishment of a mercenary hiring center. Merchant groups that hired mercenaries in the mercenary hiring center would be able to avoid the pursuit of star pirates. Those forces that did not go to the mercenary hiring center to seek protection from mercenaries would not only be robbed of their resources, but they would also suffer heavy casualties. This caused many chambers of commerce to flee from South Face City. Those chambers of commerce that did not flee South Face City were accepted their fate of hiring mercenaries to protect their safety. Xia Lin had earned all the resources inside and out. It would be fine if it was just a straightforward plan. But the key was that even if they hired mercenaries, they could not guarantee their safety. If the value of the resources transported was too high and the mercenaries found out, they would become coordinates to attract the star pirates to plunder. Lin Yuan sighed. It was indeed a little difficult to manage and develop forces in a chaotic place like South Face City. It was also because a large city like South Face City, which was at the intersection of the North and South universes, often had a large number of people constantly replenishing the forces in the city. If it was another city lord obtained resources in this way, this city would probably have long been exhausted. As the factions continued to move, the city would have become poorer and poorer. As soon as Spring finished speaking, Winter could not help but say, "This city lord of South Face City is either very strong or possesses extraordinary means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. I don't recommend contacting the city lord of South Face City now. It's easy to cause trouble if we interact with him. Maybe he'll use our interaction to target us instead. This kind of trick makes everyone his prey. Zhao Chen's faction has a rather high status in South Face City. He must be familiar with the city lord of South Face City. Just ask Zhao Chen if there's any information. Lin Yuan shook his head with a cold expression. As long as we want to move in South Face City, we can't avoid the eyes of the city lord unless we hide and don't make any big moves. Therefore, we still have to make contact with the city lord of South Face City. I hope he doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Otherwise, we'll teach the city lord of South Face City an unforgettable lesson and let him know that not just anyone can be provoked. If not for the fact that this top-notch blessed land is about to be opened and I don't want to complicate matters, I would have wanted to deal with the city lord of South Face City. Autumn laughed when he heard Lin Yuan's words. Winter, you're just worried too much. How much trouble can a mere city lord of South Face City cause? It's beneficial for us to know that the city lord manor is monopolizing all the local forces in South Face City so that we don't have to trouble ourselves to come into contact with the other local forces in South Face City. I need to stay by young master's side. Only the two of you can really move. Rather than setting up a big stall, it's better to spend all your strength and effort on the most important goal. Even if we really get rid of this city lord of South Face City, it won't affect our goal. Autumn had never been like spring and winter who liked to consider the consequences. Most of the time, as long as one's fist was big enough, there was no need to worry too much about the consequences. Spring and winter both knew that Autumn's personality was flawed, so it was more suitable for him to stay by Lin Yuan's side and be responsible for protecting him. Spring and winter, since you already have a goal and plan, why don't the two of you take action now? These joint star pirate groups have ways to communicate with each other. Autumn and I can eliminate the other 40 or so joint star pirate groups outside the city in the next few days. The city lord of South Face City would never have thought that someone would dare to attack his star pirates. It's easier to facilitate your cooperation with him by weakening his strength at such a time. From the information we just received, we can confirm that most of the star pirates are snake-type life forms. There aren't many opportunities for the ancestral contract Brahma snake to obtain resources like now. If it encounters them, it will definitely cherish them. It will also prevent these star pirates from harming others. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, Spring and Winter signaled to Autumn with their eyes that he must take good care of Lin Yuan and protect him. He must not let anything happen to him. Then, the two of them set off for South Face City. Autumn accompanied Lin Yuan to deal with the joint star pirates who were wreaking havoc everywhere. In less than 3 days, more than 30 joint star pirates were annihilated by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not pity these star pirates who were plundering and hunting everywhere. When Lin Yuan found these star pirates, several of them were plundering caravans. Lin Yuan felt helpless and could not bear to see this. These factions that were making a living in South Face City were really living a little too hard. These chambers of commerce definitely did not know the reason why there were frequent casualties when they sent out caravans. If they did not have enough strength in the sky beyond the clouds, this would be the result. There was no such thing as luck. According to Lin Yuan's information, South Face City was a large-scale meat grinder. Many factions that had no choice but to move to South Face City for various reasons had died out in the past hundreds of years. A few hundred years was a long time in the main world, but a few hundred years in the sky beyond the clouds was just a blink of an eye. Most of these forces that were forced to settle in South Face City were bullied by other factions and were forced to hide. Otherwise, if there was no reason, which faction would be willing to leave their hometown? Unfortunately, these factions were not treated well in South Face City. While Lin Yuan was dealing with these joint star pirates, South Face City's city lord, Xia Lin, already knew that the joint star pirate groups under his command had been obstructed. This was because the leaders of these star pirates would report their gains to Xia Lin every 2 days, rain or shine. These joint star pirate groups were controlled by Xia Lin in a special way. Every few days, they would get a potion from Xia Lin. If nothing happened to the captains of these star pirate groups, there was no way they would not be in danger. Xia Lin was determined to have the unaffected star pirate groups investigate the matter immediately. However, he soon lost contact with the pirate groups he had previously been able to reach. This was a critical moment for Xia Lin, as the members of these star pirate groups were closely tied to his own power base. In a fit of anger, Xia Lin killed the adjutant standing beside him. Damn it! Who's causing trouble in my territory? With the opening of the top-grade blessed land, various factions had gathered in South Face City. Xia Lin had specifically instructed the joint star pirate groups to avoid provoking powerful factions and to target only the weaker ones. These factions saw the top-grade blessed land as a significant resource and hoped to capitalize on it. This strategy allowed Xia Lin to capture numerous victims. Initially, Lin considered recalling these joint star pirate groups at a crucial moment. However, he ultimately decided against it, as he did not want to forego the potential prey. The loss of these 50 star pirate groups was substantial, even for Lin, making it difficult for him to bear. More importantly, Lin did not know which faction was responsible. It was clear that this force was specifically targeting the joint star pirate groups. These groups had limited resources, and since the members were snake species feys, most of them venomous, defeating them would not typically lead to an attack on the factions. Lin had placed 3 Holy Spirit experts in each joint star pirate group. It was evident to him that the destruction of these 50 groups was a deliberate act by a force aiming to undermine him at this critical moment. When asked how many factions in South Face City held grudges against him, Lin could only admit that there were countless. The sheer number of factions with grievances against him made it challenging for Lin to pinpoint the one targeting him. Many factions had intended to visit City Lord Lin upon arriving in South Face City. Initially, Lin had no plans to engage with these factions. However, with the disappearance of the 50 star pirate groups and the 150 Holy Spirit experts, he found himself with no choice but to reconsider. Chapter 3099. A chessboard opens. Lin started to contact those factions that came to visit him, wondering if he could rope them in. Then, these factions who had rushed over from other places and did not know each other well would form an alliance with him as the core. His family members would have to wait for a while before arriving. Even if they arrived, they would not reveal their relationship to the outside world. Before this, he could build a cannon fodder army for his family to explore this top-grade blessed land. It would be best if there were some powerful experts in this cannon fodder army. Otherwise, Lin would not be able to explain such losses to his family. Previously, although Lin did not think much of those forces that took the initiative to visit him, he still had people register these factions. Lin started to contact the factions on the list one by one. After knowing Lin's purpose, some factions directly rejected Lin's invitation, saying that they had no intention of forming an alliance to act together with Lin. However, there were still some forces who felt that Lin, the city lord of South Face City, not only understood the situation in South Face City, but also had an extraordinary prestige there. Compared to the resources produced in a top-grade blessed lands, it was better to accept the recruitment of the city lord of South Face City. When Lin recruited more and more factions, the alliance became stronger and stronger. Not only did the safety factor increase greatly, but there was also a chance to get a share of the resources in the top-grade blessed land. Spring and Winter came into contact with Lin. Spring displayed the battle prowess of pinnacle Holy Spirit level. On the other hand, the combat strength Winter displayed had surpassed the Holy Spirit level and reached a level above it. Spring and Winter were both solo experts with no one following them. Lin's goal was to build a cannon fodder army. He did not think highly of these solo powerhouses. Although these solo experts were alone, they were often used to being free. Lin acted indifferently towards Spring and did not try his best to persuade Spring to join this alliance. However, his attitude toward Winter and Spring were worlds apart. After confirming that Winter's strength had surpassed the Holy Spirit level, Lin not only personally received Winter but also treated him as a distinguished guest. Just like the gap between the Divine Kingdom level and the Holy Spirit level, there was also a gap between the Holy Spirit level and the level above it. Moreover, it was even more difficult to break through this hurdle. Lin's attitude toward Winter was not fake at all. When he met a powerhouse above the Holy Spirit level, Lin really wanted to recruit Winter. However, Lin did not know Winter's background, so he could not invite him. Winter agreed to join the alliance formed by Lin, which made Lin very excited. Winter had completely integrated into Lin's side, immediately getting information from Lin. Lin did not think there was anything wrong with that. It was very normal for a few lone travelers who had rushed over from outside to understand the information about South Face City and that top-grade blessed land. In order to successfully win Winter over, Lin very generously shared a lot of information with him. Winter told Lin Yuan the information he had obtained from Lin through the Thoughts letter paper. There were many pieces of information that Winter was suspicious of. When he told Lin Yuan, he had specially labeled these pieces of information. Lin Yuan's understanding of the situation in South Face City became clearer. There was a lot of information that Lin Yuan could verify easily. He only needed to wait for Zhao Chen to arrive and ask him. No matter what, Zhao Chen would not lie to him. Even if he lied to him, he probably would not go against Lin's account. This was unless Zhao Chen's faction was also deceived by Xia Lin. Lin Yuan, who had already entered South Face City, could not help but think, as more and more people gather in the city, at least half of the people in South Face City will disappear before that top-grade blessed land opens. Lin Yuan was sure that not only could he see this, but the other factions that came and went from South Face City were also clear about it. However, no matter how much risk there was, it was difficult to stop those forces from coming here. It was very normal for the major factions of the sky beyond the clouds to risk their lives just for a small opportunity. Qin Yu, who was in the Scarlet Territory, had contacted Lin Yuan not long ago and told him about this top-grade blessed land that was about to be opened in South Face City. Qin Yu had the intention to bring people to South Face City to fight for an opportunity to obtain benefits. After knowing that Lin Yuan had already gone to South Face City to fight for this top-grade blessed land, Qin Yu gave up on the idea of going there. The Scarlet Territory was extremely far from South Face City. Recently, the factions in the Scarlet Territory had been constantly reorganizing and basically did not communicate with the outside world. However, the bloodlines in the Scarlet Territory had received news of the opening of this top-grade paradise. Diverse City was indeed not close to South Face City. Yet, Zhao Chen had obtained the information through his family that had taken root at the intersection of the North and South universes. Lin Yuan asked Qin Yu in detail how she knew the information. Qin Yu said that the ancient water pythons had taken the initiative to send the information over. The bloodlines did not have the means to receive this information. The bloodline of pythons and snakes was extremely similar. For example, the ancestral contract Brahma snake could control most python-type creatures with snake eye. Lin Yuan could not help but think of the joint 50-star pirates formed by South Face City's city lord. The power behind the ancient water pythons could not be related to the power behind Xia Lin, right? However, the ancient water pythons were probably unaware of such a huge change in the bloodlines. This was because the bloodline queen who was on good terms with the ancient water pythons had already been dealt with. There was no chance to send a message to the ancient water pythons. The ancient water pythons sold to the bloodlines, and under such circumstances, they chose to cooperate with the bloodlines with great fanfare. Rather than saying that they were cooperating, it would be more accurate to say that the ancient water pythons wanted to inform the bloodlines so that they could set off for South Face City. Lin Yuan had two guesses. If the faction behind the ancient water pythons was related to the faction behind Xia Lin, the ancient water pythons hoped that more factions would gather in South Face City when they spread the news, causing the waters in South Face City to become muddier and muddier. However, this way, more and more powerful factions would gather, and it would be even harder to obtain resources from this top-grade blessed land. If that was the case, the hands that pushed the various factions to head to South Face City must not only be after this top-grade blessed land itself. Spring had already investigated the energy fluctuations coming from the island 2,000 kilometers west of South Face City. It was indeed the energy fluctuations of a top-grade blessed land before it was about to open. Therefore, the opening of this top-grade blessed land was not a scam. Another conjecture was that the ancient water pythons had received the news and wanted to use it to take away a portion of the bloodlines' power before attacking the Scarlet Territory. Previously, Lin Yuan had left the Scarlet Territory's matters to Autumn to help the bloodlines deal with the trouble. After telling Autumn about this, Lin Yuan had not asked about it. Autumn, have you investigated the forces behind the ancient water pythons? Autumn shook his head gently when he heard Lin Yuan's question. Young master, the ancient water pythons are just a small fry. I dug out the faction behind them and it's the falling water vipers. However, the factions behind the falling water vipers are intertwined. There are as many as 5 factions. Moreover, there are other factions behind these 5 factions. After discovering this, I did not alert the enemy. Instead, I thought that the power behind falling water vipers would appear sooner or later. I left an autumn leaf clone in the Scarlet Territory. This autumn leaf clone can support the bloodlines in terms of martial force and help them solve their problems. Judging from the number of factions gathered in South Face City, young master, there are too many of them. Moreover, these factions are still increasing. When the Palace Master of Fortune Treasure Palace, Ling Mushuo, arrives here, he should give you an answer. Following the factions behind Zhao Chen in such a complicated situation can't help us much. Fortune Treasure Palace is more suitable than Zhao Chen. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before rejecting Autumn's suggestion. Even if he did not join Fortune Treasure Palace, Ling Mushuo would definitely tell him if he wanted to know. It was not a good thing to be too high profile when so many factions were gathered. As the saying went, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. If he was too high profile, he would easily become the target of other factions and the target of many factions. Observing the situation on Zhao Chen's side and interacting with the factions around him was the best choice now. In a situation where he did not know how to act, he could only respond to the changes with inaction. Zhao Chen contacted Lin Yuan as soon as he arrived in South Face City. Zhao Chen said in a heavy tone, "Brother Lin, I received news from my family that the situation in South Face City is not right. Do you still want to participate in the fight for this top-grade blessed land?" After the family's evaluation, they felt that the risk factor was too high. They even had the intention to terminate the operation. "I heard from father that the family has already moved 2 of the direct bloodlines out of the range of South Face City." Zhao Chen felt very upset when he said this. It was not easy for him to obtain high-quality resources from his family. Yet, these resources had changed in his hands. The family's evaluation of the risk was too high. They even transferred 2 of the direct bloodlines away. This had never happened before. Could it be that the family was afraid of being destroyed and was deliberately preserving their bloodline? If that was the case, it would be equivalent to being abandoned by his family. Zhao Chen genuinely wanted to befriend Lin Yuan. In Zhao Chen's eyes, Lin Yuan was warm and charitable. After promising him grade 5 creator resources, he immediately sent an intermediate grade 5 creator over without any hesitation. Lin Yuan had generously provided him with resources that his family had never provided him with before. Zhao Chen was afraid that Lin Yuan would suffer too many losses in this operation and sever ties with him or even become his enemy. Hence, Zhao Chen informed Lin Yuan of the situation as soon as they met, and Lin Yuan made his own decision. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Zhao Chen would not have directly revealed his family's arrangements. Lin Yuan smiled when he heard Zhao Chen's words. Since Zhao Chen could say such things to him, it meant that Zhao Chen really treated him as a friend. "Brother Zhao, you're right. The situation in South Face City is indeed abnormal. I originally thought that the news of the opening of this top-grade blessed land was protected by the local factions in South Face City to prevent other factions from fighting over it. I didn't expect this news to spread like wildfire. Many factions have already received the news and are rushing towards South Face City. Brother Zhao, which faction do you think spread the news?" Zhao Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Yuan did not blame him for the change in the situation in South Face City. However, Zhao Chen laughed bitterly. "I've always been developing in diverse city. In the past tens of thousands of years, I've rarely returned to my family. I don't know much about the situation in South Face City. The people I brought this time are all my trusted aides who have always been in diverse city with me. Brother Lin, you've asked the wrong person. If you want to know the situation, I can contact my friends who have always been in South Face City and obtain information from them. At that time, no matter what they say, we can judge for ourselves whether they believe us or not." Lin Yuan nodded. "Brother Zhao, I don't have any channels to obtain information in South Face City. I'll have to trouble you to do this. I think it's very necessary for us to understand more information about South Face City so that we can make a decision later." Lin Yuan actually had his own channels to obtain information in South Face City. Winter had taken root in the city lord manor of South Face City. With Winter's intention, his relationship with Xiaolin quickly warmed up. Xiaolin had already begun to have the intention of trying to recruit Winter. As for Spring, she joined an alliance of factions as a pinnacle Holy Spirit expert. There were many people in this alliance. Although the strength of each faction was not too strong and some factions only had experts at beginner Holy Spirit level, there were enough factions in this alliance, including the local factions in South Face City. This allowed Spring to receive all kinds of real and fake information every day. Many of the messages were conflicting, so it was difficult to tell if they were real or fake. After sorting out the information, Spring told Lin Yuan that it was very important to grasp the information at this time. Lin Yuan received multiple information for comparison, which was beneficial for making the right choice. The various factions in South Face City were inevitably nervous in the chaos. However, Lin Yuan did not feel nervous because he was sure that Spring, Autumn and Winter would definitely be able to protect him. The reason he was acting a little timid now was that he did not want to become the target of public criticism before the Blessed Land opened. Zhao Chen had already told Lin Yuan about the situation in South Face City. Zhao Chen did not expect Lin Yuan to not change his mind even after knowing the situation in South Face City. Lin Yuan had asked for 4 spots, which meant that apart from Lin Yuan, there were very likely only 3 people following him. Chapter 3100. Lin Yuan's Trade Fair. Lin Yuan, this little fellow who had only lived for a few decades, did not have any strength to speak of. Zhao Chen did not understand how confident Lin Yuan was to be sure that the 3 people he had brought with him could fight for this top-grade blessed land while protecting him. The faction behind Zhao Chen was powerful enough. Moreover, many of the people Zhao Chen had hired had grown up with him. If Zhao Chen asked these people for resources or asked them to send people to help him, these people would more or less hesitate. If it was just asking these people for information, these people had no reason to reject Zhao Chen. Brother Lin, then I'll find my friends in South Face City and ask them for information. Brother Lin, do you know what you are going to say to them? If you're willing to interact with them, I'm sure they'll be very happy. Zhao Chen was willing to use his connections because of Lin Yuan's words, but using connections also required a favor. Zhao Chen wanted to introduce Lin Yuan to his friends. Firstly, it was to help Lin Yuan. Secondly, knowing that Lin Yuan had grade 5 creator resources, his friends would thank him and owe him a favor. Lin Yuan knew what Zhao Chen was up to, so he did not reject him. It was a good thing for Lin Yuan to get to know more of South Face City's local faction members. After coming to South Face City, Lin Yuan had kept a low profile because he did not want to complicate matters, but he was not afraid that trouble would take the initiative to find him. With winter around, there was no problem that could not be solved. Lin Yuan did not have Sun Yin by his side or another grade 5 creator available. This did not prevent Lin Yuan from cooperating with the local factions in South Face City. After this storm ended, Lin Yuan could send grade 5 creators over at any time. At the same time, he had a large number of grade 4 creator resources. These grade 4 creator resources could be used at will. Brother Zhao, I'm naturally willing to interact with the friends you introduced to me. Now that the situation in South Face City is changing, we need to have a precise understanding of the situation as soon as possible. So, Brother Zhao, you need to act as soon as possible. Lin Yuan's reply was equivalent to Lin Yuan agreeing to use him to gain favors. However, Zhao Chen became nervous after a few seconds of happiness. Zhao Chen was afraid that Lin Yuan would have a better relationship with the people he introduced to him. If Lin Yuan were to cooperate with others, the value that Lin Yuan could bring to him would be greatly reduced. It had to be known that there was basically no local faction in South Face City that did not trade talents. The outstanding talent resources that he could bring to Lin Yuan could also be brought to Lin Yuan by others, and they could even bring more to Lin Yuan. However, he had already told Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan had agreed. It would not be good for him to go back on his word. Moreover, if Lin Yuan released the news that he had grade 5 creator resources, many factions would be willing to contact him. He could not stop him even if he wanted to. It was already the best choice for Zhao Chen to use this opportunity to earn some favors. Zhao Chen contacted his old friends with mixed feelings. Only when he contacted them did he know that half of his old friends had already left South Face City. This made Zhao Chen realize the danger of South Face City again. Zhao Chen could sense that his old friends in South Face City were more or less flustered. When he said that he wanted to get together, only a few people responded. Most people chose to reject him. However, when Zhao Chen said that he wanted to introduce Lin Yuan, who had grade 5 creator resources, the few old friends who had already declined changed the topic and expressed that they could gather at any time. Their attitudes toward Zhao Chen were much more enthusiastic than before. This made Zhao Chen speechless. The relationship between these old friends and him was simply too fake. Those who rejected him had completely disregarded their childhood friendship. However, this was normal. All these years, he had not been developing in South Face City. To his old friends, he had already become a so-called useless person. On the contrary, because of Lin Yuan, his cold old friends had chosen to curry favor with him again. Zhao Chen did his best to gather everyone he could and arranged to meet at Water Pavilion. The Water Pavilion was the Zhao family's business in South Face City. It was more convenient to meet old friends in their own business and it was also safer. Since Lin Yuan had asked him to set up a trap, Zhao Chen did not want any accidents to make Lin Yuan question his ability. Zhao Chen and Lin Yuan had been waiting in Water Pavilion for a long time. Zhao Chen had thought that his old friends would be very slow. After all, there were too many things to do in South Face City. Most of the people who stayed in South Face City had to fight for the resources produced in this top-grade blessed land. Zhao Chen originally thought that it would be good enough if these people could reach the Water Pavilion in 2 days. But he did not expect them to reach the Water Pavilion in less than half a day. Zhao Chen did not think that he had such face. These people had gathered at the Water Pavilion so quickly because of Lin Yuan, who had grade 5 creator resources. Brother Lin, try the special delicacies of South Face City here first. I'll go see them first. I'll explain the situation to them first. It won't be good if I contradict you when I see you later. Most of them are here for the grade 5 creator resources you have. I won't let them negotiate with you as soon as they're here. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and replied, since these people are all your friends and have been gathered by you, there's nothing wrong with giving them some practical benefits right off the bat. This way, after I get the information I want to know, I can make the decision to hold a trade fair. At this trade fair, I'll take out spirit chi crystals with a higher concentration of spirit chi than before to exchange for others' resources. These spirit chi crystals are all equivalent to pinnacle grade 4 creators. If everyone wants to obtain creator resources, they can take out more resources on hand. This will also increase everyone's cohesion. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Brother Zhao to host this trade fair. Zhao Chen was pleasantly surprised when he heard Lin Yuan's words. Zhao Chen did not expect Lin Yuan to say this. Lin Yuan's actions were equivalent to revealing the resources in his hands. Although Lin Yuan did not take out grade 5 creator resources, pinnacle grade 4 creator resources would still cause people to fight over them. The resources of a pinnacle grade 4 creator were completely different from those of an ordinary grade 4 creator. More importantly, Lin Yuan had allowed him to oversee this matter, which directly increased his importance in the eyes of others. It also showed the closeness of his relationship with Lin Yuan. It seemed that he had a rather high status in Lin Yuan's heart. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have given him such an important task. Brother Lin, I'll get them to prepare more supplies later. Leave this trade fair to me. I can guarantee that nothing will go wrong. At that time, I'll help you check the price of the materials they take out according to the market price in South Face City. I definitely won't let you suffer at this trade fair. In Zhao Chen's heart, Lin Yuan had roped in these people to win their hearts and facilitate future operations. However, Lin Yuan did not think so. Instead, he hoped to use this opportunity to obtain more resources for himself. It would be best if he could bring in a batch of high-end talents for Sky City. Winter told Lin Yuan after Zhao Chen left, young master, you made the right choice to use Zhao Chen's connections to gather these people. However, it's inevitable that some people will pay attention to the gathering of the local factions in South Face City. If the target is too big, he will definitely be targeted. At that time, don't be in a hurry to attack. You can take this opportunity to see the trump cards of these local factions in South Face City. I'll also see if they're willing to contribute to this alliance for the sake of creator resources. If we can expand this alliance before this top-grade blessed land opens, it will be very beneficial for us in fighting for this top-grade blessed land. The opening of top-grade blessed lands is too grand of an affair and there are many entrances. The number of people who can pass through these entrances at once is limited. Without enough manpower, it's very difficult to enter the top-grade blessed land in time. I think Xia Lin won't ignore this alliance formed by the local forces of South Face City. Young master, you'll have the chance to meet Xia Lin personally. If you can get a chance to trade with Xia Lin, you will definitely gain a lot. Xia Lin has nurtured so many joint star pirates. Most of the rare resources near South Face City have been collected by Xia Lin in various ways. I have a feeling that the power behind Xia Lin is definitely at the level of Fortune Treasure Palace, maybe even stronger than Fortune Treasure Palace. Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan did not approve of Xia Lin's actions, but he could not deny that it was cruel in the sky beyond the clouds. Getting in touch with the faction behind Xia Lin would help Lin Yuan understand the sky beyond the clouds better. The factions behind Xia Lin dared to do this, yet Honor Absent Palace had never pursued them. The power behind Xia Lin must also have an extraordinary position in Honor Absent Palace. Looking at these old friends gathered together, Zhao Chen did not feel any sense of closeness because Zhao Chen had just been rejected by these old friends. However, these old friends did not seem to remember what they did. There was no awkwardness on their faces. The woman with red hair, eyebrows, and hair was the first to speak. Zhao Chen, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're really getting more and more popular. You actually have grade 5 creator resources. All of us are here to support you. You must introduce us properly later so that our years of friendship will not be in vain. With that, the woman took out a brocade box and handed it to Zhao Chen. The thing in the brocade box was obviously a gift that this woman had prepared for Zhao Chen. After this woman spoke, most people's expressions turned a little ugly because these people did not prepare gifts for Zhao Chen like this woman did. As for those who prepared the gifts, they handed them to Zhao Chen with warm smiles. A few of them gave Zhao Chen captives they had captured in the southern battlefield. Zhao Chen accepted these gifts happily. He had never received so many gifts from these people since he was born. Zhao Chen did not plan to keep these gifts for himself. When he saw Lin Yuan later, he would give them all to him. This was because Zhao Chen knew very well why these people would give him gifts. Although these gifts would not end up in Zhao Chen's own pocket, Zhao Chen could already feel the feeling of being flattered. We're all friends. There's really no need to be so polite. Young Master Lin wants me to hold a trade fair. This trade fair might be a little special compared to the trade fairs you participated in previously. In the past, you were the ones who went to buy things with money. This time, you will use all kinds of resources to exchange for grade 4 creator resources from young Master Lin. In order not to waste time, you can go back and prepare now. Any kind of resources is fine. As for whether we can negotiate a deal in the end, it depends on whether young Master Lin likes the resources you are offering. I advise you to bring as many high-quality resources as possible. This deal is not for you to take advantage of. With such thoughts, not only will you not get anything but you will also waste such a good opportunity. If you can satisfy young Master Lin this time, there might be a chance to continue trading in the future. Everyone was from a powerful faction and was a direct descendant of their family. They hated Zhao Chen's behavior of using his words to intimidate others. However, Zhao Chen's words moved everyone present. Was there such a good opportunity to exchange for grade 4 creator resources? It had to be known that converting various resources into grade 4 creator resources usually required begging those grade 4 creators for help. All the members present had access to grade 4 creators. At the level of grade 4 creators, they had such an advanced status. Very few people would really invest their time in the production of resources. Compared to producing a large amount of supplies, these grade 4 creators were more willing to enjoy life in various ways. This was also the main reason the major factions had more than one grade 4 creator, but creator resources were still so expensive. The red-haired woman who had given the gift to Zhao Chen first asked with a gentle smile, "Brother Zhao, there are a lot of grade 4 creator resources. What kind of grade 4 creator resources does young Master Lin intend to trade? If it's those potions that target the evolution of the bloodline of special species, although they're precious, they're not very useful to us. Even though we can sell it to others in the future, there will always be another layer of trouble. Tell us the details of the grade 4 creator resources that young Master Lin will use to trade for supplies. It will be easier for us to obtain resources from the family." Chapter 3101. The Zhao family's chance. We're not like you, who manages a huge city outside and has a rich family background. The resources we have are basically used to increase our strength. We have very little in stock. This red-haired woman's words were not only to flatter Zhao Chen but also to ask him a question. Zhao Chen had been waiting for someone to ask him this question. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously and said loudly, "The trade fair organized by young Master Lin is naturally very generous. All the resources that we'll use to trade are crystallized pure spirit qi. The trade fair organized by young Master Lin is naturally very generous. All the resources used to trade are crystallized pure spirit qi." Zhao Chen's words caused an uproar among the members of the local forces in South Face City. What? He would be using crystallized pure spirit qi to exchange for resources? Pure spirit qi could be said to be the most representative material among the creator resources at all levels. Most of the time, it could be used as currency. Who was this young Master Lin that Zhao Chen was talking about? He actually gave such a benefit in order to gather people. This young Master Lin was definitely not someone from South Face City. Creators rarely came to places like South Face City where danger lurked everywhere. This made the resources from high-grade creators in South Face City even harder to obtain. Since they had organized this trade fair with such a huge commotion, they should not end the trade fair with just a few items. The faction behind the person who could take out so many resources must be extremely terrifying. Contact with such a person was both an opportunity and a risk. However, no one would not fight for the opportunity in front of them. They began to contact their families. After reporting the situation to their families, they would prepare the supplies. The families behind these people who had taken root in South Face City also went crazy because of this. They began to prepare numerous resources that were qualified to exchange for grade 4 creation resources. They wanted to use this transaction to find out the background of young Master Lin that Zhao Chen had mentioned. Zhao Chen was one of the more outstanding direct descendants of the Zhao family. Zhao Chen was in charge of hosting this trade fair, so he probably would not let it end badly. By relying on the transaction volume of this young Master Lin, they could find out the background of the faction behind young Master Lin. Zhao Chen was indeed an extremely smart person. If he had not traded with Lin Yuan many times, he would have known how many resources Lin Yuan had. If someone else had asked Zhao Chen for help, he would have rejected them without hesitation. By helping Lin Yuan host this trade fair, Zhao Chen was essentially helping Lin Yuan as a guarantor. This incident also alarmed the faction behind Zhao Chen. Many elders in the family used communication tools to contact Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen enjoyed the feeling of being valued and watched by his family. This was a feeling that Zhao Chen rarely had the chance to experience before. However, ever since he had interacted with Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen had been able to sense this feeling frequently. The person who was closest to Zhao Chen in the family was the fourth elder. Zhao Chen said in an extremely serious tone as he listened to fourth elder's questioning of him, "Fourth uncle, you know my personality. Since I've accepted this matter, I've already thought of the consequences. I can vouch for young Master Lin. This is an opportunity for the other factions, as well as for the Zhao family. Fourth uncle, please prepare more resources." When Zhao Wei heard Zhao Chen's words, he did not look surprised, but worried. Zhao Wei had no children and no descendants in the family. Zhao Wei had always been working with Zhao Chen's father, Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi was once a strong competitor for the position of the family leader. Although Zhao Chen's strength was not the strongest among the direct descendants, he was the most scheming and shrewd one. Unfortunately, Zhao Qi had been schemed against for some reason, causing him to lose the ability and opportunity to compete for the position of the Zhao family head. Otherwise, with Zhao Chen's talent, he would definitely have received the most resources from the family. The status of their parents in the family would affect the future of their children. That incident had a huge impact on Zhao Qi, and he still could not get rid of the consequences of it. This also caused Zhao Chen to be ostracized in the family. Zhao Wei's status in the family was already about to surpass Zhao Qi. Zhao Wei and Zhao Qi had racked their brains to plan for Zhao Chen to become the city lord of Diverse City. Both of them had high hopes for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen had indeed lived up to Zhao Qi and Zhao Wei's expectations all these years. Zhao Wei treated Zhao Chen as his son. Zhao Wei knew how critical the situation in South Face City was. Now, it was difficult for the family to even protect themselves. Otherwise, they would not have asked a few direct descendants to retreat from South Face City to preserve their seed. Zhao Chen kept this opportunity to explore top-grade blessed land in his hand. It was a hot potato to begin with. Zhao Wei had always wanted to persuade Zhao Chen to give up and not put himself in danger. However, not only did Zhao Chen not listen, he even wanted to hold a trade fair at this juncture. Zhao Wei was afraid that Zhao Chen would be cheated. Zhao Wei did not believe that someone would use so many grade 4 creation resources to exchange for so many ordinary spiritual ingredients. Zhao Wei did not believe that any faction would disregard the resources of creators like this, even those powerful factions. The stronger the faction, the more manpower it would have, and the greater the demand for resources. Zhao Wei had always been a cautious person. Even though Zhao Qi had lost his power, the main family and the other branches who were competitors with him, had never been able to find fault with him. After thinking about it, Zhao Wei reminded Zhao Chen, "Little Chen, you used to be a reliable person. Why did you do such an outrageous thing at this juncture? Regardless of whether this trade fair is successful or not, you will be noticed by the various factions that have come to South Face City. It's not a good thing for you to be noticed by various factions in this chaotic situation. You've already been the city lord of a super city for so many years. With the lifespan of our species, you can only be considered a young man. But in the end, you've already gained a lot of experience." Zhao Chen heard a few words from Zhao Wei and knew what he was thinking. Zhao Chen knew very well that his uncle had always been cautious. His uncle had always been like this. In Zhao Chen's opinion, this cautious personality could only protect himself. It was very difficult for him to seize opportunities. This was the reason why his uncle was inferior to his father. Zhao Chen also had a cautious side to him. Zhao Chen had always blamed it on being influenced by Zhao Wei. When Zhao Chen was young, he spent much more time with Zhao Wei than he did with his father. However, Zhao Chen had seen the nearly 100 million spirit chi crystals in Lin Yuan's equipment with his own eyes. Lin Yuan's attitude toward the spirit chi crystals during the transaction did not seem to be fake, and he indeed looked down on them. Moreover, Lin Yuan had casually sent an intermediate grade 5 creator to Diverse City to concoct medicine and strengthen his feys. When Zhou Yan came to Wanduan City, Zhao Chen treated her as a VIP. Zhao Chen had practically taken out his most precious resources to entertain Zhou Yan, and he treated her even better than he treated Lin Yuan. Firstly, Zhao Chen had never come into such close contact with an intermediate grade 5 creator and enjoyed the service of a grade 5 creator. The high-grade creator resources in the family were usually given priority to the older generation members. Young people like Zhao Chen did not have many opportunities to obtain grade 5 creator resources. Zhao Chen wanted to curry favor with Zhou Yan because he wanted to form a good relationship with her. Secondly, he wanted to find out more about Lin Yuan through Zhou Yan. Zhao Chen's probing had no malicious intent. Zhou Yan could tell what Zhao Chen was thinking. A sly old fox like Zhou Yan naturally knew what to do when she knew that Lin Yuan intended to form a good relationship with Zhao Chen. Moreover, after witnessing Lin Yuan's strength and Sky City's ability to harvest faith, Zhou Yan felt that the faction behind Lin Yuan must be exceptionally powerful. Zhou Yan did not say much. After proving that Lin Yuan had grade 6 creator resources, Zhao Chen could no longer leave Lin Yuan. Zhao Chen knew that if he did not explain the situation to his uncle, not only would his uncle not prepare the supplies according to his request, but he would also ask him to stop the operation. Zhao Chen explained seriously, "Fourth uncle, you might not know this, but I've already privately traded with young Master Lin for grade 5 creator resources. Young Master Lin didn't just give me ready-made potions. He also sent an intermediate grade 5 creator to serve me. This intermediate grade 5 creator evolved all my contracted Fey bloodlines in one go. I also gave this intermediate grade 5 creator a communication Fey. If you don't believe me, I can contact her anytime. Fourth uncle, with your knowledge, you should be able to imagine what kind of foundation young Master Lin has. Young Master Lin asked me to help organize this trade fair. How can I refuse? Do you think that there's no need for me to befriend young Master Lin?" Zhou Yan had informed Lin Yuan about this as soon as Zhao Chen had sent the message to the Fey. She was afraid that Lin Yuan would think that she had been sent out on a mission and had the idea of colluding with an external faction. What surprised Zhou Yan was that Lin Yuan did not confiscate the communication Fey that Zhao Chen had given her. Instead, he allowed her to decide if she wanted to trade with the faction behind Zhao Chen. Lin Yuan would not interfere too much with this. Lin Yuan's actions made Zhou Yan feel Lin Yuan's respect for her. It also confirmed that joining Sky City was not equivalent to losing her freedom. Lin Yuan had indeed fulfilled the promise he had made to Zhou Yan and the others. This made Zhou Yan full of energy. Especially when Zhou Yan heard that Lin Yuan had sent Si Shui out. Zhou Yan and Si Shui had always been at odds with each other. This was not a secret. Ever since Si Shui and Zhou Yan arrived at Sky City, there had been more than one conflict. Si Shui's departure made Zhou Yan extremely happy. At the same time, it also let Zhou Yan know that if she really did not want to stay in Sky City anymore, Lin Yuan would agree to her request. Furthermore, Zhou Yan learned from Lin Yuan that Lin Yuan did not mistreat Sun Yin because of his initial resistance. On the other hand, Sun Yin had obtained more opportunities than them because of his talent. While envious of Sun Yin, Zhou Yan was more optimistic about her future, as well as her prospects and development in Sky City. When Zhao Wei heard Zhao Chen's words, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Then, his breathing suddenly quickened. Zhao Wei really did not expect Zhao Chen to be so capable. Moreover, he was really calm about such a big matter. If he had not taken the initiative to ask, who knew how long Zhao Chen would have held it in? "I've always believed what you said. If this matter is really as you said, I'll prepare as many resources as possible to exchange for more pinnacle grade 4 creator resources. There's something I haven't told you. I'm afraid you'll be under too much pressure. Big Brother has always been injured because of the previous storm. After the dust settled in the election, the grade 5 creators in the family stopped healing your father because of the new family head. If you have the contact information of that grade 5 creator, you can see if she's willing to treat Big Brother. If this grade 5 creator is willing to help, your father's hidden injuries will be healed." Zhao Chen frowned when he heard this. He could not believe that he did not know about such a big matter. Zhao Chen was not sure if he could invite Zhou Yan. After all, Zhou Yan's attitude towards him was not considered close. After thinking about it, Zhao Chen felt that if he really wanted to ask Zhou Yan for help, he would have to ask Lin Yuan. It was not good to go past Lin Yuan to contact Zhou Yan alone. "Fourth uncle, I'll think of a way to treat my father's internal injuries. However, before that, we have to prepare for this trade fair first. Our uncle, if you have the chance to interact with young Master Lin in the future, you must be extremely polite to him and treat him as a distinguished guest. It's very likely that the faction behind young Master Lin has a grade 6 creator. I've already verified this with that intermediate grade 5 creator. In the future, it's very likely that we can trade for grade 6 creator resources from young Master Lin. Zhao Wei was once again stunned by Zhao Chen's words. What, grade 6 creator resources? If the family knew about this, Zhao Chen's status in the family might even surpass the current patriarch of the Zhao family. It was unknown how much the Zhao family's elders yearned to obtain grade 6 creator resources. If they could obtain grade 6 creator resources, several of the Zhao family's elders would probably be able to improve further. Zhao Wei said, Chen, you have to treat young Master Lin well. This is a good thing. There's no need to hide it. Report to the family in advance so that you can obtain more benefits. I'll tell Big Brother about this. Then, I'll get your father to speak to the family. It's time to get back what Big Brother lost because of the accident all those years ago. Chapter 3102. The astonishment of various factions. Previously, Zhao Wei could not see any hope of revenge. Now, the hope of revenge finally appeared in front of him again. Zhao Chen had only wanted his fourth uncle to prepare more resources to exchange for more creator resources from Lin Yuan, but he did not expect to find out about the family's secrets. This made Zhao Chen even more aware of Lin Yuan's importance. He could no longer leave Lin Yuan's side. Zhao Chen was interacting with Lin Yuan not only for himself but also for his father. Fourth uncle, I know what to do. It's just that the storm in South Face City this time is too big. It keeps giving me an ominous feeling. Since we have to inform the family about this matter, I hope that the family can help us find out more information about South Face City. Although young Master Lin only brought 4 people over this time, I heard from young Master Lin that you have the intention to fight for this top-grade blessed land. If the family can help young Master Lin obtain more information about South Face City, even if we can't make young Master Lin owe us a favor, we can at least prove the value of our Zhao family to young Master Lin. Otherwise, the value of the two sides will not be equal during the interaction. I'm afraid young Master Lin will not be willing to be close to the Zhao family in the future. Zhao Wei naturally knew what a benign deal was like, but Zhao Chen's words made Zhao Wei's paranoia flare up again. The 4 of them wanted to snatch this top-grade blessed land. In Zhao Wei's opinion, it was like a joke. I want to see this young Master Lin you're talking about. When I send you the supplies later, it'll be an opportunity. Arrange for me to meet young Master Lin. If someone else from the Zhao family said that to him, Zhao Chen would definitely be unwilling. He was afraid that someone would steal his channel with Lin Yuan. But now, it was his fourth uncle who was talking to him. Zhao Chen would not reject Zhao Wei's suggestion. Letting Zhao Wei, an elder of the Zhao family, meet Lin Yuan would also show the Zhao family's sincerity. However, Zhao Chen was a little afraid that his fourth uncle would not be able to grasp the limits while communicating with Lin Yuan. It would not be good if something caused Lin Yuan to be displeased. Zhao Chen thought about it and specially reminded Zhao Wei, "Fourth uncle, I've already told you that young Master Lin has an impressive background. When you see young Master Lin, you must pay attention to your attitude when talking to him. Don't be too domineering and make young Master Lin unhappy. Otherwise, it's very likely to cut off my friendship with young Master Linier." Zhao Chen thought about it and specially reminded Zhao Wei, "Fourth uncle, I've already told you that young Master Lin has an impressive background. When you see young Master Lin, you must pay attention to your attitude when talking to him. Don't be too domineering and make young Master Lin unhappy. Otherwise, it's very likely to cut off my friendship with young Master Linier." Zhao Wei laughed and scolded, "Do I need you to remind me of such things? I know what to do." Although Zhao Wei said that, if Zhao Chen had not said that Lin Yuan could provide grade 6 creator resources, it was very likely that the faction behind him had a grade 6 creator. Zhao Wei probably would not lower himself. Zhao Wei was an elder with real power in the Zhao family. The Zhao family had a stable channel to obtain grade 5 creator resources. It was normal for Zhao Wei to put on airs in front of a junior. However, the faction behind Lin Yuan had a grade 6 creator. The faction behind Lin Yuan was much stronger than the Zhao family. No matter how much Zhao Wei cared about his status, he would still put on a low profile and never do anything out of line. Zhao Chen was relieved. "Fourth uncle, I'll tell young Master Lin first and see if young Master Lin is willing to see you. If young Master Lin wants to see you, I'll make the arrangements. If young Master Lin doesn't have such thoughts, I think there's no need for you to insist on meeting young Master Lin. Do you agree with me?" This was an important matter. Even though he was facing his fourth uncle, Zhao Chen, he was still extremely cautious. Everything was based on Lin Yuan's wishes. Of course. When the family finds out about this, the others in the family will definitely have the thought of meeting young Master Lin. At that time, the main family will definitely look for you. When the time comes, you should think about what to do to prevent the people from the main family from forming a relationship with the young Master Lin you mentioned. At the same time, if you reject the main family's request, the family head won't be able to object to you. Zhao Chen could not help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. Zhao Chen knew that his fourth uncle still did not understand what he meant after saying so much. How could he decide who Lin Yuan interacted with? If Lin Yuan really wanted to interact with the main branch of the Zhao family, Zhao Chen could only introduce Lin Yuan enthusiastically and not restrict him if he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Lin Yuan. There were so many factions in the world and Lin Yuan had the absolute right to choose. Even if they did not choose to befriend him, some factions would line up to befriend Lin Yuan and he would not have a choice. This was because not everyone could casually send a grade 5 creator to help them. Not everyone could produce grade 6 creator resources. Zhao Wei did not understand this, so Zhao Chen decided not to mention Zhao Wei's invitation to meet Lin Yuan. As the saying went, it was better to avoid trouble. Even if it was not for his family or his father, even if it was purely for himself, Zhao Chen did not want to have any animosity with Lin Yuan. Zhao Chen could not tell Zhao Wei about this plan. In such a large family, even father and son would fight for resources, let alone uncle and nephew. After ending the call with Zhao Wei, Zhao Chen began to run around for Lin Yuan's upcoming trade fair. Those old friends that Zhao Chen had called over were basically communicating with their families. The trade fair that Lin Yuan was going to hold was becoming grander and grander, which was just as he had expected. The water in South Face City was already mixed enough, so Lin Yuan did not mind letting it mix a little more. This was a good opportunity for Lin Yuan to use a portion of his spirit chi crystals to exchange for various resources. Lin Yuan had taken in many creators into Sky City, so he was definitely responsible for these high-grade creators. As these high-grade creators could not leave north of the Lonely River, Lin Yuan had to prepare the materials needed to concoct the spirit fluid for them. Apart from these dozens of high-grade creators, the 100 Questions Beast Army, who were all creators, had a greater demand for resources. It was all thanks to Lin Yuan's large transactions in Fortune Treasure Palace. Otherwise, the 100 Questions Beast Army would have long ceased operations. Apart from ordinary resources, Lin Yuan wanted to find more rare resources for Genius. Genius could use its ability and exclusive skill to analyze items in depth. The more Genius analyzed items, the more capable it would be at increasing the grade of creators. As news of the trade fair continued to spread, many factions took the initiative to look for Zhao Chen, hoping to participate in the trade fair. Zhao Chen could not make a decision on his own, so he went to look for Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, after the news of you holding a trade fair spread, many factions contacted me to participate in this trade fair. Do you think we should give them a chance? Zhao Chen only asked Lin Yuan routinely. But in Zhao Chen's heart, Lin Yuan would most likely reject him. After all, in Zhao Chen's opinion, Lin Yuan's purpose in this trade fair was to increase his reputation and open up a situation in South Face City. To put it bluntly, Lin Yuan would make a loss during this trade fair. The more people who participated, the more Lin Yuan would lose. However, Lin Yuan did not reject him as Zhao Chen had expected. Instead, he spoke in his usual calm tone. It's a good thing for me to have more people at this trade fair. Those factions that take the initiative to contact you can participate, but there's one thing you have to say to them first. You can come, but don't cause trouble. Those who cause trouble have to bear the consequences. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhao Chen felt that he could not understand him anymore. Since Lin Yuan was not afraid of losses and allowed many factions to participate in the trade fair, Zhao Chen naturally would not stop him. Helping Lin Yuan host the trade fair was equivalent to borrowing Lin Yuan's glory. The more factions that came, the more benefits Zhao Chen would have. Brother Lin, if you are willing to let those forces participate in the trade fair, there will be a lot of people participating. I propose to find a larger venue to accommodate these guests. Then, each faction will send out an expert to ensure the safety of the trade fair. The various factions will restrain each other so that there won't be chaos. Autumn could not help but snort when he heard Zhao Chen's words. In Autumn's opinion, Zhao Chen's words were equivalent to belittling his strength in front of Lin Yuan. With Autumn's usual temper, he could not stand this at all. If not for Lin Yuan, he would have already started to pressure Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen did not understand why the expert beside Lin Yuan would throw a tantrum at him. Zhao Chen admitted that he had not done anything to harm Lin Yuan. At the same time, he was somewhat nervous. It was not good news for Zhao Chen that the experts around Lin Yuan had a problem with him. Just as Zhao Chen was considering whether he should lower his head and apologize to Autumn, Lin Yuan said, "Brother Zhao, since I suggested holding this trade fair, I can naturally guarantee your safety. You don't have to go through so much trouble. However, if there are many factions participating in the trade fair, there is indeed a need to find a larger venue. The people who came to participate in the venue are all in contact with you, so you can find the venue. If you need to spend money on the venue, I'll settle it with you." Zhao Chen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Lin, you also know that my family is in South Face City. There are plenty of places. You trust me so much just and asked me to preside over the transaction. If I arrange a place for Brother Lin and ask you to spend money, I'll be mocked. Don't worry, the venue will definitely be clean, neat and gorgeous." After promising Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen went to make preparations like a lackey. He did not have the aura of a city lord at all. Previously, Lin Yuan had helped Blackie reach the Holy Spirit realm and spent a large number of Spirit Chi crystals. However, as Morbius' collection of Spirit Chi crystals became faster and faster, Lin Yuan would still be able to quickly accumulate a large amount of Spirit Chi crystals again even if he spent all of them. Lin Yuan sorted out all the Spirit Chi crystals and took out 400 million as a bargaining chip for the upcoming transaction. Lin Yuan could not help but think, it will be best if these factions that came to participate in the transaction don't disappoint me and trade away all these Spirit Chi crystals. This way, the resources that I had accumulate will probably last the 100 Questions Beast Army and the grade 4 and 5 creators of Sky City for a long time. When he was in the main world, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had spread its influence across the main world. As long as Lin Yuan asked Listen for any resources, Listen could immediately go to the warehouse to get them for him. However, Lin Yuan needed to find whatever resources he needed in the sky beyond the clouds himself. Finding resources was a time-consuming and laborious matter. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much time on such matters in the future. However, if the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce wanted to set up a channel in the sky beyond the clouds, it would not be as simple as setting up a channel in the main world. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only use this method to obtain resources. The trade fair would be held in 3 days. In these 3 days, Zhao Chen had personally come into contact with more than 1,000 factions. On average, he would end his conversation with a faction every few minutes. Zhao Chen's energy was limited. There were many factions that Zhao Chen had arranged for his subordinates to interact with. Although this was a little impolite, as if he looked down on those factions, Zhao Chen really did not have any other good ideas. If he was worried about all the factions, Zhao Chen would not even be able to finish in 30 days, let alone 3 days. Many factions in the alliance that Spring was in had thought of participating in this trade fair when they heard the news. When Spring received the news, she immediately told Lin Yuan. Not long after Spring contacted Lin Yuan, Winter also used the Thoughts letter paper to contact Lin Yuan and inform him that South Face City's city lord, Xia Lin, was extremely concerned about this trade fair. Many of the factions that Xia Lin recruited had already contacted Zhao Chen. Xia Lin even had the idea of participating in this trade fair himself. Lin Yuan knew that this trade fair was the best time for him to interact and communicate with Xia Lin. If he wanted to know what Xia Lin was up to, it was obviously not enough to rely on Winter alone to gather information. When the trade fair started, Xia Lin would see the resources he possessed. As long as Xia Lin was not a fool, he would definitely be able to recognize his background. Under such circumstances, if Xia Lin chose to cooperate with him, at least he would explain his purpose. 3 days passed quickly. Lin Yuan only needed to prepare the Spirit Chi crystals and did not need to make any additional preparations. This was unlike the factions that came to participate in the trade fair, who were desperately trying to gather resources. Although most of the factions were skeptical about Zhao Chen's idea of using the resources of a pinnacle grade 4 creator to exchange for supplies, no faction was willing to give up this opportunity. At the same time, all the factions were very curious about who Zhao Chen had been working so hard for these past few days. At the beginning of the trade fair, the various factions finally found out about the situation. However, this situation shocked them. The various factions could not help but doubt the accuracy of the news. This was because the person Zhao Chen had been trying his best to help these days was actually a newborn who had less than 100 years of lifespan. Chapter 3103. Ancient Snake Goo Palace. In the sky beyond the clouds, regardless of the species, a lifespan of less than 100 years was absolutely considered a young one. Moreover, the aura of lifespan could not be concealed. Even if someone underwent reincarnation through a specific method, they would still be detected. The various factions that had come to South Face City were all here for top-grade blessed lands, without any weaklings to speak of. Zhao Chen originally intended to advise his fourth uncle not to get involved. Within the Zhao family, his participation alone was sufficient. However, Zhao Wei insisted on representing the Zhao family and staying there. He wanted to use this trade fair to test Lin Yuan's strength. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, a few of the faction members deliberately released their auras toward him. On the one hand, they wanted to probe Lin Yuan's background, and on the other hand, they also wanted to deliberately witness him being put in his place. Unexpectedly, before the aura could hit Lin Yuan, a murderous aura was emitted from Autumn, who was standing in front of him. A few fallen leaves flashed past, and those who had just released their auras at Lin Yuan had their necks and heads cut off by the leaves. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he would not be able to withstand the aura if it landed on him. These individuals came to Lin Yuan's trade fair looking for trouble as soon as they arrived, even threatening Lin Yuan's safety with covert actions. Autumn would by no means tolerate such behavior. As soon as they arrived, the organizer proceeded to kill those causing trouble, leading to chaos erupting on the scene. The individuals slain by Autumn belonged to various factions. Now, representatives from these factions all demanded an explanation. We came to attend this trade fair as guests. What's the meaning behind your actions? Aren't you afraid of us turning against you by doing this? Our people cannot die in vain. You must give us an explanation. As the organizer, indiscriminate killing at the trade fair shows blatant disregard for all the attendees. Members of these factions were frantically causing trouble for Lin Yuan. On the one hand, they sought to continue probing into Lin Yuan's background. On the other, it was driven by fear. Upon arrival, these experts had already investigated Autumn's aura, yet they couldn't detect even the slightest trace of it emanating from him. However, Autumn's sudden display of astonishing strength instilled fear in them. This was also the reason these troublemaking factions aimed to drag down other factions present, subtly coercing them into involvement through their words. Autumn was only in charge of protecting Lin Yuan. With Lin Yuan around, Autumn would not rashly say anything. These clamorous individuals dared not use their aura to confront Lin Yuan anymore, so after a cold snort from Autumn, he remained silent and refrained from speaking further. Lin Yuan said in a calm and loud voice. I don't mean anything. Since this is a trade fair organized by me, I naturally set the rules. Of course you have to pay the price for using your aura to attack me. They have already paid the price for their actions. Why do you want to follow in their footsteps? Lin Yuan swept his gaze across everyone who had come to participate in the trade fair and said slowly, anyone who wants to turn against me for the sake of these people can step forward now. Causing trouble here will only lead to a dead end. I think the various factions have come here to exchange for creator resources. If any faction regrets participating in this trade fair, you can leave now. Those who don't leave must abide by the rules I set. As Lin Yuan finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Even those factions that had lost their experts no longer dared to open their mouths. As soon as Autumn made a move, he intimidated all the experts present. The city lord of South Face City, Lin, did not personally attend this auction but instead dispatched one of his trusted subordinates. After thinking about it, Lin felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to attend such a gathering as the city lord. Lin ensured his trusted subordinate had ample resources on hand. If this wasn't a hoax, he could guarantee that his subordinate would be able to secure a significant amount of grade 4 creator resources. If it was false, deceiving so many factions would surely come with consequences. Jiamingda was a general under Lin and was highly valued by Lin. Normally, it was Jiamingda who went around threatening others, but now it was the first time he had been threatened by someone else. However, Jiamingda dared not say much in the crowd because he realized he couldn't fully gauge Autumn's strength. In this situation, even if Jiamingda were audacious by nature, he wouldn't dare to provoke trouble. Even though he might be bold, Jiamingda was also very clever. He was well aware that the current situation in South Face City was different from usual. Many powerful factions had come to South Face City, and these truly formidable factions might not necessarily fear Lin. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan, an outsider, openly killing experts from the local faction within South Face City, Jiamingda would inevitably have to make a statement. Allowing the local factions of South Face City to be killed under their noses would significantly diminish the city lord's prestige. However, Jiamingda dared not speak up due to the circumstances. After nearly 5 minutes, not a single faction left the trade fair, so Lin Yuan said bluntly, "Since everyone aims to gain from this trade fair, let's refrain from causing trouble. Now, all factions should register with Zhao Chen first, then exchange their rightful resources from him. Ultimately, the decision to summon is up to your personal discretion, with no coercion involved. However, once a bid is made, it cannot be changed, so there's no point in bargaining as it won't lead to any changes in price." Lin Yuan raised his hand and released a total of 120 deposit vegetable pods that had taken human form. He let them verify the resources with the factions present before conducting the transaction. Lin Yuan did not intend to hold a bidding auction like Zhao Chen did when selling talents back then. He had already informed these deposit vegetable pods about the assessment method for pricing. These deposit vegetable pods simply needed to be exchanged according to the prices set by Lin Yuan. Their role was merely to assist in the transactions. As Lin Yuan understood the importance of creator resources to the various factions, he lowered the exchange ratio of various items and spirit chi crystals. This allowed Lin Yuan to use limited spirit chi crystals to exchange for more resources. Although Lin Yuan had lowered the exchange ratios of various resources with spirit chi crystals, the various factions were still desperately trying to sell all the resources they had once the actual trading began. This was because even if Lin Yuan had raised the ratio, it was still extremely cost-effective for the various factions. Lin Yuan had sent these deposit vegetable pods to filter the resources. Those resources that were too low grade or not very useful had been filtered out by the deposit vegetable pods. Zhao Chen was busy at the trade fair and had been communicating with the deposit vegetable pods at the event. Soon, Zhao Chen realized that the hundreds of millions of spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan had prepared were probably going to be used up because the various factions had prepared too many resources. In Zhao Chen's eyes, the grade 4 creator resources that were allocated were much more precious than these raw materials. Zhao Chen's heart ached when he saw Lin Yuan. "Young Master Lin, the spirit chi crystals you prepared are most likely about to be sold out. All the factions have gathered here. Do you think we should end this trade fair? I see that many factions have arranged for people to continue gathering resources. They clearly want to use this opportunity to make a fortune from young Master Linear." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at the remark. Zhao Chen clearly presumed too much. It was still uncertain who would truly prosper here. "If all the spirit chi crystals I prepared previously are used up, I can take out another batch." Zhao Chen had always regarded Lin Yuan as extremely mature and shrewd. However, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel that Lin Yuan was merely a pampered and sheltered individual. In Zhao Chen's opinion, there was no need for Lin Yuan to sell these spirit chi crystals. No matter how many spirit chi crystals the various factions traded with Lin Yuan, they would not remember his kindness. Seeing Lin Yuan's attitude, Zhao Chen did not know what to say. If the various factions present knew that he had messed up this trade fair, they would definitely find trouble with him. The trade fair lasted for 3 days. Since all the resources that the various factions could exchange for had been exhausted, the entire trade fair officially ended. Genius was extremely happy with the resources Lin Yuan had obtained from the transaction in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. If it gave these various resources to the 100 Questions Beast Army, they would be able to advance to a higher level. After the trade fair ended, Lin Yuan did not speak immediately, but none of the people present had any intention of leaving. Jiamingda was the first to express his desire to visit Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not meet with Jiamingda. Instead, he let the deposit vegetable pod reply to Jiamingda arrogantly, "My master has stated a preference for communicating only with the leader of a faction. I'm sorry, but you're not quite qualified to communicate with him." After this deposit vegetable pod replied to Jiamingda, it said to the various factions present, "Now, everyone should be gathered in South Face City for the top-grade Blessed Land. Any faction that aims to cause trouble and make a quick profit are all inferior factions. My master intends to establish an alliance, where we cooperate to compete for this top-grade Blessed Land. This will facilitate mutual trading of resources in the future. If the leaders of the various factions are present and are interested in joining the alliance, come to me. I'll bring you to meet my master later." The deposit vegetable pod's words made Jiamingda's expression change. It turned out that the mysterious youth had set his sights on that top-grade Blessed Land. Having the ability to casually throw out so many creator resources, he indeed possessed the confidence to compete for this blessed land. In this manner, the intentions of this young man and Xiaolin seemed to be in perfect harmony. The two sides became competitors. After all, there was only one top-grade blessed land. After thinking about it, Jiamingde felt that he should go back and tell Xiaolin the information first. In the end, Xiaolin would make the decision himself. Upon learning about Lin Yuan's intentions, the expressions of the members from various factions couldn't help but become complex. Not only did Lin Yuan have the same goal as Xiaolin, the city lord of South Face City, but he also had the same goal as many factions. Of course, there were also factions present that Lin Yuan just referred to as inferior. Indeed, many factions arrived here with the intention of making some extra profit. However, these factions dare not openly cause trouble for Lin Yuan. Despite knowing their own faction's limited strength, these factions still harbored the idea of forming an alliance with Lin Yuan. It was for no other reason than to continue trading resources from Lin Yuan in the future. Ling Muzhuo, the palace master of Fortune Treasure Palace, arrived in South Face City a little later, but he still successfully participated in this trade fair. At that moment, Ling Muzhuo's heart was filled with a mixture of shock and joy. Ling Muzhuo felt fortunate that he had formed a good relationship with Lin Yuan early on. However, he was surprised because although he had already held Lin Yuan in high regard to the best of his ability, he hadn't anticipated Lin Yuan's remarkable capabilities. Upon arriving in South Face City, Lin Yuan directly adopted the posture of a strong dragon looking to dominate over the local snake. Originally, Fortune Treasure Palace also wanted to compete for this top-grade blessed land. Ling Muzhuo personally led the team along with the experts that Fortune Treasure Palace had spent a lot of resources to consecrate. Ling Muzhuo knew very well that if Fortune Treasure Palace insisted on fighting for this top-grade blessed land, they would become Lin Yuan's competitors regardless of whether they succeeded or not. This was not the outcome that Ling Muzhuo wanted to see. Moreover, after evaluating the situation in South Face City, Zhao Chen couldn't shake off a strange feeling that the circumstances in South Face City were somewhat unusual. From the strength he currently possessed, it was evident that he didn't have enough to compete for this top-grade blessed land. At present, most of the people in Fortune Treasure Palace were exploring the abyss, so they could not send experts here. Ling Muzhuo silently acknowledged that since Fortune Treasure Palace's chance of obtaining the top-grade blessed land was slim, it might be better to lower his sights and not vie for it. Instead, he could choose to assist Lin Yuan and strive to gain more of his friendship. Ling Muzhuo did not rely on his special relationship with Lin Yuan to contact him directly through the fantasy crystal birthstone flower. Ling Muzhuo followed Lin Yuan's protocol and reported to the deposit vegetable pod. With the decision to give up on competing for the top-grade blessed land, Ling Muzhuo suddenly felt a sense of relief. It would not be too late for him to meet Lin Yuan alone after Lin Yuan had interacted with the factions that wanted to cooperate. In addition to negotiating cooperation, Ling Muzhuo also wanted to discuss with Lin Yuan about the turmoil and crisis in South Face City, as well as his lingering sense of unease. Ling Muzhuo's sense of unease did not come out of nowhere, but through some information he had obtained. Ling Muzhuo secretly thought that by now, Lin Yuan probably had some information. If he provided his own information to Lin Yuan, it would likely be of considerable help to him. The ancient Snake Goo Palace, which once brought chaos to the four universes and plunged the West universe into turmoil, re-emerged in the world. It was feared that it would undoubtedly bring about a great deal of bloodshed and turmoil. As for the ancient Snake Goo Palace, they were most likely targeting this top-grade blessed land. This was because the people from Fortune Treasure Palace had discovered traces of the ancient Snake Goo Palace when they were investigating this top-grade blessed land. Ancient Snake Goo Palace respected the snake species and ruled other life forms with all kinds of goo. It was unknown how many factions had been infiltrated by ancient Snake Goo Palace. Chapter 3104. High-profile Lin Yuan. Nearly half of the 10,000 factions present already had their own alliances, so it was really inconvenient for them to join Lin Yuan's side and leave. More than 30% of the faction leaders were in contact with Lin Yuan. It was all worth it just to be able to continue trading creator resources. Lin Yuan's original intention of cooperating with these factions was to gather some factions around him. He did not really take these factions seriously. Lin Yuan knew very well that these factions that had chosen to join his alliance had their own ulterior motives. If he believed these people, he would inevitably be stabbed in the back. If he were in the main world, Lin Yuan would definitely treat the various factions that cooperated with him sincerely. However, now that he understood the survival laws of the sky beyond the clouds more and more, Lin Yuan was no longer so naive. Lin Yuan looked at the leaders of the various factions and said loudly, "Since you're willing to join my alliance, you must understand that everything in my alliance will be subject to my will." Should anyone among you find it challenging to adhere to this principle, staying in the alliance might not be suitable. As leaders of various factions, the commitments you make represent the intentions of all members of your respective factions. If you decide to join the alliance today, and later someone from your faction violates my will, I will handle the matter decisively and without compromise. In the process of various factions forming alliances, those trying to create an alliance often sought to appease the factions, rarely making excessive demands. Unlike Lin Yuan, who insisted that each faction joining the alliance adhere strictly to his will. Although Lin Yuan did not demand direct control over the factions, his approach effectively required them to submit to his authority in this operation. This immediately sparked discontent among the assembled factions. An old man with a malicious gaze and a thin frame said, "We are here to seek cooperation, not to be controlled by you. I hope you understand that." The elder's dissatisfaction was evident as he glared at Lin Yuan. Unfazed, Lin Yuan addressed the other factions, "If anyone shares his sentiments, feel free to step forward now." After speaking, Lin Yuan's sharp gaze swept across the room. Less than 1/10 of the factions objected to his words. "In our collaboration, it's crucial to consider each other's perspectives. How can our cooperation continue smoothly if we only heed one side? Do you all agree?" The speaker was a middle-aged woman, astutely seeking support from others after her remark. Her words prompted some response from the attendees. To this woman, Lin Yuan's statements seemed to infringe upon the interests of various factions. At the moment, no one spoke out, intimidated by the power Autumn had displayed earlier. Any protest now could likely cause more factions to dissent. As the middle-aged woman anticipated, the factions opposing Lin Yuan's proposal visibly increased. Before she could smile, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, there's no need for you all to remain here any longer. Leave immediately. If your retreat is too slow, I won't hesitate to kill all of you. I proposed the idea of the alliance, so the rules of this alliance can only be set by me." While Lin Yuan's approach might appear domineering, he used this method to prioritize eliminating factions with rebellious intentions that couldn't cooperate. Lin Yuan had only spring, autumn, and winter under his command. His limited manpower was a weakness, making it essential to gather more people. The factions that had clamored to leave fell silent after Lin Yuan finished speaking. Most did not choose to leave, doubting that Lin Yuan could eliminate so many with just one expert. As the saying went, the law does not punish the masses. If Lin Yuan dared to act against so many at once, wouldn't he fear inciting mass retaliation? Observing their reactions, just as Autumn was about to act, Ling Muzhuo, who had been among the crowd, spoke loudly. "I am the Palace Master of Fortune Treasure Palace. Many of you here know me. Our Fortune Treasure Palace is willing to follow young Master Lin's arrangements and cooperate closely in the quest for this top-grade blessed land. If the factions that have just opposed young Master Lin's authority over the alliance don't leave, our Fortune Treasure Palace will cooperate with young Master Lin to eliminate them. We're giving you a chance. I believe none of you want to die." Fortune Treasure Palace spanned the 4 major universes: East, South, North, and West. Although its influence varied by universe, it held overlord status compared to the other factions present. The factions did not expect Fortune Treasure Palace to express their support for Lin Yuan. They sensed that Ling Muzhuo must have a connection with him. Otherwise, even if he supported Lin Yuan, he wouldn't have openly threatened to eradicate the opposing factions, a move that would instantly offend them. Fortune Treasure Palace had always advocated cooperation and harmony, but Ling Muzhuo's current actions were a stark departure from its traditional values and approach. With Fortune Treasure Palace joining the alliance, following it seemed wise. The alliance's strength was now assured. As Ling Muzhuo spoke, he radiated a fierce aura that swept through the entire scene, causing the factions that had spoken up against Lin Yuan to quickly retreat. For those factions that didn't leave despite Ling Muzhuo's warning, Autumn didn't hold back. He casually released a few leaves and used them to kill all the troublemakers. In the sky beyond the clouds, gentle methods didn't earn respect. Instead, they often led others to perceive one as weak and exploitable. Before leaving north of the lonely river, Lin Yuan had learned a harsh lesson from the Crimson Heaven Falcons. Lin Yuan looked at Ling Muzhuo but said nothing further. After negotiating with these factions and forming the alliance, Lin Yuan planned to meet with Ling Muzhuo privately. Since Lin Yuan's alliance was established solely for exploring the top-grade blessed land, it would lose its cohesion once the exploration was complete. This temporary nature made the factions more willing to join the alliance. While the leader of the alliance might appear domineering, and regardless of whether he had the power to back it up, the access to grade 4 creator resources alone was enough to make the factions within the alliance tolerate it. A single trait had now placed Lin Yuan in a position of greater power than the city lord, Xia Lin. Lin Yuan did not hide the fact that he had formed an alliance. The various factions in South Face City watched helplessly as Lin Yuan's alliance took shape. Xia Lin couldn't sit still anymore. Are you sure that young Master Lin took out so many grade 4 creator resources according to the promise and arrogantly killed those people who caused trouble at the scene? Jiamingda hurriedly said, City Lord, I brought back all the spirit chi crystals I traded for you. The things the other factions traded with various resources are the same as what we traded. That young Master Lin really doesn't take grade 4 creator resources seriously at all. He cleaned up a wave of troublemakers before the trade fair began. When he formed the alliance, he was also extremely domineering. I'm sure that this young Master Lin is definitely from a ridiculously powerful faction. Xia Lin had never interacted with Lin Yuan personally, and Jiamingda was Xia Lin's confidant. Xia Lin fully trusted what Jiamingda said and didn't believe for a moment that Jiamingda would deceive him. Xia Lin muttered to himself in frustration, wondering about the true background of Lin Yuan. It baffled him that he hadn't obtained any information at all. Jiamingda said in a low voice, City Lord, Ling Muzhou of Fortune Treasure Palace should know young Master Lin's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have supported young Master Lin in front of so many factions. If you really want to know young Master Lin's identity, we can actually contact him. Your relationship with Fortune Treasure Palace has always been quite good, and Fortune Treasure Palace also has influence within our South Face City. You are also a special guest of Fortune Treasure Palace. I believe if Palace Master Ling knew about Lin Yuan's identity, he wouldn't hide it from you, even if he kept it from others. Hearing that, Xia Lin thought for a moment and said, it's meaningless for me to ask about young Master Lin from Ling Muzhou. However, it's indeed possible to use Ling Muzhou's connections to reach out and establish some contact with him. Jiamingda could not help but whisper, City Lord, what we're doing is also for that top-grade blessed land, where there are things we must obtain. This Lin Yuan is, to us, essentially a competitor. Do you really need to reach out to him? Upon hearing this, Xia Lin snorted and said unhappily, after all these years, you still haven't broadened your perspective and only see things at face value. Before we ultimately compete for this top-grade blessed land, how can there be any so-called competitors? Young Master Lin has indeed formed an alliance, but the members of this alliance are scattered and lack unity. How many factions in this alliance can truly be loyal to him? He is still too young to realize this. He exchanged so many resources for such a loose alliance. Perhaps I might be able to obtain some benefits by befriending such a foolish kid. You know better than me how much pure spirit chi we need. The spirit chi crystals you traded this time should be enough to revive the Snake Lords. If we can seize some additional opportunities to obtain more spirit chi crystals to revive the 4 Snake Lords, the competition for the top-grade blessed land will basically be assured. Xia Lin paused for a moment, then continued. It would be best for young Master Lin to withdraw from the competition for this top-grade blessed land as early as possible. This way, we can maintain the channel for trading creator resources. I don't want to ruin this rare channel unless absolutely necessary. Mingda, help me contact Ling Muzhou. Tell him I wish to invite him for a discussion at the City Lord Manor. Make sure he helps me extend an invitation to young Master Lin as well. Hearing this, Jiamingda felt somewhat dissatisfied. How could he have been so short-sighted? But in front of Xia Lin, Jiamingda didn't dare to argue back and could only reluctantly follow Xia Lin's arrangement. Lin Yuan didn't bother with the factions that joined the alliance. He understood well that as long as he held the grade 4 creator resources, these factions would be dependent on him. Regardless of how he managed them now, these factions wouldn't truly pledge allegiance to him. Lin Yuan poured 2 cups of 3 treasures tea from the main world and poured them into the cups in front of Zhao Chen and Ling Muzhou. Brother Zhao, Brother Ling, try this tea. Although Lin Yuan had brought the 3 treasures tea from the main world, the ingredients for brewing the 3 treasures tea had already been nurtured by Lin Yuan using the best creator resources available to him. Lin Yuan had already evolved the cinnabar sweet osmanthus to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom. Every osmanthus flower produced by the cinnabar sweet osmanthus was a supreme treasure. Zhao Chen had drunk Lin Yuan's wine before, and the 3 treasures tea was as shocking to him as the spirit wine he had drunk back then. Upon being treated to Lin Yuan's 3 treasures tea, Ling Muzhou gained a clear understanding of Lin Yuan's refined lifestyle. Ling Muzhou said with a smile, Brother Lin, I've known you for quite some time. In my impression, you've always kept a low profile. I never expected that when you decide to be high profile, you would exude such dominance. I am afraid that your single statement that intimidated countless factions is bound to become widely known throughout the sky beyond the clouds. Ling Muzhuo was not just flattering Lin Yuan. He was genuinely surprised by Lin Yuan's actions today. It turned out that the usually low-key guy in his impression could actually make such a high-profile move. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Ling, I don't believe that you can't tell that those factions are willing to stay in the alliance because they fancy the creator resources I have. To be honest with you, I'm not prepared to manage this alliance. It's just that I have too few people on hand, and I need more manpower to compete for this top-grade blessed land. The reason they can be so obedient is that Autumn has enough strength. If not for this, I'm afraid there would have been trouble before the trade fair even began." Ling Muzhuo couldn't help but praise Lin Yuan inwardly. Despite his youth, he displayed neither arrogance nor rashness, leaving a profound impression on Ling Muzhuo. In his view, even the descendants of those hidden factions couldn't hold a candle to Lin Yuan. Since it was now clear that Lin Yuan was determined to compete for this top-grade blessed land, Ling Muzhuo voiced his thoughts to Lin Yuan. Chapter 3105. Ling Muzhuo's plan. Brother Lin, to be honest, I initially came here to compete for this prime blessed land. However, if you have decided to contend for it, Fortune Treasure Palace will withdraw from the competition. I am willing to mobilize all our resources to support you in securing this top-grade blessed land. I've gathered extensive information about South Face City, which I will now share with you. Have you heard of a faction called Ancient Snake Goo Palace? Lin Yuan was surprised by Ling Muzhuo's statement. He hadn't expected Ling Muzhuo to give up his pursuit of this valuable land for his sake. Previously, Lin Yuan didn't take Fortune Treasure Palace or Ling Muzhuo very seriously. He viewed the faction merely as a resource provider and thought Ling Muzhuo's friendship was based solely on his creator resources. However, Ling Muzhuo's offer made Lin Yuan reconsider his opinion. With Fortune Treasure Palace showing genuine support, Lin Yuan's attitude towards them would naturally improve. When Ling Muzhuo mentioned the Ancient Snake Goo Palace, Autumn's expression changed. Before Lin Yuan could respond to Ling Muzhuo, he heard Autumn's voice transmission. "Young master, the Ancient Snake Goo Palace is a faction formed by the 10 major snake species. They gathered all the poisonous insects in the world, making the palace exceptionally powerful. A few years ago, the Ancient Snake Goo Palace caused significant catastrophes. Its foundation is comparable to that of Fairy Institution. If this top-grade blessed land is connected to the Ancient Snake Goo Palace, the City Lord of South Face City is likely linked to them as well." Lin Yuan initially intended to tell Ling Muzhuo that he wasn't familiar with the Ancient Snake Goo Palace. However, after Autumn's explanation, he spoke to Ling Muzhuo. "I have heard of the Ancient Snake Goo Palace, but I thought they had withdrawn from the world. Could it be that they have resurfaced in South Face City to compete for this prime blessed land?" If Lin Yuan was unaware of the Ancient Snake Goo Palace, showing such a reaction was perfectly understandable. However, if Lin Yuan has heard of the Ancient Snake Goo Palace, he should know what it signified. How could Lin Yuan show no surprise upon hearing about it? It did seem rather unusual. Could it be that the Ancient Snake Goo Palace still wasn't enough to pressure Lin Yuan? Ling Muzhuo had decided to relinquish the competition for this top-grade blessed land partly because of Lin Yuan and partly because of the appearance of the Ancient Snake Goo Palace. He dared not guarantee that the manpower he brought could defeat the Ancient Snake Goo Palace. A faction that had been hidden for so many years suddenly re-emerging undoubtedly had ulterior motives, and these motives were likely significant. Ling Muzhuo reminded Lin Yuan, "The Ancient Snake Goo Palace is ruthless. If they set their sights on this top-grade blessed land, there's a high chance that the factions in South Face City who are interested in fighting for it will be attacked by the Ancient Snake Goo Palace. The Ancient Snake Goo Palace is extremely skilled at controlling other life forms. Brother Lin, if we're involved, we're just as much prey to them. You mustn't let your guard down. In the past, our Fortune Treasure Palace had dealings with the Ancient Snake Goo Palace, and it's safe to say we were thoroughly deceived by them. There are several Snake Kings in the Ancient Snake Goo Palace, each of whom possesses strength far surpassing that of the Holy Spirit level." Upon hearing Ling Muzhuo's reminder, Lin Yuan said, "I suspect that the City Lord of South Face City has something to do with the Ancient Snake Goo Palace." Lin Yuan didn't shy away from Zhao Chen, who was sitting beside him. Instead, he directly addressed both of them, discussing the information he possessed. Zhao Chen and Ling Muzhuo could be considered old acquaintances. While Zhao Chen held a noble status within diverse city, outside the city, there was still a slight disparity in status between Zhao Chen and Ling Muzhuo. Zhao Chen's family was active at the border between the East Universe and the South Universe, so Zhao Chen was quite knowledgeable about the situation at the border. However, he did not know much about factions like the ancient Snake Gu Palace. Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo's conversation sounded like thunder to Zhao Chen's ears, as if he were a duck listening to thunder. However, Zhao Chen was aware of Xiaolin. The latter actually came from a cruel and powerful hidden faction. Zhao Chen listened attentively to Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo's conversation and quickly digested this information. At that moment, he heard Ling Muzhuo say to him, "City Lord Zhao, the information you heard today is a secret to us. I hope you won't reveal this information. If this news is leaked, it will definitely bring you a lot of trouble." Zhao Chen hurriedly said, "If Palace Master Ling hadn't mentioned this, I might have divulged the information. But now that I have your assurance, I won't disclose it, not even to my family. You can trust me on that." After instructing Zhao Chen, Ling Muzhuo lowered his head and asked Lin Yuan solemnly, "Brother Lin, why did you determine that Xiaolin is from the ancient Snake Gu Palace?" Although Xiaolin did have the bloodline of the snake species, it was somewhat arbitrary to make such a judgment just based on his bloodline. The ancient Snake Gu Palace had been in seclusion, and Xiaolin had been serving as the city lord of South Face City for many years. Lin Yuan did not tell Ling Muzhuo and Zhao Chen that he had annihilated the Star Pirate Group alliance composed of 50 snake species feys. He only smiled mysteriously. "I have my own method of judging. It won't be hard to verify what I've said. I anticipate that the city lord of South Face City will soon seek to reach out and communicate with me." Lin Yuan then said, "Brother Zhao, you're also a city lord. Even though South Face City is a megacity at the border of two major universes and has a very strong martial force, this martial force is not solely confined to the hands of Xiaolin. Since Xiaolin dared to fight for this top-grade blessed land, he must have some backing. When I meet with Xiaolin, I will further assess his identity. In the current chaotic situation, it's better to be patient than to act impulsively. We just need to quietly wait for the situation to unfold." With that, Lin Yuan picked up the three treasures tea and began to savor it. Zhao Chen had been preoccupied with thoughts of the internal injuries his father had suffered, but he refrained from broaching the idea of trading for Grade 5 creator resources with Lin Yuan at that moment. If he really wanted to trade Grade 5 creator resources, he would definitely have to wait until Lin Yuan was done fighting for this top-grade blessed land. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel some regret for divulging the news about the opening of a top-grade blessed land in South Face City. He feared that Lin Yuan might die in the pursuit of top-grade blessed land. If such a scenario were to happen, his father would not only fail to recover, but he would also lose a channel for trading Grade 5 creator resources. As Lin Yuan had predicted, shortly after Ling Muzhuo ended his conversation with Lin Yuan and left, Jiamingde, the executive officer from the City Lord Manor, approached Ling Muzhuo. Jiamingde politely expressed his desire for Ling Muzhuo to introduce Lin Yuan through the connections of Fortune Treasure Palace. Ling Muzhuo looked at Jiamingde with a scrutinizing gaze, recalling Lin Yuan's suspicion that Xiaolin might belong to the ancient Snake Gu Palace. Under normal circumstances, Ling Muzhuo wouldn't act as a middleman, bringing members of other factions directly to Lin Yuan. The complex relationships behind each faction made such a role inappropriate. However, since Lin Yuan had already expressed his intention to contact Xiaolin and wanted to confirm his identity through direct contact, Ling Muzhuo was willing to help. Smiling, Ling Muzhuo responded to Jiamingde's request. "I remember seeing you at the trade fair earlier. Why didn't you join the alliance then? Now you need me to introduce you to young Master Lin? If you had joined the alliance earlier, couldn't you have communicated with him directly?" Jiamingde replied awkwardly, "I am a subordinate of the city lord. How could I casually join another person's alliance? If I did and incurred the displeasure of the city lord, I wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. I hope Palace Master Ling won't tease me anymore." Feigning seriousness, Ling Muzhuo asked, "Our Fortune Treasure Palace has a branch in South Face City. Although our branch is often plundered there, it's thanks to City Lord Xie's care that our losses haven't escalated further. I'd like to know, is City Lord Xie truly interested in contending for this top-grade blessed land? Our Fortune Treasure Palace is also here with the intention of competing for it." Jiamingde's tone was firm. "Palace Master Ling, our City Lord is determined to secure this top-grade blessed land. It's essential for him to obtain it, and he doesn't wish to sour relations with you over this matter. I hope you won't make it difficult for him. If possible, you can even cooperate with our City Lord. If he obtains this top-grade blessed land, he will definitely reward you handsomely." Ling Muzhuo observed Jiamingda's confident expression and asked curiously, in these years of development in South Face City, it seems Lord Xia has undoubtedly amassed considerable strength to even consider competing with the heroes arriving from all over. Fortune Treasure Palace lacks such boldness. Nevertheless, even if we fail to seize this top-grade blessed land, we must still contend for the resources within. Regarding collaboration, I am quite intrigued by the extent of Xia Lin's influence. Fortune Treasure Palace doesn't ally with the feeble. If Xia Lin is confident in his strength, he can approach me. Having already partnered with Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhuo was unlikely to cooperate with Xia Lin. His question was mainly intended as a probe. After Ling Muzhuo made it clear that he was determined to fight for the resources in the top-grade blessed land, Jiamingda unexpectedly showed hostility toward him. The fleeting hostility Ling Muzhuo sensed from Jiamingda suggested one thing: Jiamingda believed Xia Lin's power could rival that of Fortune Treasure Palace. Ling Muzhuo couldn't understand where Jiamingda's confidence came from, but subconscious emotional expressions like this were usually genuine and couldn't be faked. He began to trust Lin Yuan's words. After a brief probing, Ling Muzhuo said, "Your city lord is an honored guest of Fortune Treasure Palace. Coincidentally, so is young Master Lin. There's no issue with introducing them. However, how does your city lord plan to contact young Master Lin? Lin Yuan is our esteemed guest at Fortune Treasure Palace. Poor hospitality on our part could jeopardize the relationship between Lin Yuan and Fortune Treasure Palace if I were to introduce him elsewhere." Jiamingda felt somewhat dissatisfied with Ling Muzhuo's attitude. As a member of the ancient Snake Gu Palace, even as a subordinate, Jiamingda harbored considerable pride. The city lord has already arranged a banquet at the city lord manor. He wishes to invite Palace Master Ling and young Master Lin. Could you please inform me of your intended time of attendance? Ling Muzhuo responded with a faint smile. It seems City Lord Xia sees me merely as a tool to entertain young Master Lin. It's the first time I've heard of a banquet arranged to entertain two distinguished guests. Though Ling Muzhuo spoke politely, giving Xia Lin a lot of respect, he was actually extremely dissatisfied with Xia Lin. Fortune Treasure Palace had suffered significant losses in South Face City over the years. Not only were Fortune Treasure Palace's caravans frequently plundered, but two of the leaders sent to South Face City had died within 1,000 years. These leaders were vital assets painstakingly cultivated by Fortune Treasure Palace. Ling Muzhuo had personally asked Xia Lin about this matter, but Xia Lin had not provided a response, leaving Ling Muzhuo extremely dissatisfied. Despite Ling Muzhuo's repeated belittling remarks, Jiamingda clearly ignored them. Ling Muzhuo had decided to ask Xia Lin for an explanation in person when they met. To avoid disrupting the main agenda, Ling Muzhuo chose not to further trouble Jiamingda. Before Jiamingda could speak, Ling Muzhuo said, "In 2 hours, I'll accompany young Master Lin to the banquet. Ensure your city lord hosts young Master Lin well." After saying that, Ling Muzhuo left to inform Lin Yuan of the situation. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I originally thought the city lord of South Face City would ask to meet me alone. Since he's invited Brother Ling as well, it's perfect. When I test the city lord later, you can observe and judge whether my suspicions are correct. I'm not here in South Face City just to compete for this top-grade blessed land. Besides Autumn, there are others with me, including my subordinates in the City Lord Manor. Brother Ling, you might not know, but Xia Lin's alliance includes a large number of snake species feys. These snake species feys are obviously not all from external factions. If they were, why would they be gathered and controlled by the City Lord of South Face City? Xia Lin's connection to the ancient Snake Gu Palace is almost certain in my eyes. After you left, Brother Zhao and I discussed further, and he also senses something suspicious about Xia Lin. If our meeting with Xia Lin confirms his link to the ancient Snake Gu Palace, what are your plans, Brother Ling?" Chapter 3106. Mental Gu. Upon hearing this, Ling Muzhuo laughed. "I'm going to help Brother Lin fight for this top-grade blessed land this time. Xia Lin's identity is not important to me. Even if it's truly confirmed that he's associated with the ancient Snake Gu Palace, if he wants to compete with you, Brother Lin, I will still lead Fortune Treasure Palace to help you." Ling Muzhuo was a courageous and intelligent person. Since he had already decided to help Lin Yuan compete for the top-grade blessed land, he would not hesitate in his actions. If Xia Lin was really from the ancient Snake Gu Palace and had great ambitions for this top-grade blessed land, Fortune Treasure Palace itself would probably become the target of the ancient Snake Gu Palace. No one would concede when facing resources of such caliber. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Ling, thank you for your help. I will definitely repay you handsomely after this is done. Ling Muzhuo said generously, Brother Lin, your gratitude will surely have its own significance, but what I value more than your gratitude is the friendship with you. I believe you can sense that my intention in befriending you has always been different from how Fortune Treasure Palace treats its special honor guests. My intention behind befriending you can represent both Fortune Treasure Palace and myself personally. Hearing Ling Muzhuo and Lin Yuan's conversation, Zhao Chen, who was sitting at the side, could not help but feel envious. Zhao Chen also intended to befriend Lin Yuan as boldly as Ling Muzhuo, but Zhao Chen was limited by his family and did not possess the same abilities as Ling Muzhuo. Moreover, many times Zhao Chen could not represent his family clan in making commitments to Lin Yuan. In the end, Zhao Chen said, Brother Lin, you're aware of my situation. In many matters, I have to follow the instructions of my family. I'm not the decision maker for the family, so I can't represent them. However, from a personal standpoint, I'm willing to do everything I can to help you. When Zhao Chen said these words, he felt somewhat embarrassed as he realized that his words seemed too empty. In the past, Zhao Chen always had absolute confidence when communicating with anyone. But now, while talking with Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen felt an emotion he had never experienced before. Lin Yuan patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Brother Zhao, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about the opening of this top-grade blessed land so quickly. Compared to befriending your family, your personal friendship is more than enough for me. Your family will surely take action when fighting for this top-grade blessed land. Brother Zhao, there's no need to worry too much. Whether you stick with your family or join me, it's all good. However, I have to be clear about this. If you choose to accompany me and act together with me, I can't guarantee your safety. But after everything is done, I will still express my gratitude. Lin Yuan had never considered coercing Zhao Chen into cooperation. If he wanted Zhao Chen's cooperation, he could have pressured him into it. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of doing so. Zhao Chen was extremely touched by Lin Yuan's words and began to ponder. In the end, Zhao Chen said firmly, Brother Lin, I'd like to cooperate with you this time. I'll inform my family about it. With that, Zhao Chen left and prepared to communicate with his family. Apart from communicating with his family, there was another important reason why Zhao Chen decided to leave, and that was because he knew that he and Ling Muzhuo were on different levels. If Lin Yuan had anything to say to Ling Muzhuo, it would be quite inappropriate for him to stay there. Zhao Chen suddenly had an idea to accumulate as much strength as possible. Ling Muzhuo said after Zhao Chen left. Brother Lin, despite being the city lord of diverse city, Zhao Chen's position mainly relies on the power of his family. In the battle for this top-grade blessed land, Zhao Chen won't be of much help. Although Ling Muzhuo's tone didn't show overt disdain, it was evident that he didn't hold Zhao Chen in high regard. Lin Yuan did not continue discussing this topic with Ling Muzhuo. In fact, rather than seeking to cooperate with Zhao Chen, Lin Yuan was more interested in nurturing him. Lin Yuan could sense that Zhao Chen was already thinking of relying on him. Regardless of whether it was the relationship between South Face City and Diverse City, it was very beneficial to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had asked Zhao Chen to help him organize the auction, and Zhao Chen had completed the mission perfectly. Now, Zhao Chen had begun to lean toward aligning with him over his family. In this situation, Lin Yuan was willing to give Zhao Chen a chance. Supported by the presence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Lin Yuan's side likely boasted superior high-end combat capabilities compared to Fortune Treasure Palace. Nonetheless, in terms of information networks and social connections, Fortune Treasure Palace held a significant advantage over him. Sky City could not even compare to many third-rate factions in terms of connections and information channels. Fortunately, Sky City had recruited so many grade 4 and 5 creators. Each of them was equivalent to a network of connections. However, even if he controlled these high-grade creators through the lifespan mouse, Lin Yuan could not possibly allow them to be sent out. Brother Ling, it's about time. Bring me to the City Lord Manor to meet this City Lord of South Face City. Didn't you just say that I was high profile? Well, I intend to be even more high profile and arrogant when I meet him. Lin Yuan was certain of Xia Lin's identity. Upon arriving in South Face City, he swiftly annihilated Xia Lin's alliance of 50-star pirates. If Xia Lin learned of this, he and Lin Yuan would instantly become archenemies. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Yuan to forge a friendship with Xia Lin. Of course, the most crucial reason was that Lin Yuan looked down on Xia Lin and was greatly repulsed by his actions as a city lord. Even if Xia Lin really wasn't a member of the ancient Snake Goo Palace and had no intention of competing for the top-grade blessed land, Lin Yuan's attitude toward him would remain unchanged. Ling Muzhuo was somewhat surprised by Lin Yuan's boldness, as Lin Yuan had just mentioned that Xia Lin was likely a member of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Lin Yuan's plan to confront Xia Lin with an arrogant attitude showed that he didn't regard the ancient Snake Goo Palace as a threat. From their recent conversation, Ling Muzhuo could tell that Lin Yuan was well aware of the ancient Snake Goo Palace's information. This suggested that Lin Yuan believed the faction behind him was stronger than the ancient Snake Goo Palace, so he didn't regard the ancient Snake Goo Palace as a significant threat. Ling Muzhuo felt that he had to remind Lin Yuan, if the ancient Snake Goo Palace really intends to snatch this top-grade blessed land, they will send at least 2 Snake Lords. Apart from me, no one else in our Fortune Treasure Palace can compete with the Snake Lords of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Furthermore, their use of poison is extraordinarily unpredictable. Therefore, we have to be extremely careful when dealing with the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Lin Yuan could sense the gravity in Ling Muzhuo's words. He didn't underestimate the ancient Snake Goo Palace. However, since he had chosen to compete for the top-grade blessed land against it, he couldn't afford to show any weakness. How could Ling Muzhuo, who had actively partnered with him, feel reassured otherwise? Brother Ling, thank you for the reminder. I'm well aware of the strength of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. If I realize that I can't compete with it, I will inform you immediately. Then, we can discuss whether to cooperate with the ancient Snake Goo Palace or withdraw from the competition. Lin Yuan spoke with confidence. When Autumn heard Ling Muzhuo mention the Snake Lord of the ancient Snake Goo Palace, he told Lin Yuan with a tone of disdain, "Young master, although the Snake Lords of the ancient Snake Goo Palace are strong, they're not a concern for us. Spring's ability is particularly effective against creatures that use poison. The ancient Snake Goo Palace has been secluded for many years. Even at its peak, the ancient Snake Goo Palace was not a significant threat. There's still a gap between the truly powerful factions in the sky beyond the clouds and the ancient Snake Goo Palace. I used to think that Fortune Treasure Palace had influence across the 4 universes and connections with various factions, suggesting a deep foundation. But considering Fortune Treasure Palace's attitude toward the ancient Snake Goo Palace, I think we might have overestimated their influence. Alternatively, Ling Muzhuo might be overly cautious." Autumn's disdainful words made Lin Yuan feel calm. Despite Autumn's apparent arrogance, he always acted prudently. His dismissive attitude toward the ancient Snake Goo Palace indicated that he did not view them as serious competitors for the top-grade blessed land. Lin Yuan's confident response boosted Ling Muzhuo's morale. Regardless of Xia Lin's background, he treated Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo with great importance. He personally led his 2 adjutants to the door to wait for their arrival. While waiting, Xia Lin's eyes were filled with curiosity and calculation. An adjutant who had never interacted with Lin Yuan asked Xia Lin in a puzzled tone, "Lord, we've formed an alliance with various factions. Now is a critical time to invest in managing the alliance. Why are we receiving an outsider at this crucial moment? This outsider has already formed his own alliance and clearly intends to compete for this blessed land. Instead of befriending him, shouldn't we focus on how to deal with him? The Snake Lord is about to arrive. We should ensure the alliance is stable for him." Xia Lin glared at the adjutant. "Do I need you to tell me what to do? Whether the Snake Lords come or not, you only need to follow my orders. In South Face City, I am the City Lord. In the ancient Snake Goo Palace, I rank 2 levels above you. If you dare to question my decisions again, you can become the leader of a star pirate group." Xia Lin turned to Jiamingda. "Tell him about the benefits you gained from the last transaction with young Master Lin. Securing more pure spirit chi will please the Snake Lords more than managing this alliance. Half of our allies are mere servants and cannon fodder, while the rest are food for the Snake Lords. What's there to manage? Among them, I've identified a few promising individuals with decent strength. Unfortunately, they're likely not of our species or the insect species. When the time comes, I'll have the Snake Lords arrange for a few mental goo to control them. Our ancient Snake Goo Palace has been dormant for many years. We need to replenish our snake servants." As he spoke, Xia Lin looked longingly at the City Lord manor behind him. After this operation, he would expose his identity as the guardian of the ancient Snake Goo Palace, so he was likely not qualified to be the City Lord of South Face City anymore. The ancient Snake Goo Palace had always been frowned upon by official factions across the 4 universes due to its excessive penchant for killing. Furthermore, during the heyday of the ancient Snake Goo Palace, it had slaughtered the representatives of the official factions in the 4 universes. Xiaolin couldn't help but feel somewhat reluctant about the impending loss of his position as the city lord of South Face City. Hearing that, Yang Suzang didn't dare to say anything else for fear of angering Xiaolin. The ancient Snake Gu Palace was a faction that was extremely particular about seniority. The higher-ups could easily take the lives of the low-ranking members. If Xiaolin intended to kill him, he wouldn't even be able to resist. This time, Xiaolin had invited Ling Muzhuo with his identity as the city lord to bring Lin Yuan over. Firstly, he wanted to establish contact with Lin Yuan and see if there was any possibility of Lin Yuan cooperating with the ancient Snake Gu Palace. Secondly, he had also prepared a batch of resources. He wanted to use his personal identity to exchange these resources for pure spirit qi from Lin Yuan. Xiaolin had always excelled at infiltrating the camp. Otherwise, with strength comparable to Jiumingda and Yang Suzang, there would be no reason for him to become a guardian in the ancient Snake Gu Palace. Once assigned to South Face City by the faction, he ascended to the position of City Lord, firmly subduing Jiumingda and Yang Suzang. If he could personally deliver a batch of pure spiritual qi crystals to the Snake Lords, they would undoubtedly be pleased, and Xiaolin would likely gain from it as well. With these thoughts, Xiaolin was enthusiastic upon meeting Lin Yuan, greeting him with a hearty laugh. "You must be the renowned young Master Lin, correct? Your arrival in South Face City for this trade fair has benefited numerous factions. Almost all the factions near South Face City are now talking about you. It's said that those who didn't attend the trade fair are regretting it. Young Master Lin, your reputation and influence here have already surpassed mine as the city lord." Regardless of Xiaolin's intentions, his words to Lin Yuan were impeccable. However, Lin Yuan did not forget his purpose for visiting. As the saying went, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you." Despite Xiaolin's smiling demeanor, Lin Yuan remained boldly assertive. "I heard Brother Ling mention you on the way here. Your name is Xiaolin, right? What you said is only half true." Lin Yuan's tone was calm, without a hint of emotion, yet his words made it clear to Xiaolin that Lin Yuan didn't take him seriously at all. Chapter 3107 Spirit World Barrier Turtle. Not only did this young fellow, who hadn't even lived a century, address him by name, but he also claimed that he had only spoken half the truth. Xiaolin's words were meant as compliments, yet somehow, they were misinterpreted. However, Xiaolin didn't become hostile due to Lin Yuan's attitude. After all, Xiaolin had never expected Lin Yuan to be so young. Even as someone from the ancient Snake Gu Palace, Xiaolin didn't dare to underestimate Lin Yuan, who could mobilize so many high-grade creator resources and provide for tens of thousands of people at such a young age. In fact, he even found Lin Yuan's attitude acceptable. "I wonder, young Master Lin, which of my words do you think I misspoke? I welcome your guidance and teachings." Lin Yuan had heard from Ling Muzhuo that Xiaolin had a bad temper and was extremely strict in his actions. Lin Yuan's words were actually meant to gauge Xiaolin's attitude toward him. Now that Lin Yuan had assessed that Xiaolin's attitude toward him was relatively favorable, it indicated that Xiaolin approved of his capabilities. He just didn't know how Xiaolin would react if he knew that the 50-star pirates under him had been wiped out by Lin Yuan. "Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Before coming to South Face City, I couldn't care less about your reputation and power as the city lord here. But now that I'm here, your reputation and authority in South Face City will naturally be inferior to mine. I heard from Brother Ling that you want to invite me to a banquet. My time is very precious. Don't make me feel that your banquet is a waste of my time." No matter how highly Xiaolin thought of Lin Yuan's background, he was red-faced with anger upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. What did he mean by his time was precious? Wasn't his time valuable too? This was the first time Xiaolin had encountered such arrogance from a young person. Prior to this, Xiaolin had only interacted with Ling Muzhuo, who in his impression, was very arrogant. Now, Xiaolin was very curious about how Ling Muzhuo had befriended Lin Yuan. From the looks of it, the two of them had a good relationship. Lin Yuan had even addressed Ling Muzhuo as Big Brother Ling. Suppressing his displeasure, Xiaolin said, "Young Master Lin, your work is indeed not something I can compare to. The banquet is ready, and I believe you must be curious about the current situation in South Face City, aren't you? As the city lord, I know the situation in South Face City best. I can explain it to you in detail and share some information about this top-grade blessed land with you. From the moment the phenomenon appeared, I've been paying attention to the situation of this top-grade blessed land. No faction knows it better than me. However, I believe Palace Master Ling and young Master Lin won't let me reveal such precious information for nothing. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Ling Muzhuo frowned and addressed Xia Lin. Rumors about this top-grade blessed land are widespread. Numerous local factions in South Face City have been aware of it from the beginning. Our Fortune Treasure Palace doesn't depend solely on you for this information, City Lord Xia. I didn't request any favors when I introduced young Master Lin to you. Now, you're trying to call in favors from me. If you genuinely want to befriend me and young Master Lin, then you should directly provide us with information about the top-grade blessed land. We're all competing for this top-grade blessed land based on our own abilities. Even if you share this information with us, how would it affect your city lord manner? Ling Muzhuo was well aware his words might offend Xia Lin. However, he chose to speak out because he needed to support Lin Yuan and couldn't let him face the situation alone. If both he and Lin Yuan adopted a firm stance, even if Lin Yuan's words struck a nerve with Xia Lin later, Xia Lin wouldn't react explosively. Ling Muzhuo wouldn't have dared to be so confrontational otherwise. Fortune Treasure Palace would still need to establish branches in South Face City in the future. A major city like this, located at the border of two universes, was a crucial strategic resource for Fortune Treasure Palace. Besides aiding Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhuo also felt some discontent towards Xia Lin's attitude. If Xia Lin expected gratitude after dismissing him with superficial information, wouldn't that be treating him like a fool? Hearing Ling Muzhuo's words, Xia Lin looked at him in surprise. In Xia Lin's eyes, no matter how esteemed Lin Yuan's background or how arrogant he was, Lin Yuan had no foundation in South Face City. Xia Lin considered leveraging information about the top-grade blessed land for practical benefits. With Ling Muzhuo disrupting the situation, Xia Lin, feeling dissatisfied, could only smile and respond. Besides the information known to various factions, there are also some secretive details known only to me. Palace Master Ling, if you say otherwise, you would be unjustly accusing me. I have no intention of withholding these exclusive details from you and young Master Linear. Xia Lin thought the matter would end there, but Ling Muzhuo persisted. I wonder what exclusive information City Lord Xia is referring to. At this point, Xia Lin's dissatisfaction with Ling Muzhuo had peaked. However, he realized he couldn't avoid addressing the situation without revealing some genuine information. According to reliable sources, apart from the factions in the South and East Universe, some factions in the West Universe and North Universe are also interested in fighting for this top-grade blessed land. These include the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, Abyssal Beast Domain, and Fairy Institution. Top-grade blessed lands are very beneficial to higher fairies. Fairy Institution will send at least 2 higher fairies. I don't suppose Palace Master Ling has heard of this information before, right? Xia Lin was right. Ling Muzhuo hadn't heard this information before. If he had, he would have informed Lin Yuan, especially since he was committed to assisting him. Ling Muzhuo had initially doubted Lin Yuan's claim about Xia Lin's affiliation with the ancient Snake Gu Palace. However, with this new information, Ling Muzhuo keenly felt that Lin Yuan's claim was likely true. Even if Xia Lin wasn't directly affiliated with the ancient Snake Gu Palace, he must still be connected to a vast and ancient faction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had access to this kind of information. Determined to verify further, Ling Muzhuo said, City Lord Xia, while there's much I may not know, I also possess information that you may not. If I share this with you, it will be a fair exchange. Hiding his anger, Xia Lin smiled and said, trading information can be beneficial, but it's crucial to ensure that the exchanged intelligence is of equal value for both sides. While Ling Muzhuo maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, he had already begun to activate his soul power. Once the emotions of Xia Lin and the 2 retainers beside him fluctuated violently, Ling Muzhuo would be able to sense it immediately. City Lord Xia, I believe you should approve of the credibility of our Fortune Treasure Palace's intelligence sources. I've heard that the ancient Snake Gu Palace, this ancient and malevolent faction, has resurfaced and intends to vie for this top-grade blessed land. After uttering these words, Ling Muzhuo keenly sensed that Xia Lin's emotions were undergoing intense fluctuations. However, the fluctuation didn't last, as Xia Lin swiftly suppressed it once again, almost in an instant. Unlike Xia Lin, his 2 attendants didn't immediately suppress their surprise. Instead, they cast scrutinizing glances, as if their inner thoughts had been exposed. Ling Muzhuo's ability to sense emotions was related to his contracted fey. Now, he was increasingly confident about Xia Lin's background. Thinking of the ancient Snake Gu Palace's way of doing things and the losses suffered by Fortune Treasure Palace in South Face City over the years, Ling Muzhuo had a sense of having discovered the main culprit. No wonder there had been no peace in South Face City. It was most likely Xia Lin's doing. Oh? I haven't heard of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. But if they've set their sights on this top-grade blessed land, then there's no doubt that this land will be theirs. When the various factions vie for it, the outcome will undoubtedly be in favor of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. At that moment, Lin Yuan once again displayed his arrogant demeanor. It seems you not only know about the ancient Snake Goo Palace but also have a deep understanding of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident in the ancient Snake Goo Palace. I remember your adjutant saying that you also have the intention to fight for this top-grade blessed land. If you think so highly of the ancient Snake Goo Palace, why are you still fighting for this top-grade blessed land? Moreover, since you know that the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, Abyssal Beast Domain, and Fairy Institution will also contend for this top-grade blessed land, do you think that the ancient Snake Goo Palace is stronger than these three factions? City Lords yet, if you're afraid of the ancient Snake Goo Palace and know that you don't have the ability to compete with it, why don't you cooperate with me and Palace Master Ling? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xia Lin's face flushed with anger, but considering that he still needed to negotiate with Lin Yuan for Creation Master resources later, Xia Lin forcefully suppressed his emotions. At the same time, he couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo knew that he was from the ancient Snake Goo Palace? In the past, Xia Lin might have been somewhat nervous because he didn't want to reveal his identity. However, now that action was imminent, Xia Lin was not concerned at all about his identity being discovered. After leading Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo to the banquet hall, Xia Lin took out his precious wine to entertain them. However, Lin Yuan didn't give Xia Lin any face at all. Not only did he refuse to drink Xia Lin's wine, but he also took out 3 jugs of wine, claiming that Xia Lin's wine wasn't good enough, and shared them with Ling Muzhuo. Xia Lin could no longer tolerate Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo singing the same tune, so he finally spoke directly. Young Master Lin, I was originally planning to attend the trade fair you organized, but unfortunately, timing wasn't on my side. Some issues arose within the alliance I had formed, and if I didn't address them, the alliance would surely fall apart. Therefore, I had my adjutant attend the trade fair in my place. At that time, he left in haste and didn't bring back many resources. I wonder if I still have the opportunity to trade with you, young Master Lin. Lin Yuan didn't give Xia Lin any face. Creator resources aren't particularly valuable in my hands, but I won't trade with just anyone. As I mentioned at the trade fair before, in the future, only factions within my alliance will be able to enjoy such treatment. However, no one from the City Lord Manor has joined the alliance I established, so I have no reason to trade resources with you after the trade fair. Surely, you wouldn't think that trading creator resources for spiritual ingredients benefits me, would you? Lin Yuan's words were equivalent to rejecting Xia Lin's request for a trade. Had it not been for Autumn accompanying Lin Yuan, Xia Lin might have already taken action. His uncertainty about Autumn's capabilities made him hesitate. If they couldn't trade, then there was no reason to keep Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo here. Just as Xia Lin was about to find a reason to chase them away, he heard Lin Yuan say, however, considering your hospitality, I'm not entirely inclined to refuse your request. Yet, the level of goods exchanged must inevitably be raised compared to before. Upon hearing that they could still continue trading supplies, a smile finally returned to Xia Lin's face. All the spiritual ingredients I offer for exchange are at grade 4 creator resources. Many of them are even suitable for concocting potions by grade 5 creator standards. Since I proposed the trade, you can be assured of my sincerity. With that, Xia Lin took out all those resources from his spatial equipment. When Xia Lin typically hosted a banquet for his guests, Jia Mingda and Yang Suzhang would usually have the privilege to attend. However, Xia Lin wanted to keep his dealings with Lin Yuan confidential, so he discreetly dismissed them beforehand. Although Yang Suzhang and Jia Mingda felt uncomfortable about this decision, Xia Lin was indifferent to their feelings. He knew that this time he could successfully offer resources to the 2 Snake Lords. With these 2 Snake Lords as his guarantors, he would likely be promoted from his position as guardian in the ancient Snake Goo Palace, perhaps even gaining entry to the ancient snake training camp. Completing the training there would give him a chance to become a preparatory Snake Lord. By then, the gap between his status and that of Jia Mingda and Yang Suzhang would be insurmountable. Even if they wanted to curry favor with him, they wouldn't have the opportunity. Xia Lin couldn't care less about their feelings. Lin Yuan was already planning to use spirit chi crystals to exchange for various goods in large quantities, so Xia Lin's initiative to bring it up again meant that Lin Yuan could gain even more. Moreover, the resources Xia Lin was now offering were of a higher level than what Lin Yuan had previously traded for. Lin Yuan didn't focus much on the resources Xia Lin presented, but his excitement surged when he saw Xia Lin take out a fey. It was a light blue turtle, no larger than the size of a palm, yet it carried a shell at least 5 times larger than its body, making even crawling somewhat difficult. Lin Yuan thought to himself that after waiting so long, he had finally encountered a new fey compatible with Morbius Spirit Lock. It was the first time he had seen such a magical feature in a fey. Seeing Lin Yuan's interest in the turtle that struggled to carry its shell, Xia Lin introduced it to him. Young Master Lin has good taste. I obtained this spirit world barrier turtle from a mid-grade blessed land. Chapter 3108. The abnormal Zhao Wei. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to investigate the spirit world barrier turtle. Fey name, Spirit World Barrier Turtle. Fey species, Swamp Turtle species / Colored Turtle species. Fey grade, Bronze, 10/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Legend. Abilities. Condensation barrier, combine all the energy and spirit chi that it can touch to form a barrier. The barrier can block the interaction between the inside and outside of the barrier and block the detection of the inside of the barrier. Energy discharge, when attacked by energy, it can choose not to digest this energy. Instead, it can store this energy in the turtle shell and release it from its mouth. The energy released is comparable to the intensity of the energy attack. Exclusive skill. 10,000 techniques body. All energy attacks that come into contact with the body will immediately be absorbed and converted into raw materials to condense the barrier. The body will only be affected by physical attacks. The more Lin Yuan looked at the spirit world barrier turtle, the more satisfied he was. It was truly a creature from a blessed land. No wonder it was so powerful. The exclusive skills and abilities 10,000 techniques body and energy discharge allowed the spirit world barrier turtle to block energy attacks above the holy spirit level. As for whether it could return the energy attack to the opponent through energy discharge, it was related to the energy capacity of the spirit world barrier turtle's turtle shell. With the current strength of the spirit world barrier turtle shell, it should be more than enough to withstand the energy attacks of a diamond fey. Lin Yuan mainly wanted the spirit world barrier turtle to become his fey because of its normal ability, condensation barrier. The barrier formed by the spirit world barrier turtle absorbing energy and spirit chi could be combined to form a barrier. This kind of barrier would block the interaction of internal and external energy. Not only that, but it could also block the detection of the outside world. As long as the spirit world barrier turtle was nurtured, when exploring the abyssal world, the spirit world barrier turtle could build a barrier that could effectively prevent the corrosion of the energy of the abyssal world, allowing all life forms to build foundations in the barrier to reproduce. When the spirit world barrier turtle was only bronze grade, Lin Yuan had already seen its potential. If Lin Yuan could tell, so could Xia Lin. Meanwhile, Xia Lin was still introducing the spirit world barrier turtle to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan scoffed and said, "City Lord Xia, despite all your talk, you didn't choose the turtle. Is it because you want to nurture it to generate a large amount of pure spirit chi every day? From the looks of it, City Lord Xia, you've tried to nurture it before. I know you plan to raise the price. While I have plenty of creator resources, I'm not naive enough to give them away casually. Brother Ling is the Palace Master of Fortune Treasure Palace, which collects all kinds of spiritual ingredients. Let Brother Ling help appraise these ingredients to ensure fairness. I trust you won't distrust Brother Ling." Lin Yuan was correct. Xia Lin did plan to raise the price. These resources were personally saved by Xia Lin. The more creator resources he could exchange for them, the more advantageous it would be for him. Xia Lin was counting on these resources to curry favor with the Snake Lords. Xia Lin noticed that Ling Muzhuo had a very close relationship with Lin Yuan, much closer than his own. Under such circumstances, it was clear who Ling Muzhuo would favor when estimating the price. However, Xia Lin couldn't reject this proposal. He feared that if he did, Lin Yuan would refuse to deal with him. Moreover, rejecting the suggestion would imply a lack of trust in Ling Muzhuo, the Palace Master of Fortune Treasure Palace. Xia Lin did not want to become enemies with Ling Muzhuo at this time. After some thought, Xia Lin gritted his teeth and said, "I naturally trust Palace Master Ling. Please help settle the price of these resources fairly so that neither young Master Lin nor I suffer a loss." Hearing this, Ling Muzhuo looked at Xia Lin with a faint smile. In such a deal, if one side suffered a loss, the other side would gain an advantage. Lin was reminding him to be fair when calculating the price. If Ling Muzhuo didn't have such a good relationship with Lin Yuan, he wouldn't have helped in evaluating the resources. This kind of task could be laborious and unrewarding. Trying to please one side could offend the other. Confirming that Lin was likely from the ancient Snake Gu Palace, Ling Muzhuo was filled with resentment, recalling Fortune Treasure Palace's losses in South Face City over the years. In the process of calculating the price, he showed no mercy and essentially lowered the prices of these spiritual ingredients to the minimum. It reached a point where Lin felt the pinch but couldn't refuse the deal. Ling Muzhuo was somewhat surprised by the high quality of Lin's stock. If Lin had asked Fortune Treasure Palace to prepare the materials for the trade, it would have required mobilizing resources from many branches. These resources were clearly beyond what a city lord of a large city should possess. When Lin presented these resources, he must have already decided to relinquish his city lord status. City lord Xie, you've gained a lot during this period in South Face City. You actually gathered so many resources. Most of the resources here are not produced in South Face City. I think you must have spent a lot of effort to collect these resources, right? No matter how precious these spiritual ingredients are, they can't compare to creator resources. The price I stated is not low. City Lord Xie, the resources you took out can't be exchanged for so many spirit chi crystals if you traded with anyone else. You have to know that the spirit chi crystals that young Master Lin took out are not mere grade 4 creator resources. They have also reached pinnacle grade 4. Ling Muzhuo's words made Lin's teeth itch. Lin knew how Lin Yuan had offered the spirit chi crystals at the trade fair. If he completed the transaction of the materials in his hands at the trade fair, the amount of spirit chi crystals he would exchange would be at least 10% more than now. He needed these spirit chi crystals and could only suffer in silence. Lin looked at Ling Muzhuo viciously. He had already made up his mind to make Ling Muzhuo pay the price when the Snake Lords came. As for the method, it was very simple. As long as he revealed that Lin Yuan had a large number of spirit chi crystals, it would be fine. Even though he hated Ling Muzhuo and Lin Yuan to death, Lin's superficial skills were still on point. Lin Yuan and Ling Muzhuo were invited to stay in the residence. However, Lin Yuan was no longer in the mood to feign civility with Lin. His mind was focused on nurturing the spirit world barrier turtle. The feys produced by mid-grade blessed lands were extremely precious. Since Lin was willing to take these things out, it seemed that the spirit world barrier turtle definitely needed a lot of spirit chi. Lin Yuan was prepared to see how much this little fellow could eat. Lin Yuan originally wanted to return to the place where he had just arrived in South Face City. But there were too many factions that wanted to trade resources with him. Since Zhao Chen was not there, Lin Yuan decided to stay in Fortune Treasure Palace for peace and quiet. The trade fair was hosted by Zhao Chen, so Lin Yuan simply handed over all the alliance members to Zhao Chen to manage. Lin Yuan could tell that the Zhao family had many thoughts about him. Zhao Chen had been stopping the Zhao family from meeting him. Zhao Chen also had his own plans for doing so. Lin Yuan already had the thought of befriending Zhao Chen. As for whether he could grasp it in the end, it would depend on Zhao Chen himself. Lin Yuan took out 1 million spirit chi crystals to see how far the spirit world barrier turtle could go after absorbing them. Previously, all the feys that Morbius had spirit locked were basically stuck at Bronze X/Legend because this could maximize their potential. The reason Lin Yuan was prepared to nurture the spirit world barrier turtle was that he had comprehended a willpower rune that was extremely compatible with the spirit world barrier turtle after contracting the enlightenment cicada. As long as he combined this willpower rune with the spirit world barrier turtle, regardless of grade or quality, the spirit world barrier turtle would directly improve. Lin Yuan first used spirit lock on the spirit world barrier turtle. The moment he used spirit lock on it, he felt the hunger coming from the spirit world barrier turtle. The spirit world barrier turtle was like an evil spirit that had starved for countless years as it pitifully begged Lin Yuan for food. Lin Yuan could not help but feel speechless. It turned out that the spirit world barrier turtle was not such a delicate fey. At present, the spirit world barrier turtle's size was limited by energy. Creatures like the spirit world barrier turtle, which originated from mid-grade blessed lands, had long lifespans. Since Lin obtained the spirit world barrier turtle, tens of thousands of years had passed. Apart from investing resources in the spirit world barrier turtle at the beginning, Lin had not spent any more effort on the spirit world barrier turtle. After starving for tens of thousands of years, the spirit world barrier turtle was only the size of a wash basin. If it continued to starve without spirit chi to absorb, the spirit world barrier turtle would most likely enter a dormant state. Before letting the spirit world barrier turtle absorb the spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan planned to let it have a good meal and wait for its body to recover before transforming into fantasy breed. Otherwise, without enough energy to replenish itself, even if it transformed into fantasy breed, it would affect the spirit world barrier turtle's potential. Fortunately, a fey like the spirit world barrier turtle was very special. As long as there was sufficient pure spirit chi to absorb, its condition would recover very quickly. Millions of spirit chi crystals were already a lot for any living being. However, after these millions of spirit chi crystals were absorbed by the spirit world barrier turtle, it was still not full. From time to time, it would convey its hunger to Lin Yuan, wanting to ask for more spirit chi. Even Lin Yuan could not help but be surprised by its appetite. No wonder Xia Lin had given up on the spirit world barrier turtle. If he had not established the faith country and no longer lacked spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan might have given up on nurturing the spirit world barrier turtle as well. Fortunately, Lin Yuan still had some spirit chi crystals to feed it. After consuming a total of 5.6 million spirit chi crystals, the spirit world barrier turtle returned to its healthiest state. At that moment, the size of the spirit world barrier turtle was equivalent to a small mountain, able to carry at least 50 people. The spirit world barrier turtle possessed extraordinary intelligence. Once its body fully recovered, it began urging Lin Yuan to evolve it into a fantasy breed. Due to spirit lock, the relationship between the spirit world barrier turtle and Lin Yuan had become extremely close. The spirit world barrier turtle understood why it had been despised by Xia Lin. It consumed too much. This made the turtle hesitant to ask Lin Yuan for more spirit chi, fearing his dissatisfaction. Otherwise, it would have tried to evolve into a fantasy breed while in its best state. Sensing the turtle's emotions, Lin Yuan whispered, "Since I've decided to nurture you, I'll provide you with the best resources in the future. If you have any needs, just ask. Don't deprive yourself of resources. You've just recovered, and the spirit chi in your body hasn't reached its limit. Instead of rushing to advance, why not accumulate more experience?" Lin Yuan then took out a large number of spirit chi crystals and placed them in front of the turtle, indicating it could absorb them at will. The spirit world barrier turtle had never felt such love since its birth. Now, it finally felt cared for, letting out a happy roar. It waved its 3-story tall head in front of Lin Yuan and began chewing on the spirit chi crystals without needing his help. With each bite, nearly 20,000 spirit chi crystals were swallowed. In the future, the spirit world barrier turtle would definitely not lose to Blackie in terms of spirit chi crystal consumption. Lin Yuan looked at the remaining spirit chi crystals and decided that, apart from Zhao Chen and Ling Muzhuo, he would not trade them with any other factions in South Fei City. Over the past 2 days, there had been turmoil in South Fei City, with many factions perishing daily. All the powerful factions were present, but Lin Yuan was the most talked about person in South Fei City. For the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had been nurturing the spirit world barrier turtle in Fortune Treasure Palace, choosing not to interact with other factions. As Lin Yuan's representative, Zhao Chen was incredibly busy. Zhao Chen had never experienced so many powerful factions seeking his favor. Even under pressure from his family, he decided to follow Lin Yuan no matter what. Fourth uncle, young Master Lin has already said that he won't see anyone. Don't make things difficult for me. It's enough for me to be the only one from the Zhao family to interact with young Master Lin. So what if you interact with young Master Lin again? I'll mention my father's injuries to young Master Lin after this operation ends. However, even if young Master Lin is willing to help, we have to be able to take out the corresponding resources to trade with young Master Lin. Although father lost the battle in the family, he still has more resources than I do. Get father to prepare the resources. I'll contact you when there's news from young Master Lin." When Zhao Chen's father heard the news, he immediately looked for Zhao Chen excitedly. However, Zhao Chen's father's attitude toward this matter was far different from his fourth uncle's. Basically, he would contact him every few hours in hopes of getting a chance to interact with Lin Yuan alone. Zhao Chen felt that Zhao Wei's behavior was a little abnormal, as if he had other motives. Chapter 3109, Sudden Appearance of a Giant Purple Dragon. As a city lord, Zhao Chen was no longer a child who had followed Zhao Wei for tens of thousands of years. Zhao Chen vaguely felt that Zhao Wei urgently wanted to see Lin Yuan for other purposes. Zhao Chen started to be wary of his fourth uncle. In the major factions, internal members of the factions would often fight. Even close relatives might kill each other for benefits, let alone not close ones. Zhao Wei was desperate to see Lin Yuan, which made Zhao Chen suspicious. When Zhao Wei requested to meet Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen rejected him again. Fourth uncle, young Master Lin has been in seclusion and hasn't even seen me. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't introduce you to him. Moreover, I've already become friends with young Master Lin. If you need anything, you can tell me, and I'll pass the message on your behalf. I believe you've already heard that those factions who angered young Master Lin at the trade fair have been eliminated. I've already informed young Master Lin about father, and he will respond to me soon. Zhao Wei, with a dark expression, said, Little Chen, I've treated you like my own child since you were young. Why won't you introduce me to young Master Lin now? Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Wei with a complicated expression. Fourth uncle, are you certain you need to meet young Master Lin in person? If you're sure, I'll convey your request. Before this conversation, Zhao Chen had just communicated with Lin Yuan through his communication fey. Zhao Chen felt relieved after contacting Lin Yuan again after several days. First, he explained the current situation in South Fei City to Lin Yuan, and then he mentioned the factions wanting to trade resources. Although they wanted to meet Lin Yuan, their priority was securing resources. Lin Yuan responded without hesitation. Brother Zhao, since the trade fair ended, I've decided not to trade creator resources with outsiders anymore. The alliance already has enough factions. There's no need to add more. Just help me decline their requests. I don't intend to meet them. Zhao Chen was relieved to hear Lin Yuan's rejection. If Lin Yuan had been interested in meeting these factions, Zhao Chen wouldn't have known how to arrange it. Too many factions wanted to meet Lin Yuan, and if they found out about his arrangements, they might blame him. Because Zhao Wei had been pressuring Zhao Chen to meet Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen had decided to explain the matter to Lin Yuan and arrange a meeting between them. Zhao Chen was curious about why his fourth uncle wanted to meet Lin Yuan. He had asked Zhao Wei about it before, but Zhao Wei had always been vague. Lin Yuan agreed immediately to Zhao Chen's request. Brother Zhao, if your fourth uncle insists on meeting me, bring him to Fortune Treasure Palace at 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. I'll meet him there. With Lin Yuan's confirmation, Zhao Chen could agree to Zhao Wei's request. He understood how serious and determined Zhao Wei was about meeting Lin Yuan. Zhao Chen said, in that case, I'll bring fourth uncle to meet young Master Lin tomorrow. However, be aware that young Master Lin will no longer trade resources. Zhao Wei was delighted to hear Zhao Chen's words. Since you've agreed, I'll find you before noon tomorrow. Zhao Chen watched Zhao Wei's departing figure, feeling relieved. At least he would soon discover Zhao Wei's motives through Lin Yuan. If his fourth uncle had ulterior motives, it would be easier for him to take precautions. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's attention was still on the spirit world barrier turtle. After feeding it spirit chi crystals for 2 days, the spirit world barrier turtle had successfully evolved to fantasy/platinum. The spirit world barrier turtle's growth was much slower than Lin Yuan had expected. Lin Yuan needed to leave some spirit chi crystals for emergencies, so he stopped evolving it for now. Instead, he planned to nurture the spirit world barrier turtle in the future when he had more spirit chi crystals. Seeing that Lin Yuan had finished nurturing his phase, Autumn could not help but ask, Young Master, the people from Fairy Institution and Abyssal Beast Domain have already arrived in South Fei City. They hid their auras and did not reveal their identities to the outside world. I can detect their location. Young Master, do you want to take the initiative to contact them? Lin Yuan felt that instead of staying in Fortune Treasure Palace to observe, it was time for him to take the initiative to attack. Regardless of whether they were competitors or not, it was necessary to interact with Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution. This was especially true for Fairy Institution. Firstly, Lin Yuan had several high-grade fairies, so he had a deep relationship with Fairy Institution. Furthermore, Lin Yuan had robbed Fairy Institution of Emerald Lady. He had only been in the sky beyond the clouds for a short period, so he needed to befriend more factions for the sake of his development. Coincidentally, these factions were all qualified to befriend Lin Yuan. Autumn, after meeting Zhao Chen's fourth uncle, I'll prepare to interact with the people from Fairy Institution and Abyssal Beast Domain. I heard from Winter that Xia Lin also tried to invite these two factions, but in the end, the people from these two forces rejected his invitation. Members of these big forces usually don't take a city lord like Xia Lin seriously, and Xia Lin doesn't dare to carelessly leak information about the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Autumn asked, Young Master, are you planning to befriend these two parties? Now that the two parties are competitors, there's not much point in befriending them. In any case, the competitive relationship will still exist. These two factions in the West and North universes have come to the intersection of the South and East universes. They must be determined to obtain this blessed land. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "It's good to know the situation of our opponents in advance. Moreover, even if I don't take the initiative to look for them, they will most likely take the initiative to look for me." The following day, Lin Yuan asked Ling Muzhou for information from Fortune Treasure Palace. Through observing this information, Lin Yuan gained a better understanding of the situation in South Face City. Before Zhao Chen brought his uncle to see him, Lin Yuan accompanied the insecure spirit world barrier turtle so it could absorb spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone in peace. In fact, with the spirit world barrier turtle's ability to absorb spirit chi, even without spirit chi crystals in the spirit lock spatial zone, its strength could quickly increase. In the evening, Lin Yuan met Zhao Wei. "Young Master Lin, I'm an elder of the Zhao family in South Face City. I brought you here this time because I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if I can talk to you in private." Zhao Wei was obviously hoping that Lin Yuan would chase Zhao Chen away. Zhao Chen frowned as soon as Zhao Wei said that. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Wei's dismissal could be considered a very overboard action. "Fourth uncle, what can't you say in front of me? If you really need anything from young Master Lin, I can speak up for you." Zhao Wei did not explain to Zhao Chen. Seeing that Lin Yuan did not speak for a long time, Zhao Wei took out a metal box. "Young Master Lin, you will definitely be interested in what's in this metal box." Since Zhao Wei had already put it this way, Lin Yuan could not reject Zhao Wei's suggestion. "Brother Zhao, since the elder of your family has something to say to me in private, you should leave first. I don't think the Zhao family has anything too important to do now. After your fourth uncle finishes talking to me, I'll arrange for someone to bring you back in." Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Wei seriously for a while before leaving Lin Yuan's room. Autumn stood beside Lin Yuan and looked at Zhao Wei seriously. If anything happened, Autumn would immediately protect Lin Yuan regardless of whether Zhao Wei was Zhao Chen's elder or not. After Zhao Chen left, Lin Yuan scrutinized Zhao Wei. "Since you said that I'll definitely be interested in the things in the metal box, you can open it now. There aren't many things in the world that can interest me." Ever since Zhao Wei had entered, Lin Yuan had never felt any respect from him. Regardless of his relationship with Zhao Chen, it was only right for Zhao Wei to show respect to Lin Yuan based on the capabilities he had displayed. His current attitude was a little abnormal. Either Zhao Wei was not smart enough or Zhao Wei was not relying on the Zakis family but other factions. This metal box was spatial equipment. No one touched this metal box, but it was still shaking slightly as if there was a living creature inside. As Zhao Wei inserted a key into the metal box, a torrent of energy gushed out from the metal box. This gushing energy instantly froze the surrounding space, as if it had turned Lin Yuan's room into another dimension. A purple gold giant dragon with 3 pairs of horns appeared in the room. The moment Zhao Wei saw this dragon with 3 pairs of horns, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. In Zhao Wei's opinion, this mighty force must have intimidated Lin Yuan and the guard standing beside him. However, in reality, the moment this aura pounced on Lin Yuan, Autumn had already neutralized it. Lin Yuan was not affected by this aura at all. Autumn was not in a hurry to attack the moment the purple gold dragon appeared. He sent a voice transmission to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, the dragon summoned by the Zhao family is a main dragon species. In terms of strength, it has already surpassed the Holy Spirit level. If I'm not wrong, this dragon species Fei is most likely from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. I wonder if Zhao Chen is related to the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley or if the entire Zhao family has a deep relationship with them." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and felt that Zhao Chen most likely did not know about the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley's situation. Firstly, it was because Zhao Chen had met him in Diverse City because of Sun Yukai's introduction. At that time, Zhao Chen did not know that this top-grade blessed land was about to appear, so he would not have schemed against him at that time. Secondly, if Zhao Chen wanted to facilitate this situation, he could just introduce Zhao Wei directly. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Zhao Wei relied on this purple gold dragon to regard Lin Yuan as prey. However, Zhao Wei did not know that the relationship between hunter and prey had already changed. The suppression between dragon species mainly relied on their bloodline, not strength. If Lin Yuan released Blackie, he would be able to suppress the main species dragon. Lin Yuan did not do so, nor was he in a hurry to let Autumn take action because he wanted to confirm if this purple gold dragon was from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. What was the purpose of the Zhao family treating him like this? Was Zhao Wei not afraid that he would break off ties with the Zhao family and they would lose a channel to obtain grade 5 creator resources? If this purple gold dragon really came from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, why would a faction from the North Universe arrange for people to be stationed at the intersection of the South and East universes? Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the situation had become interesting. If it was for this top-grade blessed land, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would not have made arrangements so early. But if not for this top-grade blessed land, what else was there in South Face City that the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would covet? Lin Yuan could not think of an answer, so he stopped thinking about it. The purple gold dragon had been in a deep sleep in the dimensional space inside the metal box. It was not in a good mood because it had just been awakened. The purple gold dragon first let out a dragon roar before questioning Zhao Wei. The battle has yet to begin. Why did you summon me? I'm sure you know very well what kind of crime it is to wake me up without any reason. Zhao Wei hurriedly said, Lord Purple Dragon, it's true that the chaotic battle between the various factions has yet to begin. But this top-grade blessed land at the intersection of the South and East universes can open at any time. Didn't you say that the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would wake you up immediately after they arrived? I woke you up in advance this time because I discovered a way to obtain grade 5 creator resources. He has the grade 5 creator resources. If you can control him, you will have another channel to obtain grade 5 creator resources in the future. Zhao Wei's tone was extremely flattering and carried a hint of fear. When the giant purple dragon heard Zhao Wei's words, it looked at Lin Yuan with a different expression. Oh, you're saying that this little guy who has lived for less than 60 years has grade 5 creator resources? You've been by my side for a long time. You should know the consequences of lying to me. Zhao Wei lowered his head and said seriously, Lord, how would I dare to lie to you? My nephew's feys have all evolved due to the grade 5 creator resources he obtained. Chapter 3110, Are you teaching me what to do? Zhao Wei paused for a moment and continued. If I wasn't 100% sure, I wouldn't have told you the information. When the purple dragon heard Zhao Wei's words, it immediately became interested in Lin Yuan and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. At the same time, he focused his attention on Autumn. Autumn had been trying his best to hold back his aura, so he did not show any presence. However, the purple dragon felt a sense of shock and horror because it could not sense any aura from Autumn's body. In a chaotic place like South Face City, how could a person with grade 5 creator resources bring a weak person with him? There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that this life form was stronger. Thinking of this, the purple dragon immediately released its dragon aura to test the waters, although it was very likely that releasing the dragon might cause the space created by his aura to become unstable. The dragon might released by dragon species creatures could not only intimidate other dragon species life forms, but it was also effective on non-dragon species life forms. The dragon species phase might was extremely destructive. The truth was just as the purple gold dragon had predicted. The aura he released did not affect the child's guard. Facing his dragon might, this guard acted as if nothing had happened. This made the purple dragon realize that he had been tricked by Zhao Wei. Rather than saying that the young man in front of him was his prey, it would be more accurate to say that he was the prey now. The purple dragon looked at Zhao Wei angrily and spoke to Lin Yuan as respectfully as possible. My servant has failed to recognize how formidable you truly are. He didn't recognize the two of you as important figures. I will definitely teach him a lesson. I hope the two of you can forgive me. Lin Yuan said with a playful tone, Forgive? How? This subordinate of yours offered us to you as captives. He wants you to control me and obtain the creator resources in my hands. You've already treated me as prey, yet you still want me to forgive you. How can there be such a good thing in this world? If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, right? I've always heard that the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, which is made up of dragon species phase, is greedy. Now that I've seen it, it really lives up to its reputation. Lin Yuan's words let the dragon know that this matter would not end peacefully. That's right, I'm indeed from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. You're not mistaken. I'm only an elder in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. There are many other elders who are stronger than me. I'm willing to pay for today's misunderstanding. Tell me, what compensation do you want? The moment the purple dragon could not sense Autumn's aura, it admitted defeat and wanted to compensate. In the eyes of the purple dragon, as long he was willing to compensate, the other party would not make things difficult for him. If the two sides really fought in the current situation where the various factions were gathered in South Face City, the two sides would become the target of everyone. Unexpectedly, the other party was unwilling to settle things peacefully. Instead, he said in an extremely serious tone, "Why? You wanted to control me back then. But now that I'm here, you want to settle things peacefully? How can there be such a good thing? If I had been willing to give you some resources when you decided to control me, would you have accepted?" The purple dragon was enraged. "What else do you want? Are we going to fight? Even if I'm not your guard's match, he can forget about taking advantage of me." Autumn had initially wanted to watch the show, expecting Lin Yuan would call on him to act later. However, the purple dragon's words seemed condescending. What did it mean by suggesting he couldn't gain an advantage in a fight? With the purple dragon's strength, was there really anything it couldn't overcome? How ridiculous! Autumn would not let the purple dragon continue. If Lin Yuan believed the dragon's words and looked down on him, it would be unjust. Yet, when he attacked, he had to ensure his aura remained concealed. Autumn summoned thousands of fallen leaves at once. This was the first time he had called forth so many since he began following Lin Yuan. These leaves did not all target the purple dragon directly. Only a few dozen aimed at the dragon. Most of the leaves enhanced the special space created by the dragon's aura, fortifying it. The few dozen leaves that attached to the dragon's body emitted a bleak energy that completely stagnated the dragon's energy flow. Lin Yuan smiled at the dragon and said, "It seems my guard is much stronger than you. Now, you have two choices: submit to me and become my spy in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, or die here as the price for trying to control me. I've said all I need to say. You have 5 minutes to decide whether you want to live or die. I'll only give you one chance to think it over. I hope you'll cherish your hard-won life." Lin Yuan began the countdown without another word. It was a tumultuous time, and Lin Yuan did not want to complicate matters. Otherwise, he would have been willing to give the purple dragon more time to choose. As the core elder of the 7 main lineages of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, Long Ji had always been the one to decide others' fates. This was the first time someone had forced him to decide his own. If Lin Yuan continued to threaten him, Long Ji would know what to do. But in the current situation, Long Ji was powerless. He would soon have to make a choice. Long Ji feared the young man in front of him would kill him the moment he refused. Long Ji had always been arrogant. Even while controlling Zhao Wei, an elder of the Zhao family, he hadn't revealed his name, allowing Zhao Wei to call him only Lord Purple Dragon. But now, in front of Lin Yuan, Long Ji could no longer maintain his arrogance. In those 5 minutes, Long Ji's thoughts were extremely complicated. Lin Yuan's demand meant betraying the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, a task he was extremely reluctant to undertake. It would disgrace dragons across all universes. As the 5 minutes approached their end, Long Ji reluctantly said, "During the competition for the top-grade Blessed Land, I can facilitate your cooperation with the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. However, they intend to explore this top-grade Blessed Land, and even as an elder, I can't stop them from exploring it." Lin Yuan didn't even look at Long Ji and reminded him seriously, "You have 1 minute and 18 seconds left." He said nothing further. Long Ji was no fool. He understood that if he didn't agree to the young man's demand, he would surely be killed when time was up. If he died in this isolated space, the outside world would be none the wiser. A single strike from Lin Yuan's guard could prevent him from circulating his energy. At that moment, he had completely lost his ability to resist. The lifespan of dragons was extremely long. At nearly 200,000 years, Long Ji was still a youth in dragon terms. He did not want to die. Submission seemed the only option. However, even in submission, Long Ji had his limits. He could not act against the interests of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. If his submission threatened their interests, he would rather die. Long Ji did not know Lin Yuan's name. When addressing him, Long Ji's tone had changed. "Lord, I understand that submission is the only way I can survive. However, as a member of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, I am unwilling to abandon it. I hope you understand my position. As long as my submission does not threaten the valley's interests, I will offer my loyalty to you." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "You just mentioned the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley wants to fight for this top-grade Blessed Land. I have similar plans. Competition between us is inevitable. If fighting for this land makes you feel like you've betrayed the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, then die here." Although Lin Yuan spoke without revealing any aura, Long Ji's heart pounded. Despite his earlier declaration of loyalty to the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, Long Ji hesitated under these dire circumstances. Ultimately, it was fear of death that made him waver. However, he could not admit to betraying the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. Lin Yuan could tell what Long Ji was thinking and said, "The person you control told you that I have grade 5 creator resources. As long as you perform well in the future, I don't mind using grade 5 creator resources to trade with the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. As the middleman of the transaction, you are equivalent to creating value for the myriad dragon Immortal Valley." Lin Yuan's words gave Long Ji a way out. "In that case, Lord, I'm willing to submit to you. How should I pledge my loyalty?" Lin Yuan did not take out the lifespan mouse for Long Ji to contract. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Long Ji's loyalty to him was still not a stable factor. Lin Yuan did not want the lifespan mouse's existence to be leaked. Lin Yuan said, "I only need to use my divine kingdom to control your Holy Spirit. There's no need to use any other means. If I find out that you betrayed me, not only will I take away a Holy Spirit and turn you into a cripple, but I will also kill you. The myriad dragon Immortal Valley won't have a good ending either. If you are obedient, not only will you be able to obtain benefits, but the chances of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley obtaining creator resources will also be high. You're a smart person. I don't think a smart person like you will disappoint me." Long Ji's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He looked at Autumn with fear and did not doubt Lin Yuan's words at all. With Autumn's strength, he indeed had such ability. Soon, Long Ji's 3 holy spirits were marked with Lin Yuan's divine kingdom. Lin Yuan continued to speak to Long Ji. "Now that you've become my subordinate, tell me about the myriad dragon Immortal Valley's plan. As long as you tell me the plan of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley, I won't force you to do anything that will harm the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. The myriad dragon Immortal Valley and I will compete for this top-grade blessed land with our own abilities." Lin Yuan's words put Long Ji at ease, and he looked at Lin Yuan gratefully. During this process, Lin Yuan had prevented him from harming the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. This was already the best outcome for him. "Lord, actually, the myriad dragon Immortal Valley has already set our sights on this top-grade blessed land a long time ago. 1,500 years ago, the myriad dragon Immortal Valley discovered something when we were invited by the ancient Snake Goo Palace to South Face City. It's just that at that time, we and the ancient Snake Goo Palace weren't sure if a precious treasure was about to appear or if a blessed land was about to open. That was when I was sent to South Face City to investigate on behalf of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. I didn't let these elders spread the news, so not many people know about the Zhao family's situation. Lord, I hope you won't leak the news either. If word gets out, the other elders will definitely use this to suppress me. At that time, it will be disadvantageous to my successor." It was not Lin Yuan's threat that made Long Ji decide to submit to Lin Yuan. Although Long Ji was afraid of Lin Yuan's threat, he had been conflicted and had not made a decision. It was because Lin Yuan said that Long Ji could become the bridge between him and the myriad dragon Immortal Valley in obtaining creator resources that Long Ji was convinced. Once Lin Yuan's words came to play, his status in the myriad thousand dragon Immortal Valley would definitely increase with the creator resources he obtained from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Long Ji playfully. "What, are you telling me what to do? Whether I should leak the information of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley to the outside world or not, and how the situation develops is entirely up to me. All right, you don't have to tell me everything you know. Release your spiritual and soul power." Lin Yuan summoned Genius. When outsiders were present, Genius would appear in its human form. Lin Yuan planned to let Genius use connected tales to find out what Long Ji knew. This way, it would be convenient and quick, and he could ensure that Long Ji did not hide anything from him. With Long Ji's Holy Spirit under Lin Yuan's control, Lin Yuan was not afraid that Long Ji's sudden resistance would affect Genius when it probed Long Ji's memories. Genius looked 70% similar to Lin Yuan in human form and looked like Lin Yuan's younger brother. However, Long Ji could tell at a glance that Genius and Lin Yuan, who looked extremely similar, were not from the same species. Chapter 3111, The Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and Ancestral Dragon. Long Ji didn't dare refuse Lin Yuan's request. He could only relax his mind and soul, making himself defenseless. Genius pointed forward, and a dazzling tail of light shot from Genius' back, connecting Long Ji, Genius, Lin Yuan, and Autumn. This allowed them to immediately probe Long Ji's memories. The knowledge and memories of a direct descendant from a major faction were extensive. Not only did Lin Yuan learn why Long Ji had come to South Face City, but he also discovered many secrets of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and the hidden history of the North Universe. In the past, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley was a faction that could rival the snow-covered foxes. However, over the years, its development had faltered, causing its status in the North Universe to decline compared to the snow-covered foxes. The myriad dragon Immortal Valley, home to many dragons, was established on a top-grade blessed land. These dragons, living in a prime environment, recklessly absorbed the land's energy, leading to its depletion 100,000 years ago. Additionally, an expert in the myriad dragon Immortal Valley, whose bloodline had reached the pinnacle of the main dragon species, sought further transformation to evolve into an ancestral dragon. After the myriad dragon Immortal Valley's internal meeting approved it, this expert sacrificed the dried-up blessed land to use its energy for self-tempering. Because of this, the various dragon species in the myriad dragon Immortal Valley gathered numerous resources in preparation for the birth of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon was a supreme being with the highest dragon species bloodline. Currently, there was only one ancestral dragon in the myriad dragon Immortal Valley, who had long been asleep. Even Long Ji had never seen the ancestral dragon. Many believed that the sleeping ancestral dragon was a legend. The younger generation of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley thought so as well. Only a new ancestral dragon could restore the myriad dragon Immortal Valley to its former glory. Despite being depleted, the top-grade blessed land was still a precious treasure for the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. It was crucial for dragon reproduction, which was already extremely difficult. Without it, the dragons faced even greater challenges in reproducing. This was why the myriad dragon Immortal Valley was determined to obtain the top-grade blessed land in South Face City. It was vital for their future. After examining Long Ji's memories, Lin Yuan realized that Blackie, whom he had nurtured using almost all his spirit chi crystals, was much stronger than he had anticipated. Regardless of Blackie's current strength, its bloodline had already reached the ancestral dragon level, the pinnacle of the dragon species bloodline. Initially, Lin Yuan hadn't understood how rare the ancestral dragon bloodline was for dragons. At the same time, Lin Yuan was also surprised by the strength of the snow-covered foxes. Their power in the North Universe had far exceeded his expectations. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like I should provide Kong Huan with more resources so that she can gain more trust and love from the snow-covered foxes. If he could obtain this top-grade blessed land, Sky City would no longer need to hide in north of the Lonely River after a period of development. Instead, it should start a power struggle in this chaotic world. Although Connected Tales was an ability, Long Ji could still feel that his memories were being continuously read through this light tale. Regarding this, Long Ji could only let out a slight sigh. There was nothing he could do. At that moment, Long Ji heard Lin Yuan ask, the myriad dragon Immortal Valley respects bloodline. If an outsider ancestral dragon joins, will the myriad dragon Immortal Valley be willing to worship this ancestral dragon and listen to its orders? Long Ji was puzzled by Lin Yuan's words. At the same time, he could not help but sigh in his heart. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he was not a member of the dragon species and did not understand their situation at all. Lord, the faction is called Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley because it is formed by many dragons. The dragon factions in Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley only joined 40,000 years ago. In the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, bloodline is everything. Dragons with high-level bloodlines have the strength to control low-level dragons. It's no different from the faction formed by the fairies. I'm still considered inexperienced in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. The reason why I'm an elder is that my bloodline has successfully advanced to the main dragon level. Lin Yuan nodded. If that was the case, it was not impossible for him to subdue the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Blackie was a genuine ancestral dragon, but there was still an ancestral dragon in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, so Lin Yuan had to be wary of it. At that moment, Zhao Wei, who was kneeling on the ground not far away, was in a state of fear. He had not expected such a development. He originally thought that he had discovered an opportunity and wanted to tell Lord Purple Dragon to obtain the reward. Because of this, he did not hesitate to betray the Zhao family and the nephew he had watched grow up. In the end, as soon as Lord Purple Dragon appeared, he was controlled by the other party. Now that Lord Purple Dragon had become the other party's prisoner, what would his fate be? Zhao Wei felt that his fate was like duckweed. He had no control over it at all. Lin Yuan did not intend to keep Long Ji here after controlling him. Lin Yuan looked at the nervous Long Ji and handed a raiment of the fantasy crystal birthstone flower and a thoughts letter paper to Long Ji. All right, you can leave. He's yours. If you can guarantee his loyalty, take him away. If you can't, find a chance to deal with him later. Lin Yuan would definitely not let Zhao Wei die here. After all, Zhao Wei was Zhao Chen's fourth uncle. Since Zhao Chen was not involved in this matter, Lin Yuan did not intend to let Zhao Chen know what Zhao Wei had done today. Lin Yuan would never take a fancy to someone like Zhao Wei who would betray his family for opportunities. Hearing this, Long Ji glanced at the terrified Zhao Wei and said with certainty, "Lord, there's no way for the lower dragons to betray you. He's completely under my control. There's no doubt about that. He definitely won't reveal the situation casually. I can guarantee it." Zhao Wei was still useful to Long Ji. The latter did not want Zhao Wei to be dealt with just like that. At the same time, Long Ji was still filled with resentment toward Zhao Wei. Regardless of whether it was an opportunity for him to join Lin Yuan, Zhao Wei was the one who had put him in danger. After protecting Zhao Wei, Long Ji still had to settle scores with Zhao Wei. At the very least, he had to vent the anger in his heart. After Long Ji left with Zhao Wei, the space constructed by Long Ji's own energy disappeared. Lin Yuan's room returned to its original state. Zhao Chen, who was standing at the door, had no idea what was going on. When Zhao Chen saw Zhao Wei walk out of Lin Yuan's room, he quickly went up to him and asked, "Fourth uncle, how was your discussion with young Master Lin? There shouldn't be any unhappiness with young Master Lin, right? If you want to trade grade 5 creator resources with young Master Lin, you can let me negotiate with him." Zhao Wei looked at Zhao Chen with mixed feelings. There was guilt and resentment in his eyes. How could I have offended young Master Lin? It's your blessing to be able to know someone like young Master Lin. You must grasp this blessing tightly. Don't let this blessing escape. With a friend like young Master Lin, your vision is no longer limited to a small family. You can broaden your horizons and set a loftier goal. This time, the experts from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley will participate in the competition for the top-grade Blessed Land in South Face City. If possible, I can recommend you to join the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Even if you join, it won't affect your position as the City Lord of Diverse City. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhao Wei's words. He subconsciously thought, since a powerful faction like the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley has come to fight for this paradise, won't the pressure on Lin Yuan become even greater? Zhao Chen's first reaction was not to consider Zhao Wei's words or the benefits of joining the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Zhao Chen asked anxiously, "Fourth uncle, did you tell young Master Lin about this? Young Master Lin intends to fight for this top-grade Blessed Land. Telling him earlier will allow him to prepare in advance." If Zhao Wei had been thinking about Zhao Chen's future, he would definitely be furious and think Zhao Chen was insensible. In fact, Zhao Wei's heart was filled with such emotions. However, when he saw Zhao Chen's genuine worry, Zhao Wei suddenly felt that perhaps it was Zhao Chen's personality that attracted Lin Yuan. Zhao Wei did not answer Zhao Chen. He just patted Zhao Chen's shoulder and left. When Zhao Chen entered Lin Yuan's room, he immediately informed him of the situation. Due to Zhao Wei's actions just now, Autumn had some opinions about Zhao Chen. Although Zhao Chen did not participate, he still brought trouble to Lin Yuan. However, after hearing Zhao Chen's words, the trace of dissatisfaction in Autumn's heart disappeared. Lin Yuan said to Zhao Chen with a smile, "I already know about the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. It won't affect my goal of fighting for a top-grade Blessed Land." Zhao Chen completely relaxed when he heard this. "Brother Lin, I'm relieved to hear that." Zhao Chen suddenly thought of something and said, "Brother Lin, my fourth uncle suggested that I join the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley just now. What do you think?" Zhao Chen was very tempted by Zhao Wei's suggestion. The Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley could be said to be the best home for all dragon species holy spirits. Apart from being a spirit contractor, Zhao Chen had a dragon species bloodline, and his bloodline talent was quite extraordinary. If he took advantage of the fact that the people from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley were heading to South Face City, it would be extremely beneficial for his future. Most importantly, joining the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would not affect his position as the City Lord of Diverse City. Joining as the City Lord would allow him to obtain an extraordinary status. It was impossible for the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, a faction of the North Universe, not to want to enjoy the resources of the East Universe. He had given them a chance to do so. Of course, the matter of Zhao Chen joining the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley could not be known to Honor Absent Palace. Logically, Zhao Chen only needed to keep this matter in his heart. The reason he told Lin Yuan was that he trusted him enough. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying in an extremely serious tone, "Brother Zhao, joining the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley is indeed an excellent choice for you. No matter when or where, strength is the most important. If you choose to join the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, I can actually use resources to support you to increase your status in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Zhao Chen was overjoyed when he heard that. Lin Yuan's sponsorship would provide him with creator resources and other aspects that would be of great help to his future advancement and growth. Zhao Chen was a person who understood the ways of the world. Brother Lin, if you are willing to sponsor me to raise my status in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, just let me know if you have any requests. I'm willing to do anything. Regardless of what it was, Zhao Chen's tone was extremely sincere. It was indeed as his fourth uncle had said. Being able to meet Lin Yuan could be said to be the greatest opportunity on his path of growth. In the past few days, Lin Yuan had planned to keep a low profile. He had already been in the limelight enough. The limelight from before had helped Lin Yuan gather enough manpower. Now, the situation would unfold naturally. Lin Yuan received news from Winter that 2 snake lords of the ancient Snake Gu Palace had arrived in South Face City. Moreover, after these snake lords learned from Xia Lin that he had held a trade fair before, they were planning to deal with him. Lin Yuan could not help but feel frustrated. Lin Yuan had thought about fighting the ancient Snake Gu Palace because of the top-grade blessed land. But now was not the time. If they started a conflict with the ancient Snake Gu Palace now, the other factions would be the one to benefit instead. Lin Yuan could not help but feel curious. What was the ancient Snake Gu Palace thinking? Why would they choose to target him now? He had the ability to hold such a trade fair, which was equivalent to revealing his strength and foundation to the outside world. Under such circumstances, it was indeed abnormal for the ancient Snake Gu Palace to provoke him. Lin Yuan asked Winter to explore the inner area of the ancient Snake Gu Palace to see what was going on. Soon, Winter sent Lin Yuan a message saying that the ancient Snake Gu Palace had come up with such a plan to target him because they needed a large amount of pure spirit chi to revive another Snake Lord. If they revived another Snake Lord at this time, the chances of the ancient Snake Gu Palace successfully snatching the top-grade blessed land would increase. That was why these Snake Lords decided to attack at this moment without caring about the consequences. Even if they might be targeted by other factions because of this, they would not hesitate. Lin Yuan was speechless. The ancient Snake Gu Palace was used to being domineering. When they saw resources that were useful to them, they would habitually snatch them. Were they not going to send someone over to request for a transaction? Chapter 3112, Abyssal Beast Domain and Nightmare Beast. Even if the ancient Snake Gu Palace sent someone to propose a deal to Lin Yuan, he would not agree. Firstly, Lin Yuan did not have sufficient creator resources available. He lacked enough even for the Spirit World Barrier Turtle. Moreover, even if he had enough for the Spirit World Barrier Turtle, he was not willing to trade with the ancient Snake Gu Palace, which was developing the Star Pirates. Winter was invited to participate in this operation against Lin Yuan. Both Xia Lin, the City Lord of South Face City, and the Snake Lord of the ancient Snake Gu Palace, highly valued Winter, who had shown strength surpassing the Holy Spirit level. Winter's strength was highly advantageous to the ancient Snake Gu Palace, given that only 2 Snake Lords could act independently. At its peak, the ancient Snake Gu Palace had always been aloof toward outsiders. Their previous failure led the ancient Snake Gu Palace not only to absorb snake species life forms but also to treat insect species creatures as their own. They even accepted some foreign members as guards and offerings. These 2 Snake Lords knew that Winter had been very compliant after joining the alliance, which sparked their interest. However, they had yet to personally invite Winter. If Winter refused to join the ancient Snake Gu Palace, the 2 Snake Lords planned to attack him secretly. The ancient Snake Gu Palace had a complete alchemist inheritance, allowing them to refine the body of an expert into a war weapon. They achieved their goal by transforming unwilling experts into war weapons. Through special methods, these experts eventually became loyal to the ancient Snake Gu Palace. The 2 Snake Lords did not realize that Winter, whom they considered prey, also viewed the ancient Snake Gu Palace as prey. Had the 2 Snake Lords prepared to confront Lin Yuan directly, Winter might not have held such animosity toward the ancient Snake Gu Palace. However, their treacherous plans against Lin Yuan fueled Winter's hatred. If Winter were not concerned about disrupting Lin Yuan's objectives, he would have already attacked the ancient Snake Gu Palace. The 2 Snake Lords were indeed wary of Winter, but they never anticipated his alliance with Lin Yuan. Young Master, Xia Lin is about to invite you to the City Lord Manor with the excuse of a deal. He will also set up a banquet in the City Lord Manor to entertain you. The ancient Snake Gu Palace is preparing to use special snake venom and goo worms to control you in autumn. Although the strongest control method of the ancient Snake Gu Palace can't control me in autumn, their snake poison places on you has a huge impact on the soul. The ancient snake goo palace is truly vicious. I think we need to make some preparations and strive to control the ancient snake goo palace before the top grade blessed land opens. If we can control the two snake lords, we will at least have a higher chance of winning in the competition over the many other factions. Winter had always sought stability in his work and was not as conceited as Autumn. If there were only a few factions like the ancient snake goo palace participating in the competition, they could ensure that the top grade blessed land would be in Lin Yuan's hands. However, excluding the factions from the South and East universes, there were 3 top factions from the West universe and North universe that had risen to the surface. Fairy Institution, the Abyssal Beast Domain, and the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley were not weaker than the ancient snake goo palace. The 3 factions had traveled thousands of miles to come here. It was obvious that they wanted to compete for this top grade blessed land. After thinking about it, Winter felt that the best way to ensure that he would not make any mistakes in the competition for the top grade blessed land was to attack one of the powerful factions silently. However, it was very difficult to create such a silent environment. Now, Fairy Institution actually took the initiative to facilitate this opportunity. Since that was the case, how could he not accept? Otherwise, Winter would not have made such a rash suggestion to Lin Yuan at this time. Lin Yuan was rather surprised that the ancient snake goo palace would attack him at this time. This was because with the ancient snake goo palace's previous interaction with him, they should not be able to accurately know his strength and ability. Lin Yuan was surprised that the ancient snake goo palace would target him under such circumstances. However, Lin Yuan was certain that the ancient snake goo palace would definitely create an extremely secretive environment when targeting him. At the very least, he could not let Fortune Treasure Palace know about this. No matter how confident the ancient snake goo palace was, they would definitely be afraid of being targeted by other factions. Even he had received news that many factions were heading to South Face City. It was impossible for the ancient snake goo palace not to know. Winter, do you know why the ancient snake goo palace is determined to target us at a time like this? Winter hurriedly said, Young Master, I've investigated the relevant information. According to my understanding, the ancient snake goo palace has been trying to obtain pure spirit chi through various channels over the years. The ancient snake goo palace has always been in a state of seclusion. According to my observations, the 2 snake lords are rather weak. Even the energy in their bodies is not flowing smoothly. I suspect they want to obtain a large amount of pure spirit chi from you because of these snake lords. I can't think of any other possibility. In any case, whatever plans they have after this operation can't be hidden from us. The situation in South Face City is extremely complicated now. My suggestion is that Spring shouldn't participate in this operation against the ancient snake goo palace. Lin Yuan did not want to see the upcoming collision with the ancient snake goo palace. This was because the current South Face City looked calm and peaceful. The various factions were only engaged in small fights. However, in reality, once there was a storm, it would be like pouring a bottle of water into a pot of oil. Not only would it attract the attention of many factions, but it was very likely that it would also lead many factions into it. However, all the risks had benefits in secret. Lin Yuan had never fought with a faction like the ancient snake goo palace before. Actually, if the ancient snake goo palace really needed spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan could consider cooperating with them. However, the ancient snake goo palace did not show any intention of cooperating. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was really displeased with their sinister method of occupying South Face City. Lin Yuan was certain that the Xiaolin was not the only one from the ancient snake goo palace. The ancient water pythons were also related to the ancient snake goo palace. The ancient snake goo palace had already reached into the Scarlet territory and their goal was not small. Lin Yuan did not inform Ling Muzhuo about the upcoming operation. Although Ling Muzhuo was his ally, he was most likely unwilling to participate in this conflict against the ancient snake goo palace. Even if Ling Muzhuo was willing to participate, Lin Yuan did not want to owe him a favor. Besides, Xiaolin invited only him this time. If he brought Ling Muzhuo with him, there might not be any follow-up actions. At present, in a secret room of the Zhao family, Zhao Wei was kneeling on the ground with a terrified expression, his eyes filled with fear. Long Ji had already transformed into his human form. It was really inconvenient for him to appear in his original form in Zhao family. Long Ji was reviewing his previous contact with Lin Yuan. After calming down, Long Ji realized that although he had lost his freedom, he had obtained more opportunities. These opportunities were very precious to him. As an elder of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, Long Ji's strength had basically reached its limit. It was very difficult for him to make a new breakthrough. The main reason was that Long Ji could no longer obtain more high-grade creator resources with his current identity. If he could obtain more high-grade creator resources, Long Ji still had room for improvement. Long Ji did not dare to believe Lin Yuan's words fully, but Lin Yuan had indeed given him a chance and a possibility. After thinking about it, Long Ji felt that he did not suffer a loss. Long Ji already knew that Zhao Wei's nephew had a good relationship with Lin Yuan. Under such circumstances, it was inconvenient for Long Ji to deal with Zhao Wei. Moreover, Zhao Wei had no intention of harming him. He had informed him as soon as he discovered the opportunity. He was sufficiently loyal. Get up! You didn't do anything wrong this time. In Zhao Wei's opinion, his actions had caused Long Ji to lose his freedom and become someone else's servant. He would definitely end up in a miserable state. He did not expect Long Ji to let him off. Suddenly, Long Ji thought of something and said, "It's an eventful period now. You should stay in the Zhao family. Try your best not to let the Zhao family participate in the battle for the top-grade blessed land. If you can't protect the Zhao family, you have to do your best to protect yourself." After saying that, an obscure spatial energy surged out of Long Ji's body, and right on the heels of that, Long Ji's figure disappeared from this secret room of the Zhao family. Long Ji had already sensed that the people from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley had arrived in South Face City. Long Ji was prepared to meet the people from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Long Ji's meeting with the people from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley was accompanied by the mission that Lin Yuan had given him. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's request was not considered betraying the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Originally, Long Ji was quite confident in fighting for this top-grade blessed land. The Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley had sent many people this time. Apart from these people on the surface, there were also a few high-level elders accompanying them. However, he did not know why the ancient Snake Gu Palace had leaked the news of the appearance of this top-grade blessed land in secret, causing many factions to fight over it. With so many factions gathered in South Face City, even the strongest faction did not dare to guarantee that they could obtain this top-grade blessed land. As the saying went, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how powerful a faction was, they could not stand being targeted by thousands of factions. Especially after meeting Lin Yuan, he knew that Lin Yuan also had the intention to fight for this top-grade blessed land. Not only could Long Ji not see through Autumn's strength, but he could not even resist Autumn's methods. In the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, only the sleeping Lord Ancestral Dragon could make him feel such pressure. As for who was stronger between Lord Ancestral Dragon and Autumn, Long Ji did not know. The major factions were secretly plotting. Fairy Institution was the most high profile when they arrived in South Face City. The 4 high-level fairies arrived together with more than 20 middle-level fairies and directly moved into a powerful local faction in South Face City. They did not hide their relationship with this local faction at all. On the contrary, the Abyssal Beast Domain was extremely low-key. If not for the conflict between the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution, they would not have known that the people from the Abyssal Beast Domain had already arrived. The alliance that Spring joined was formed by the people from the Abyssal Beast Domain. After the Abyssal Beast Domain arrived in South Face City, it immediately took over the alliance, and Spring reported it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was both surprised and delighted. Currently, the powerful forces in South Face City were seemingly Fairy Institution, the ancient Snake Gu Palace, Abyssal Beast Domain, and Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. 3 out of the 4 factions had interacted with Lin Yuan. Apart from Fairy Institution, which allowed Lin Yuan to control the information of the 3 factions, he had a large advantage in fighting for the top-grade blessed land. Young Master, the leader of the team from the Abyssal Beast Domain is from the Nightmare Beasts. Judging from his attire and the tattoo on his face, he should be the Archbishop of the Nightmare Beasts. The Abyssal Beast Domain is made up of many factions. There are a total of 12 species that have the power to make decisions and rule. The Nightmare Beasts' ruling power is enough to rank in the top 3. The Nightmare Beasts are best at scheming and competing. They like to hide in the dark because of the characteristics of their bloodline. This Archbishop of the Nightmare Beasts is inferior to me, and this is before my strength has fully recovered. Young Master, if you have grade 6 creator resources, I won't be restrained when fighting this Archbishop of the Nightmare Beasts. Instead, I can directly defeat him. According to my senses, there are indeed experts hiding among the Abyssal Beast Domain, but the strongest is still this Archbishop. Compared to Abyssal Beast Domain, Fairy Institution has hidden themselves very well this time. On the surface, Fairy Institution is led by 2 pinnacle higher fairies. But in fact, there's a fairy king hidden in the dark. If we hadn't discovered the existence of this fairy king, this conflict between the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution wouldn't have ended so quickly when the Abyssal Beast Domain had the advantage. Young Master, the situation in South Face City is more urgent than I imagined. Spring had always been cautious. She said this because she valued Lin Yuan's safety very much. She was afraid that if a dispute arose, she, Autumn, and Winter would be restrained and Lin Yuan would be exposed to danger. Compared to Lin Yuan's safety, this top-grade blessed land was actually nothing. Spring knew Autumn and Winter's personalities very well. Autumn had always been headstrong. Sometimes, he was even a little rash. As for Winter, it was very likely that he would not be able to understand and grasp relevant information in the city lord manner. Under such circumstances, she had the responsibility to remind Lin Yuan. If she were to threaten Lin Yuan's safety, it would be the greatest dereliction of duty as his follower. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had encountered a situation that martial force could not resolve since he had arrived at the sky beyond the clouds. Although Lin Yuan did not have a deep understanding of top-grade blessed lands, there would always be top-grade blessed lands opening in the sky beyond the clouds every tens of thousands of years. The opening of a top-grade blessed land should not have attracted so many factions to mobilize such powerful forces. Lin Yuan had had this feeling when he probed Long Ji's memories. Now that the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution had sent out their forces, it further confirmed Lin Yuan's thoughts. Chapter 3113, An Ambush Begins. Spring, do you think it's reasonable for these factions to send such a powerful force to fight for this top-grade blessed land? Zhao Chen extended an invitation to Lin Yuan with the intention of bringing him to this top-grade blessed land to reap some benefits. At first, he did not know that Lin Yuan planned to contend for this top-grade blessed land. When inviting Lin Yuan, Zhao Chen had said that the Zhao family had participated in the emergence of a top-grade blessed land before and acquired a substantial amount of resources in the process. Subconsciously, Zhao Chen had already agreed to participate in the competition for the resources of this top-grade blessed land and believed there wouldn't be much risk involved. However, the current situation was completely different from what Zhao Chen had expected. As for the Grade 6 creator resources that Spring mentioned, American Samoa, along as the Spirit World Barrier Turtle leveled up, Lin Yuan would be able to produce them immediately. Fortunately, Morbius was producing Spirit Chi crystals every moment. If he could take back the 2 batches of Spirit Chi crystals he traded with Xia Linear as long as this top-grade blessed land didn't open in 2 weeks, he could increase the strength of the Spirit World Barrier Turtle. By that time, with the resources produced by the Grade 6 creator, Spring, Autumn, and Winter would be able to increase their strength. It would make them more confident in contending for this top-grade blessed land. Spring pondered for a moment before replying, "Young Master, I was waiting for you to appear after reincarnation in that Class 1 world. I haven't been in the sky beyond the clouds for quite some time, so I might not be very familiar with the current situation there. Therefore, my judgment may not be accurate. If we look at past situations, it's not quite normal for various factions to deploy such a strong force to contend for this top-grade blessed land. Once the contention begins, there will inevitably be losses, and before the contention begins, all factions will surely consider the losses. Therefore, when I saw the forces dispatched by the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution, I couldn't help but feel skeptical. I have a feeling that there's more to this place than just the appearance of a top-grade blessed land. Of course, this is just my speculation." Spring had never been too confident about things that she could not be sure of. Upon hearing Spring's guess, Lin Yuan said in a serious tone, "Spring, in a week's time, I will begin to provide you with Grade 6 creator resources. At that time, your as well as Autumn and Winter's strength will be enhanced. The ancient Snake Goo Palace intends to make a move against me. I'll confront them with Autumn and Winter. On your end, remain silent for now and avoid exposing your strength. After this operation, once you've enhanced your strength with Grade 6 creator resources, then revealing your prowess won't be too late." In fact, after knowing that Grade 6 creator resources could restore the strength of Spring, Autumn, and Winter, Lin Yuan had wanted to lie low for a week. In any case, Lin Yuan currently had no plans to trade creator resources externally, but the ancient Snake Goo Palace would not give him that time. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Spring hurriedly said, "Young Master, if you need me to coordinate actions against the ancient Snake Goo Palace, I can do so. If I act discreetly, I may not necessarily be detected by the Abyssal Beast Domain." Lin Yuan replied in an extremely serious tone, "Spring, the leader of the Nightmare Beasts has just come to South Face City to take over this loose alliance. He's definitely focused on this alliance right now. You don't need to take on this risk. The news from the Abyssal Beast domain is very important to us. If the ancient Snake Goo Palace is indeed making extensive preparations, they won't choose to confront us head-on even after autumn and winter demonstrate their strength. While speaking, Lin Yuan's tone was filled with trust in autumn and winter. Furthermore, to ensure that the Spirit World Barrier Turtle could reach the Divine Kingdom level within a week, the Spirit Chi crystals traded to the ancient Snake Goo Palace must be retrieved. Upon hearing that, Spring didn't say much more. Like Lin Yuan, Spring was very confident in their strengths. Even if their current strength hadn't fully recovered, they could still suppress the ancient Snake Goo Palace, even at its peak. Moreover, the ancient Snake Goo Palace, which had already declined and retreated from the world, stood no chance. Not long after Winter sent the message to Lin Yuan, South Face City's City Lord, Xia Lin, personally came to Fortune Treasure Palace to invite Lin Yuan to the City Lord Manor for a chat. Lin Yuan had been staying in Fortune Treasure Palace, and Ling Muzhuo was the first to know about Xia Lin's visit. It was indeed somewhat unusual for Xia Lin to come and invite Lin Yuan again to the City Lord Manor, especially considering that Lin Yuan had just had dinner with him there. Ling Muzhuo disregarded Xia Lin's face and directly took him to see Lin Yuan, asking Xia Lin to wait at the door while he informed Lin Yuan of the information first. When Ling Muzhuo saw Lin Yuan, he said in an extremely serious tone, "Brother Lin, Xia Lin came to find you and invited you to the City Lord Manor. He must have ulterior motives. Now that various factions are gathered, I believe most of the ancient Snake Goo Palace's people are also present. They are undoubtedly planning to take action against you. I suggest you not accept Xia Lin's invitation. At this moment, even if you decline Xia Lin's invitation, he won't dare to act. Engaging in conflict now would make us targets regardless of the outcome." Lin Yuan could sense Ling Muzhuo's concern and care for him through his words and expressions. Lin Yuan said with a smile, "Brother Ling, the situation is ever-changing. If the ancient Snake Goo Palace is coming after me, it suits my intentions perfectly. It's a good opportunity for me to understand the true strength of the ancient Snake Goo Palace and maybe even eliminate a competitor." As Lin Yuan spoke, his face revealed an obvious killing intent. Ling Muzhuo had thought that Lin Yuan would panic when he received the news. He had not expected such a reaction. Lin Yuan's words clearly indicated that he didn't take the ancient Snake Goo Palace seriously. His tone suggested that he saw them merely as prey. Ling Muzhuo was very surprised by Lin Yuan's confidence, especially since Lin Yuan clearly knew about the existence of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Through their previous interactions, Ling Muzhuo felt that Lin Yuan's understanding of the ancient Snake Goo Palace may not be less than his own. In this situation, Lin Yuan showed no signs of panic, so Ling Muzhuo refrained from trying to persuade him further. "Brother Lin, I've said I want to form an alliance with you. Since you're confident about taking on the ancient Snake Goo Palace, count me in as well. Is there anything I can do in this operation?" Lin Yuan looked at Ling Muzhuo seriously. Upon seeing the firm expression on Ling Muzhuo's face, he spoke in a similarly serious tone. "Brother Ling, I don't appreciate some of the actions of the ancient Snake Goo Palace, and they seem to have ulterior motives against me. My confrontation with the ancient Snake Goo Palace is purely an act of self-defense, and it's understandable even if it's known to other factions. Fortune Treasure Palace has always presented itself as friendly, engaging with various factions. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to get involved in the conflict with the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Since I'm determined to confront them, I'm confident in defeating them. Brother Ling, you don't have to follow me to the City Lord Manor. If you really want to help me, please do your best to temporarily block any communication from the City Lord Manor after I go there with Xia Lin. As for other matters, I'll handle them myself." Lin Yuan was indeed confident in resisting the ancient Snake Goo Palace, but he did not know if the ancient Snake Goo Palace had cooperated with other large factions to form an alliance. Lin Yuan did not wish for a third party to enter the arena to help the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Ling Muzhuo patted his chest when he heard Lin Yuan's request. The initial goal of this trip to South Face City is also to contend for the top-grade Blessed Land, and I have enough manpower at my disposal. Even if a Snake Lord breaks through the blockade, I can ensure that they won't spread the news. However, if I mobilize my forces to block the City Lord Manor, I will definitely attract the attention of other factions, which means I won't be able to maintain the blockade for too long. Otherwise, other factions will send people to investigate the situation and prevent any uncontrollable variables. I estimate that I can only maintain the blockade for a maximum of half a day. Regardless of whether Xia Lin is from the ancient Snake Goo Palace or not, he is still the chosen city lord of Honor Absent Palace and a member of the Honor Absent Parliament. If this matter were to spread, it would be very easy for people to seize on and it would attract the attention of the Honor Absent Palace. Honor Absent Palace is formed by the convergence of many factions. Any faction in the East universe that doesn't comply with Honor Absent Palace's rules will face retaliation from the coalition of factions that form Honor Absent Palace. While the majority of factions may not adhere to the overt rules, breaking them can only be done covertly. Brother Lin, I hope you can pay attention to this matter. I don't want you to become a target because of this and find it difficult to establish yourself in the East universe. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. Half a day is enough. Moreover, it won't take half a day to fight. Lin Yuan picked up the 3 treasures tea on the table and drank it in one gulp before continuing to speak to Ling Muzhuo. Brother Ling, don't make City Lord Xia wait. Bring me there. I want to see what methods and lineup the ancient Snake Goo Palace has prepared to deal with me. In the VIP room of Fortune Treasure Palace, Xiaolin was extremely dissatisfied with Ling Muzhuo. He had only invited Lin Yuan, but Ling Muzhuo insisted on participating. Xiaolin was afraid of potential variables, which might affect the Snake Lord's plan. Xiaolin relaxed when he saw Lin Yuan being brought to the VIP room by Ling Muzhuo. Xiaolin had never personally experienced the aura released by Autumn, so he wasn't clear about Autumn's strength. He only heard from his assistant, Jiamingda, that Autumn's aura and strength were astonishing. But no matter how strong he was, could he really surpass a Snake Lord? Xiaolin didn't take Lin Yuan too seriously in his heart. Xiaolin's worry stemmed from not wanting to escalate this matter and attract the attention of various factions within South Face City. On this point, Xiaolin and Lin Yuan had the same thoughts. City Lord Xia, I've brought Brother Lin to you. He was invited by me, so you mustn't neglect him. Before tonight, ensure that he returns to Fortune Treasure Palace. I've arranged a banquet tonight to entertain him. Xiaolin laughed at Ling Muzhuo's words. I indeed regard young Master Lin as an esteemed guest. Otherwise, I wouldn't have personally extended the invitation to him. However, whether young Master Lin is willing to return tonight depends on his own wishes. Are you suggesting that I should compel young Master Lin to return if he's unwilling? With that, Xiaolin made a gesture of invitation toward Lin Yuan. Xiaolin could not help but ask upon seeing Autumn following Lin Yuan, young Master Lin, are you still only bringing one servant to the City Lord Manor this time? Lin Yuan looked at Xiaolin with a faint smile. Why? Does City Lord Xia want me to bring more people? Is there any danger in your City Lord Manor? Even if there is indeed danger, shouldn't it be the responsibility of your City Lord Manor to handle it? After all, you wouldn't expect the subordinates of a guest like me to work for your City Lord Manor, would you? Xiaolin was unaware of the sarcasm in Lin Yuan's words. In Xiaolin's eyes, Lin Yuan was just a naive kid with an extraordinary background who had only lived for a few decades. After all, Xiaolin didn't think that news of the ancient Snake Goo Palace targeting Lin Yuan would leak out. It was great that Lin Yuan only brought one guard to the City Lord Manor. This way, the 2 Snake Lords could control the situation at lightning speed and prevent any accidents from happening. What Xiaolin was afraid of was that Lin Yuan would become vigilant and bring many people to the City Lord Manor. If Lin Yuan brought too many people, it would be easy for something to happen. How could that be? The City Lord Manor can be considered the safest place in the entire South Face City. There's no danger within the City Lord Manor. I invited young Master Lin here to express gratitude for your willingness to engage in such significant transactions with me in the past. This banquet not only serves as an opportunity to make acquaintance with young Master Lin but also carries a sense of gratitude. I hope that even if young Master Lin departs from South Face City, there will still be possibilities for us to engage in further transactions in the future. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change, but Ling Muzhuo couldn't stand Xiaolin's shamelessness and couldn't help but snort. If Xiaolin wasn't targeting Lin Yuan but someone else, he would have disappeared without a trace. In fact, after Ling Muzhuo found out about Xiaolin's identity, he already knew why Fortune Treasure Palace had suffered such a huge loss in South Face City all these years. Before the accounts were settled, Ling Muzhuo wasn't this angry. But after finishing the settlement, Ling Muzhuo wished nothing more than to confront Xiaolin directly, regardless of the consequences. Upon hearing Xiaolin's words, Lin Yuan showed no emotional change whatsoever. He appeared like a young nobleman out for a stroll, accompanied only by his guard, Autumn, as he followed Xiaolin to the City Lord Manor. On the way to the City Lord Manor, Xiaolin employed various means to conceal his tracks, and he took the opportunity to explain this to Lin Yuan. Young Master Lin, Currently, you've formed an alliance within South Face City, comprising numerous factions, and its influence is quite formidable. As the city lord, if I openly interact with you, it will make other factions perceive that we've initiated cooperation, which could potentially make us targets of those factions. I don't believe this aligns with young Master Lin's desires. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges in your pursuit of top-grade blessed lands. It's therefore advantageous for us to evade the scrutiny of certain other factions. Chapter 3114, Fate Transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion. Xia Lin made every effort to clarify the situation to Lin Yuan, worried that his explanation might seem implausible. Fortunately, Lin Yuan didn't dwell on the issue, which brought Xia Lin a sense of relief. After Lin Yuan entered the city lord manor, Ling Muzhuo waited for half an hour and immediately mobilized people to guard the city lord manor closely. At that moment, Ling Muzhuo would stop anyone who entered the city lord manor. Ling Muzhuo was deeply concerned about the impending clash between Lin Yuan and the ancient Snake Gu Palace. He truly valued Lin Yuan, and there were indeed transactions between them. Ling Muzhuo's genuine concern for Lin Yuan stemmed from the potential value he could bring to Fortune Treasure Palace and Ling Muzhuo himself. Ling Muzhuo was reluctant to lose such a valuable ally due to this operation. If something happened to Lin Yuan and he died in the hands of the ancient Snake Gu Palace, Ling Muzhuo would not be able to find a creator resource channel as convenient as Lin Yuan's. After bringing Lin Yuan to the city lord manor, Xia Lin heaved a sigh of relief. He brought Lin Yuan all the way to the banquet hall where the three of them had gathered. Xia Lin's gaze immediately became sharp. However, Xia Lin did not show it immediately. Instead, he spoke to Lin Yuan. Young Master Lin, the creator resources in your hands are very useful to me. I wonder if I can trade with you more. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan laughed in a frivolous manner. City Lord Xiet, you're really humorous. Who doesn't need the high-quality creator resources in my hands? Even if life forms in the abyss obtain this pure spirit chi, they can use it to refine their own crystals. However, my creator resources are not something that you can trade for at will. I'll only entertain the idea if you can offer superior resources compared to before. Xia Lin sneered. I don't have any better resources on hand. I've already traded them all with you. This time when I called you here, it wasn't for a trade but to directly obtain creator resources from you. I believe, you should be willing to extend me credit for the sake of survival, shouldn't you? As soon as Xia Lin finished speaking, several auras shot toward Lin Yuan and Autumn. These auras did not have any killing intent toward Lin Yuan. They even deliberately avoided him, afraid that if they were too strong, they would cause him to become demented or die here. If Lin Yuan died there, the trading channels would be cut off. However, these auras were filled with decisive killing intent toward Autumn. Lin Yuan's unyielding attitude caused the ancient Snake Gu Palace's Snake Lord to be dissatisfied. The Snake Lords were prepared to test whether Lin Yuan, with his soul guard eliminated, would remain as audacious as he currently appeared without any support. Despite being targeted by so many auras, Autumn did not immediately reveal his strength. Instead, he allowed these auras to target him. Then, he only used his strength to resist against the strongest among them. What Autumn wanted to do was to attract as many experts as possible from the ancient Snake Gu Palace. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the city lord manor, Winter had been prepared to receive him at any time. The division of labor between Autumn and Winter was clear. Firstly, Autumn would lure the experts of the ancient Snake Gu Palace, and Winter would prevent the experts from escaping. Then, they would surround the ancient Snake Gu Palace from the outside. At this moment, the two Snake Lords of ancient Snake Gu Palace appeared. The strength Autumn displayed greatly surprised the two Snake Lords, especially the weaker Snake Lord. He seemed to be extremely wary of Autumn, fearing that Autumn might have plans to use him as a scapegoat in case of resistance. At this level of strength, these experts possessed remarkable resilience and almost always had some cards up their sleeves. Even those with slightly greater strength couldn't guarantee gaining an advantage in a confrontation. Both Snake Lords harbored murderous intent toward Lin Yuan, who stood beside Autumn. The fact that Lin Yuan, who had lived for more than 50 years, could have such an expert as a guard meant that his faction must be on par with the ancient Snake Gu Palace in terms of strength. Moreover, judging from Lin Yuan's creator resources, it was not impossible for his faction to be stronger than the ancient Snake Gu Palace. Now that they had trapped him and his guard within the city lord manor, killing them to ensure that no information leaked out would be preferable to facing retaliation from this faction later on. In the ancient Snake Gu Palace, there was no such thing as cooperation. Otherwise, they would not have used such a method to target Lin Yuan. The two snake lords were prepared to use their trump cards, but what puzzled them was that after using their trump cards, the two of them fell into a disadvantageous position in the battle. Autumn said coldly, "You should be from the ancient Snake Goo Palace. What's your ancient Snake Goo Palace's motive for targeting my young master now? Let go of him and let this matter go. I won't hold it against you. If not, don't blame me for fighting with all I've got. Even if I can't kill the two of you, it's not difficult for me to drag one of you down with me." Autumn's words were meant to provoke the two snake lords into calling for reinforcements from the ancient Snake Goo Palace after realizing they couldn't handle Autumn alone. After saying that, Autumn deliberately released a little of his strength, allowing his aura to faintly overwhelm the strongest snake lord. The strength revealed made the two snake lords reveal grave expressions. Facing Autumn's threat, the two snake lords were extremely wary. After living for so many years and reaching such a level of strength, nobody would willingly choose to die. The two snake lords were astonished at why Autumn's aura had surged so significantly. Especially the weaker snake lord, who was afraid that Autumn might go berserk and target him, said to the stronger snake lord, "Third brother, why don't we let them go now? Otherwise, the two of us might not be able to take him down. Moreover, even if we do, we might not be able to obtain the pure spirit chi we want." As he spoke, the snake lord looked at Xie Lin with a malicious gaze. The two snake lords had asked Xie Lin about Lin Yuan's strength. Xie Lin said that Lin Yuan had brought a guard with him, but he didn't say that this guard was so powerful. The snake lord, who was clearly stronger, said firmly, "We can't allow them to leave. If we let them go, how could we ensure they do not seek revenge later? Eighth brother has been asleep for so many years. Don't tell me you can't even understand the current situation? More than half of the factions that came here have a grudge against our ancient Snake Goo Palace. Once the news spreads, the fairy institution will definitely be the first to attack us. Back in the day, second brother killed a higher fairy in order to level up. The fairy institution won't just let this go easily. We must keep them here." As he spoke, the snake lord let out a hiss, and right on the heels of that, several auras rushed over. However, these auras were inferior to the two snake lords. Xie Lin noticed the gaze of one of the snake lords directed toward him, realizing that this operation he had facilitated had stirred dissatisfaction in the snake lords due to the inherent risks involved. He had to do something. Otherwise, if the snake lords came to settle scores with him later, he would be in trouble. Thinking of the experts recruited by the alliance, Xie Lin hurriedly sent a signal to gather these experts. At this time, Winter was thinking that he was the most suitable person to enter the venue. When he received the news from Xie Lin, Winter showed a cold smile on his face. The ancient Snake Goo Palace was really bold to plan to assassinate Lord Saint. It had been years since Winter had utilized his true strength to assist Lord Saint in combat. Serving and fighting for Lord Saint was Winter's utmost desire as a loyal follower. Moreover, Winter had not fought for so many years and had long wanted to stretch his muscles. It was impossible for the ancient Snake Goo Palace to only send two Snake Lords. Winter knew that the ancient Snake Goo Palace definitely had a backup plan. After sensing the auras of the two Snake Lords, Winter had already guessed why the ancient Snake Goo Palace wanted so many Spirit Chi crystals. It was to revive these Snake Lords and provide them with energy. The reason the ancient Snake Goo Palace had been in seclusion for so many years was not because they were targeted by many wary factions. Instead, it was because the ancient Snake Goo Palace had discovered a way to obtain longevity. Winter sensed the aura of the fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion from the two Snake Lords of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. The fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion was a life form that was comparable to the Enlightenment Cicada. Due to the lifespan mouse, Lin Yuan looked down on the fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion, which had strong side effects. Despite this, 4 other powerful life forms in the sky beyond the clouds, embedding scorpion poison granted them near immortality. Though their consciousness was limited, each implantation weakened them, and a large amount of pure spirit chi was needed to recover their strength. The fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion remained the most invaluable asset. Before spring, summer, autumn, and winter went to that Class 1 world to establish Epic God Palace, the news of the fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion appearing in the sky beyond the clouds had spread. It turned out that the fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion had been taken by the ancient Snake Goo Palace. This was truly a stroke of immense fortune. It was unfortunate that the ancient Snake Goo Palace's fate wasn't favorable, as they'd set their sights on Lord Saint. Implanting the venom of the fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion indeed granted endless lifespan, but the corresponding cost was that one's strength would not be able to progress further. These snake lords had lived in the sky beyond the clouds for countless years. After capturing them, as long as Lin Yuan could pry open their mouths, he could easily know the development of the sky beyond the clouds over the years. To Lin Yuan now, this was no less valuable than this top-grade blessed land itself, as it would probably be very difficult to find old fellows like these snake lords in the sky beyond the clouds. Even a fairy king wouldn't have such a long lifespan. These two snake lords were quite displeased with Xia Lin's decision to gather these allies. However, they understood that this was indeed the best way to enhance their own strength and leverage. Anyway, these experts that Xia Lin had gathered wouldn't be able to recognize them. If anyone did happen to recognize them, they could conveniently be killed for sustenance. They could take this opportunity to eliminate these experts. If they could not be persuaded to pledge allegiance, using them as sustenance would still be a form of loyalty to the ancient Serpent Gu Palace in its own way. Xia Lin immediately gave the order after these experts arrived, "Now, go and take care of that guy over there. Before joining the alliance, you all swore to stand together with the alliance. I believe none of you will break your word. Now, if you help us out here, I'll provide you with a substantial amount of resources. You'll also have priority access to the resources produced by this top-grade blessed land." Xia Lin's words were indeed enticing, but the experts present were not fools. They all possessed the ability to think for themselves. Autumn's aura was clearly the strongest among them, much stronger than theirs. If they helped Xia Lin at this moment and offended such a powerful enemy, wouldn't that be akin to inviting death? Who would want to die if they could live? Xia Lin's face darkened when he saw that the experts he had gathered had no intention of making a move. Just then, Xia Lin heard Winter speak. "I can help. It's just that I need more benefits when it's done. I recognize him. He should be young Master Lin, who trades creator resources with various factions, right? If you can obtain pure creator resources after this, I need you to give me a share." Winter was displaying an insane amount of greed outwardly, a greed that greatly displeased both Xia Lin and the two snake lords. If Xia Lin and the two snake lords really obtained pure spirit chi, they wouldn't just refrain from trading with Winter. On the contrary, Winter would naturally become prey for the snake lords of the ancient Serpent Gu Palace. Although they weren't going to give out this resource, Xia Lin and the two snake lords agreed to Winter's request. Even though Winter agreed to help, the other experts did not take action. They were already thinking of leaving the City Lord Manor. The main reason why they joined the City Lord Manor in the beginning was because they wanted to obtain a stable channel to obtain resources. However, the more they interacted with these experts, the more they felt that something was wrong with Xia Lin's situation. Winter had already stood behind the weaker Snake Lord and spoke. "His strength far surpasses mine. I can only help with feigned attacks or deal with that little guy over there. If you want me to fight him to the death, I can't do it." Winter's words once again gained the trust of the two Snake Lords. In such a critical situation, the two Snake Lords were no longer prepared to keep Lin Yuan alive. They immediately said, "In that case, help us deal with the little guy standing over there. A guard who can't even protect their master won't have a place to go even if they leave here. Consider joining our ancient Serpent Gu Palace. By joining us, I can grant you immortality. As long as you behave obediently, having an endless lifespan is not difficult at all. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be such a good opportunity after your master's death." This Snake Lord's words were not only intended to recruit Autumn and gain his loyalty but also aimed to unsettle Autumn's mind. Both Snake Lords could see Autumn's loyalty to Lin Yuan. It was basically impossible to recruit such a loyal person and make him betray his savior. Chapter 3115, Supreme Poison Valley. How could a person who was willing to fight back even when facing death allow their master to be attacked or controlled? The task assigned by the Snake Lord seemed simple at first glance, but in reality, it was meant to make Winter share Autumn's anger, then seize the opportunity to severely hurt Autumn. However, before the Snake Lord could finish speaking, a chilling cold suddenly came from behind. Right on the heels of that, the weaker Snake Lord lost control of its body. It was as if his body had been frozen solid. Once Winter acted, it was with full force. Seeing the Snake Lord about to regain control of the body, a large amount of frost fell, completely sealing the Snake Lord into ice crystals. Although the Snake Lord caused several cracks to appear on the ice crystal when he struggled, he was ultimately unable to escape the control of the ice crystal as he wished. After attacking the weaker Snake Lord, Winter immediately attacked the stronger Snake Lord. Autumn nodded at Lin Yuan, and the latter entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He did not give the surrounding the ancient snake goo palace experts a chance to target him and threaten autumn and winter with his safety. When autumn and winter had resolved everything, they would naturally inform Lin Yuan. At that time, Lin Yuan would come out of the spirit lock spatial zone. Autumn and winter had informed Lin Yuan that the two snake lords had the aura of special insect life forms like the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion. Under the explanations provided by autumn and winter, Lin Yuan came to understand the true nature of the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion. Although Lin Yuan already had a way to obtain an endless lifespan, he was still very curious about life forms like the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion. Lin Yuan could not trade the lifespan mouse, but he could trade the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion's venom. Life forms that increased their lifespan through the venom of the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion needed to absorb the venom again every tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, not only would their bodies accelerate aging, but the onset of the venom would also subject these life forms to an excruciating state of torment. Therefore, those who used the poison of the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion to prolong their lives needed to continuously trade for the scorpion's poison to survive. Once this spiritual material for extending lifespan hit the trading market, it would command an extraordinarily high price. To some extent, spiritual materials that could increase lifespan would be more valuable than even the most high-end creator resources. After all, even grade 5 creators had no means to achieve immortality. In the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan took out Morbius' newly produced spirit chi crystals and quietly strengthened the spirit world barrier turtle. This time, autumn and winter had to use schemes to fight against the ancient snake goo palace. This made Lin Yuan deeply realize the need to increase autumn and winter's strength. Sensing Lin Yuan's expectations, the spirit world barrier turtle used all its strength to absorb the pure spirit chi in the spirit chi crystals. Its strength increased at an extremely fast speed, and it finally broke through the barrier of myth breed and advanced to suzerain/creation. After nearly 3 hours, Lin Yuan received autumn and winter's message. After leaving the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan realized that there were 4 severely injured giant snakes lying in front of autumn and winter. Winter stood up as usual, but autumn's face was a little pale. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. When he saw Lin Yuan's concerned gaze, he smiled and patted his shoulder. "Young master, my injuries are not serious. Furthermore, my roots are not injured. It won't take long for me to recover." Having not lifted a finger for so many years, then getting injured by these few old folks who haven't even fully recovered is truly embarrassing. Despite sustaining injuries in the battle just now, Autumn still held a contemptuous attitude toward the Snake Lords. Winter reported the situation to Lin Yuan in a serious tone. "Young master, despite some unexpected incidents, the operation went smoothly and no one escaped. This eliminated the risk of information leaking to the outside world. Autumn was injured because none of us anticipated that there were actually 4 Snake Lords heading toward South Face City instead of just the 2 apparent ones. Among them, the other 2 Snake Lords attacked in secret, resulting in Autumn sustaining some injuries. As Autumn mentioned, his injuries are not severe and will soon recover, which will not affect the subsequent plans for the contest over the top-grade Blessed Land. Young master, I've always wanted to pry open the mouths of these Snake Lords, but they are a tough nut to crack. They're unwilling to answer my questions. Hence, I still need young master to make the decision." When Winter spoke to Lin Yuan, the Snake Lord, who was the most severely injured and felt that his life was rapidly draining away, could not help but let out an angry hiss. He then told Lin Yuan with a threatening tone, "If you dare to attack the ancient Snake Goo Palace, we will not let you off. Not only the ancient Snake Goo Palace, but you will also have to bear the wrath of the Supreme Poison Valley. Our ancient Snake Goo Palace has already merged into the Supreme Poison Valley." When the Snake Lord roared at Lin Yuan, Autumn used actions to let him know how powerful he was. Autumn and Winter had long known that the ancient Snake Goo Palace had joined the Supreme Poison Valley. The Supreme Poison Valley was the sacred land of all poison-type life forms in the world. It was considered one of the 3 strongest factions in the South Universe and was enough to contend with the official factions in the South Universe. It was no wonder that the ancient Snake Goo Palace was so confident in their actions. While other factions may fear the Supreme Poison Valley, Autumn and Winter did not. They secretly speculated that it was highly likely the venom of the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion obtained by the ancient Snake Goo Palace was bestowed upon them by the Supreme Poison Valley. Otherwise, with the ancient Snake Goo Palace's strength, it would be more or less difficult to obtain the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion. Winter's foot rested upon the head of this Snake Lord, and Lin Yuan observed the defiant expression still present on his face. Lin Yuan said lightly, if he's going to be this disobedient, just kill him. There's no need to extract information from his mouth. There are plenty of other channels to gather intelligence. Since he doesn't even have the awareness as a captive prisoner, it's better to help him sober up properly. Lin Yuan did not have a good impression of the ancient snake goo palace to begin with. Moreover, they had just targeted Lin Yuan and wanted to kill him. Lin Yuan intended to obtain the information he wanted from the ancient snake goo palace. After all, these snake-type life forms of the ancient snake goo palace had existed for countless years because of the fate-transferring 9 desolation scorpion's venom. The 4 snake lords were all superiors in the ancient snake goo palace, and the information they knew was about the same. Lin Yuan only needed to ensure that one of the snake lords was willing to speak. There was no need for all of them to open their mouths. These snake lords were showing too much defiance. Instead of wasting effort interrogating them, it was better to drop some hints and make them understand a simple truth: disobedience and lack of cooperation only led to a dead end. There were no other paths available. Lin Yuan's words made the 4 snake lords' expressions change. The snake lord that had just moved out of the Supreme Poison Valley was not afraid of Lin Yuan. The Supreme Poison Valley was domineering and extremely protective. This snake lord did not believe that anyone would dare to disrespect the Supreme Poison Valley. However, Autumn did not give this snake lord much time to think. With a forceful stomp, Autumn viciously crushed the head of this brightly colored snake lord, splitting his head open. Autumn's kick didn't kill this snake lord directly, but the latter could truly feel the killing intent contained in Autumn's kick. This snake lord let out a shrill roar and was about to beg for mercy, but Autumn's attack followed extremely quickly. The continuous attacks finally made the snake lord lose its breath. When Autumn attacked this snake lord, he had injected his root's power into its body. Autumn's root's power, which contained a bleak aura, imprisoned the snake lord's soul. Not only did Autumn's actions prove that Lin Yuan really dared to make a move, but Autumn also said to Lin Yuan after his action, "Young master, these snake lords are too powerful. They can't be controlled by your ancestral contract Brahma snake. However, with the bloodline of the ancestral contract Brahma snake, it can absorb the remains of this snake lord. After absorbing such a complete body, the ancestral contract Brahma snake's strength will definitely increase greatly. In order to fight for this top-grade blessed land, it's not convenient for us to bring captives with us. If the remaining 3 snake lords are unwilling to speak, why don't we get rid of them all? I don't want them to cause any trouble in the future." After saying that, Autumn released his aura and enveloped the 3 snake lords with it, as if Lin Yuan would immediately get rid of them as soon as he opened his mouth. Autumn said this to express his true thoughts to Lin Yuan and also to force these snake lords to speak. Lin Yuan felt a little regretful. If only the ancestral contract Brahma snake was stronger. If the ancestral contract Brahma snake could control these snake lords through its bloodline, not only could it increase Lin Yuan's strength, but it could also obtain a large amount of information. In such a case, there was no need to think of a way to make these snake lords speak. Lin Yuan summoned the ancestral contract Brahma snake and let it devour the corpse. The ancestral contract Brahma snake was a glutton to begin with. Previously, it had not been able to devour many snake species feys by Lin Yuan's side. Most of the 50-star pirates snake-type feys were controlled by the ancestral contract Brahma snake. Only the ones with poor potential were treated as food by the ancestral contract Brahma snake. Compared to controlling so many snake-type feys, the ancestral contract Brahma snake actually wanted to have a good meal. Now that it saw such high-quality food, the ancestral contract Brahma snake happily wheedled at Lin Yuan. After obtaining Lin Yuan's permission, it directly swallowed the dead snake lord's body. The ancestral contract Brahma snake spoke to Lin Yuan in a voice that alternated between male and female. "Master, it will take me half a year to refine the snake body just now. After half a year, can you provide the body of another snake lord for me to devour? After devouring the bodies of the 2 snake lords, I can basically try to control the remaining 2. Although I prefer to treat them as food compared to controlling them, it's more beneficial for you to control more powerful snake species." Feys. Despite the ancestral contract Brahma snake's gluttony, it was very sensible and didn't tell lies. The ancestral contract Brahma snake indeed felt that these snake lords were more useful alive. Moreover, these living snake lords could be considered the ancestral contract Brahma snake's own power in its own hands. Upon hearing the ancestral contract Brahma snake's words, Lin Yuan was delighted. He had originally intended to get rid of these snake lords, but since the ancestral contract Brahma snake had said so, Lin Yuan would keep 2 of them for a year. A year was not long. These 2 snake lords had combat strength that surpassed the Holy Spirit level and were at the pinnacle of the domain mountain class. It was very difficult to recruit such experts. Not only did Lin Yuan hear the ancestral contract Brahma snake's words, but the snake lords also heard it. These snake lords could sense the bloodline of the ancestral contract Brahma snake that was actually of a higher level than theirs. They felt an extremely strong control from the ancestral contract Brahma snake and did not doubt that the ancestral contract Brahma snake could control them. If the bloodline of the ancestral contract Brahma snake was lower, it would have exploded and died after devouring the body of a snake lord. The snake lords felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Apart from being afraid that they would be controlled by the ancestral contract Brahma snake, this sense of urgency was more because they did not want to become its next target. In the situation where they were treated as food, these three snake lords couldn't care much anymore. All three of them had experienced troubles with their lifespan. As they had joined the Supreme Poison Valley and received a gift from them, they could rely on the fate-transferring 9 Desolation Scorpion's venom to survive for a long time. These three snake lords had faced the temptation of endless lifespan. How could they be willing to become food and die now? However, one of the three snake lords had to be their food. These three snake lords had already turned from their original companions to competitors. One of the snake lords spoke first. "I can tell you what you want to know." As soon as this snake lord spoke, the other two snake lords immediately could not hold it in anymore and hurriedly expressed their willingness to exchange the intelligence for their lives. However, Lin Yuan did not give the three snake lords a chance. Lin Yuan said in an extremely serious tone, "You all heard it. I'll only leave one of the three of you behind. As for which two of them will stay, and who will be your food, I'll give you a chance to fight for it yourself. I'll give you half an hour to present all the information you know on the paper through your spiritual energy. The two people who wrote the most detail will be left behind. The one who wrote less will be disposed of. This method is extremely fair to all three of you." When the three snake lords saw that Lin Yuan was clearly not giving them a chance to speak, they stopped begging for mercy and wasting time. Instead, they began to rack their brains to think of what secrets they could write to survive. To be honest, the information these three snake lords knew was about the same. They were all higher-ups of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. This made the three snake lords lose their confidence. Winter took out 2 silver blue ice crystals and said, "Young master, if you plan to let the ancestral contract Brahma snake control 2 snake lords in a year, instead of letting these 2 snake lords enter the spirit lock spatial zone, why don't you let the 2 snake lords enter my sealed ice crystal?" Chapter 3116, Snake Lord in Control. Seal these 2 snake lords in the sealed ice crystals. My extremely cold roots power will make these 2 snake lords fall into a deep sleep. If we put the 2 of them in the spirit lock spatial zone, even if Autumn and I put a restriction, everything in the spirit lock spatial zone will probably be destroyed by them once they break free. If we happen to be fighting for this top-grade blessed land, we won't restrict them for a while. You can't trust their promises until you have absolute control over them. Lin Yuan was still thinking about how to make arrangements for the remaining 2 snake lords, but Winter's words had solved his problem. Half an hour passed quickly. The 3 snake lords used heaven and earth as paper and spiritual energy as ink to write rapidly on the paper. They manifested all the information they knew on the paper. Lin Yuan, Autumn, and Winter each investigated the information written by the 3 snake lords. After investigation, the 3 of them had a clear understanding of the situation in the sky beyond the clouds. Winter couldn't help but sigh. "Young master, the situation in the sky beyond the clouds has really changed a lot over the years. When I returned to the sky beyond the clouds this time, I always had a feeling that it had become much more peaceful than before. I thought it was my imagination, but it seems that I didn't feel wrong. The reason for this is that all factions are now focused on the abyss. The resources in the abyss were extremely abundant. However, because the environment was not suitable for life forms in the sky beyond the clouds, and even experts found it difficult to obtain a way to replenish their energy in it, the abyss became a forbidden place. Now, the various factions in the sky beyond the clouds had used many stupid methods to replenish their energy in the abyss. Hence, various factions start to send a large number of people to explore it. The exploration of the abyss sparked discontent among its inhabitants, leading powerful life forms there to seek revenge in their own manner. The conflict between the 2 factions escalated steadily. Winter believed that the exploration of the abyss had both positive and negative aspects. On the one hand, it offered the opportunity to acquire additional resources, which were crucial for the growth of a powerful life form. On the other hand, it triggered retaliation and conflict between the inhabitants of the sky beyond the clouds and those of the abyss. This escalation of tensions greatly increased the likelihood of a large-scale war. After reading the information organized by the three Snake Lords, Autumn said, "This guy in the middle of young master has reported the least information. Should I help you get rid of him? We've wasted a lot of time here. It's time to leave. As for the others, we can give them a choice. Will they submit to us and cooperate with our subsequent actions, or will they wait to be eliminated like the Snake Lord in the middle?" As he spoke, Autumn's sharp gaze swept across these experts who had reached the pinnacle of the Holy Spirit level and even faintly surpassed the Holy Spirit level. Autumn's words sent a shiver down the spines of these experts. They harbored no illusions about the possibility of being eliminated. They were well aware that in such chaotic circumstances, it was wiser to steer clear of trouble. Refusal to comply would undoubtedly result in their silence. These experts all came from different factions and had a high right to speak in these factions. Some of them were even leaders of factions. Coming to South Face City to join the City Lord's side was not to fight for this top-grade blessed land, but to obtain some benefits from it. These experts hailed from diverse factions and held significant sway within their respective groups. Some even held leadership positions. Their decision to align with the City Lord in South Face City wasn't solely driven by the desire to vie for control of the top-grade blessed land, but rather to secure personal benefits from the arrangement. They thought Xia Lin's side was the safest, but they didn't expect Xia Lin to come from an evil faction like the ancient Snake Goo Palace. In fact, from the moment the two Snake Lords arrived, these experts felt that they were being controlled by Xia Lin. Two of the experts tried to break free from Xia Lin's control and resisted, but they were all suppressed by these Snake Lords. If they stayed under Xia Lin's control, it would undoubtedly not end well. In a way, Lin Yuan's current actions could be considered a lifeline for these experts present. Without hesitation, they all chose to join Lin Yuan's side. Xia Lin looked at this scene in shock. In his heart, he didn't want to believe the authenticity of everything in front of him. He had called these people over to be prey, but the real prey were actually the four Snake Lords. One of the four Snake Lords had already died, and the other Snake Lord was most likely about to be killed. Xia Lin's faith crumbled. However, even if Lin Yuan harbored no affection for Xia Lin, he couldn't kill him now. As the City Lord of South Face City, Xia Lin would be of great help to Lin Yuan's next move. Lin Yuan addressed Autumn and said, "Since the Snake Lord in the middle has given us the least information and is unwilling to be controlled by us, Autumn, send him off." The Snake Lord in the middle hurriedly begged for mercy, "I'm in charge of the deployment of combat members. I've never cared about the content of intelligence. I hope you can give me another chance. I'm willing to submit. I definitely won't lose if it's anything else." Normally, if a Snake Lord was willing to submit, Lin Yuan would definitely be willing to give it a chance. However, the current situation was different. If he did not kill a Snake Lord for the ancestral contract Brahma Snake, it would not be able to reach the level of controlling the other two Snake Lords. This Snake Lord who had the least information happened to be the weakest among the three Snake Lords, so dealing with this Snake Lord was the best choice. Lin Yuan did not give the Snake Lord a chance, so Autumn did not hold back. Lin Yuan asked the two Snake Lords, "Apart from the four of you, has the ancient Snake Goo Palace arranged for others to head to South Face City?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, the two fearful Snake Lords hurriedly said, "Apart from the four of us, Lord, there are no other arrangements in the ancient Snake Goo Palace. Currently, only the four of us have truly awakened." As the Snake Lord spoke, he could not help but sigh. Previously, when he found out that a top-grade blessed land was about to be opened in South Face City, he had a completely disdainful attitude and believed that no faction possessed the strength to compete with ancient Snake Goo Palace. However, before they could even act, two Snake Lords died, and their own defeat was declared when the opposing side took control of their actions. This outcome was truly lamentable. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's heart stirred. "There are a total of 8 Snake Lords in your ancient Snake Goo Palace. Since the other 4 Snake Lords are in deep sleep, I'm very curious where the other 4 Snake Lords are. How can we wake them up? I'm sure you'd love to see your old pals get together. I can give you a chance." The two Snake Lords understood the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. He was clearly asking them to reveal the positions of the other Snake Lords. He was preparing to wipe out ancient Snake Goo Palace once and for all. If they revealed the location of the other 4 sleeping Snake Lords, it would be equivalent to betraying their old friends. However, given the current situation, it was definitely impossible not to reveal it. The strongest Snake Lord said, "Lord, the other 4 Snake Lords are on Snake Island, the base camp of our ancient Snake Goo Palace. The reason the four of us who woke up this time went out and coveted this top-grade blessed land is that we wanted to use this opportunity to revive the other four Snake Lords. If you want to find them, I can bring you to Snake Island. It's just that it requires a large amount of pure spirit chi to revive them. Moreover, there's a certain requirement for the concentration of this spirit chi. It's very difficult to revive them. But Lord, if you can revive them, they will definitely be very willing to submit to you. If you have the intention to plot against the Supreme Poison Valley, I think we should be able to help you. In a situation where the other party was completely in control, since there was no room for resistance, smart people knew how to obtain opportunities for themselves. The Snake Lord who spoke was a smart individual. It was a publicly acknowledged fact in the sky beyond the clouds that snake species feys were cruel. However, they were also very obedient after being conquered by experts. It could be said that the snake species was an extremely strong species. Lin Yuan was indeed very interested in the other four Snake Lords because they could be directly controlled by the future ancestral contract Brahma snake, allowing Lin Yuan to obtain many high-end combat power. We'll talk about this later. The two of you will be sealed in the ice crystal winter created for the time being. I'll let you out later. It won't be too late to bring me to the lair of the ancient Snake Goo Palace when that time comes. After taking in the two Snake Lords, Lin Yuan looked at Xiaolin. Feeling too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiaolin, he directly let the ancestral contract Brahma snake control Xiaolin. The ancestral contract Brahma snake couldn't control the two Snake Lords, but it was not a big deal to control Xiaolin. After the ancestral contract Brahma snake controlled Xiaolin, Lin Yuan proceeded to take control of the Holy Spirits and Holy Spirit experts. Then, these experts continued to follow under Xiaolin's command, maintaining the original alliance just like before. Currently, no faction within the sky beyond the clouds was aware that the ancient Snake Goo Palace was now under Lin Yuan's control. This operation not only allowed Lin Yuan to take control of the ancient Snake Goo Palace, but it also ensured that he would have a greater chance of obtaining it in the future. At the same time, Lin Yuan gained a certain understanding of the situation in the sky beyond the clouds. He learned that what these factions really cared about was not the top-grade blessed land itself, but a ruin hidden there. This top-grade blessed land was most likely to suppress this ruin and prevent the existence of this ruin from appearing. This information was obtained from the three Snake Lords who were trying to survive. At that time, the three Snake Lords were controlled and there was no possibility of them escaping. Lin Yuan felt that this information was most likely true. The veracity of this information could soon be verified. When Lin Yuan left the City Lord Manor and arrived at the entrance, he saw Ling Muzhuo waiting there with an anxious expression. Ling Muzhuo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yuan. "Brother Lin, how's your situation? Did those fellows from the ancient Snake Goo Palace make things difficult for you?" Upon seeing Ling Muzhuo's genuine concern, Lin Yuan did not hide the truth. Although he did not elaborate on the process, Lin Yuan told Ling Muzhuo that he had cleared out the ancient Snake Goo Palace. The reason he did not mention that the ancient Snake Goo Palace was under his control now was that Lin Yuan would not be able to get the help of these two Snake Lords during the competition for the top-grade paradise and the ruins. Hence, there was no point in saying it. Ling Muzhuo couldn't conceal his astonishment upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. He had never expected that Lin Yuan would be able to get rid of the ancient Snake Goo Palace members with autumn. However, this was good news for Ling Muzhuo. At the same time, it made him feel that he should be on good terms with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan asked Ling Muzhuo tentatively, "Brother Ling, your Fortune Treasure Palace has many channels to obtain information. Can you help me investigate why so many factions are gathered in South Face City? Is it really just for this top-grade blessed land? If it's really just for this top-grade land, Fairy Institution wouldn't have secretly arranged for a Fairy King to accompany them, right?" Lin Yuan's words made Ling Muzhuo's expression turn serious. "Brother Lin, where did you get this information? Our Fortune Treasure Palace has not heard that. Besides the two high fairies, Fairy Institution also has a Fairy King following them in secret. Apart from abundant resources, Fortune Treasure Palace had always been proud of its rich channels." However, Ling Muzhuo did not know what Lin Yuan was talking about. If he knew that Fairy Institution had sent a Fairy King, Fortune Treasure Palace would have definitely sent more than 3 guardians to contend for this top-grade blessed land. After spending some time interacting with Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhuo could clearly see that Lin Yuan was a very prudent individual. He wouldn't speak unless he had accurate information to back his words. Lin Yuan didn't mention that this information was discovered by Spring. Even to an ally like Ling Muzhuo, Lin Yuan wouldn't casually expose Spring's involvement. Thus, he found a random excuse, I obtained this information from the Snake Lords of the ancient Snake Goo Palace. The news is most likely true. These Snake Lords have been lying in ambush in South Face City for some time. They should have a good understanding of the various factions heading to South Face City. Therefore, I have a feeling that these factions are not gathered here just for this top-grade blessed land. Brother Ling, you didn't receive any news before. Ling Muzhuo laughed bitterly. Brother Lin, do I look like I received the information in advance? If I had obtained the information in advance, how could I not have brought guardians? If Fairy Institution has really brought along a Fairy King, then it is definitely not as simple as a top-grade blessed land. There must be some other reason that we don't understand. Leave this to me. I'll try to see if I can find out the truth in 2 days. Initially, Ling Muzhuo's expression was still rather calm. But now, Ling Muzhuo had already realized that things were gradually spiraling out of control. Chapter 3117, Lin Yuan's Destiny. With the top-grade blessed land already sparking conflict among multiple factions, the prospect of any additional ones would likely pose a risk of death even for those present in the region. Ling Muzhuo had always been unwilling to put himself in danger. Lin Yuan could tell from Ling Muzhuo's expression that he was unaware of this. After returning to Fortune Treasure Palace, Lin Yuan took the spirit chi crystals that the 4 Snake Lords had yet to absorb to feed the spirit world barrier turtle. The aura of the top-grade blessed land was constantly becoming stronger, and it had already begun to show signs of opening at any time. All the factions were surprised by this. They hadn't expected this top-grade blessed land to open so quickly. At this moment, the spirit world barrier turtle that had been devouring a large number of spirit chi crystals in the spirit lock spatial zone had a breakthrough in its aura. The spirit world barrier turtle had successfully advanced to World Emperor/Divine Kingdom, which allowed Morbius grade to increase as it wished. The spirit lock spatial zone started undergoing a drastic change. Everything in the spirit lock spatial zone was spat out, including the wind speed rapid antelope. The wind speed rapid antelope rarely came to the outside world. Sensing that the spiritual energy in the outside world was many times thinner than in the spirit lock spatial zone, the wind speed rapid antelope said in disdain, "Master, I want to go back. Can you let me go back? I still have a lot of spirit chi crystals to check." The speed at which spirit chi crystals are produced has become much faster than before. The wind speed rapid antelope lived in the spirit lock spatial zone all year round and had long been raised to be abnormally delicate. It was indeed very unaccustomed to the outside world. Lin Yuan rubbed the wind speed rapid antelope's head and said, "It's not that I don't want you to go back. The spirit lock spatial zone is transforming now. You can only enter after the transformation is over. After the spirit lock spatial zone finishes transforming, the concentration of spirit chi in there will be even higher. At that time, you will be much more comfortable than before." Lin Yuan was looking forward to the changes in the spirit lock spatial zone. Morbius had told Lin Yuan that there would be a huge change in the next transformation of the spirit lock spatial zone, but when he asked what kind of changes would happen, Morbius could not tell. The transformation of the spirit lock spatial zone did not take too long. 2 days later, Lin Yuan brought the wind speed rapid antelope and took everything that was spat out from the spirit lock spatial zone. The buildings originally built in the spirit lock spatial zone were not damaged at all by the expansion. Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone had increased by a lot. The small spirit pool had now become an ocean. Lin Yuan could not see the end of it. This allowed Blackie to swim freely in the spirit pool even if it had evolved into a main dragon, no matter how huge its body was. After Lin Yuan's exploration, he realized that the spirit lock spatial zone was so large that he could not see the end of it. At the same time, many stone pillars appeared in the spirit lock spatial zone. These stone pillars were not activated and looked no different from ordinary decorations. However, Lin Yuan could sense that these stone pillars contained boundless energy. For a moment, Lin Yuan did not know what use these stone pillars had. As soon as the wind speed rapid antelope entered the spirit lock spatial zone, it began to manipulate the wind elemental energy into chains and began to choose and arrange the resources in the spirit lock spatial zone. Soon, the wind speed rapid antelope collected the newly produced spirit chi crystals and handed them to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan picked up the spirit chi crystals and examined them with delight. The spirit chi crystals produced by the spirit lock spatial zone had indeed reached the level of a grade 6 creator, which was excellent news for Lin Yuan. With grade 6 creator resources at his disposal, Lin Yuan could not only help spring, summer, autumn and winter enhance their abilities but also fulfill his earlier promises to those grade 5 creators. Due to the transformation of the spirit lock spatial zone, the spirit chi crystals it produced would now consistently be grade 6. Lin Yuan realized that in the future, grade 5 creator resources would serve only as currency. Utilizing grade 6 creator resources to meet the needs of his feys and subordinates was undoubtedly a better approach. Lin Yuan instructed, Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, organize the previously produced low-grade creator resources and separate them from these higher-grade creator resources. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's instructions, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope obediently shook its head twice. Then, it began to organize the resources according to Lin Yuan's instructions. Lin Yuan handed over the grade 6 creator resources to Autumn, who was his bodyguard. Before being unable to produce grade 6 creator resources, Lin Yuan had not asked about Autumn's situation. After all, Lin Yuan would not be able to help him even if he wanted to. However, now that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone could steadily produce grade 6 creator resources, Lin Yuan asked about Autumn's injuries. Autumn, you previously said that your strength has yet to fully recover. How many grade 6 creator resources do you need to recover your strength? Lin Yuan handed the grade 6 creator spirit chi crystals to Autumn. When Autumn sensed the grade 6 creator spirit chi crystals, he was shocked and could not help but exclaim inwardly, in this life, Lord Saint's improvement speed is much faster than in his previous life. He can actually produce grade 6 creator resources now. Autumn was very clear about his situation, so he answered Lin Yuan's question very seriously, Young Master, grade 6 creator resources are extremely precious. As long as we have grade 6 creator resources to activate our system, we can recover as much as possible even if there are no creator resources in the future. The dozens of spirit chi crystals you gave me are enough to restore my strength to 70% of my peak state. It makes me more confident that I can guarantee your safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan inwardly noted that it seemed spring, summer, autumn, and winter had a much lower demand for spirit chi crystals than he had anticipated, at least significantly less than he had expected. Lin Yuan continued to ask, if I continue to provide you with more grade 6 creator resources, can you continue to increase your strength after your injuries recover? Winter replied confidently when he heard Lin Yuan's question, Young Master, grade 6 creator resources are the main consumption of our strength. With our strength, grade 5 creator resources are not much for us to increase our strength. If you can continue to provide us with grade 6 creator resources, the 4 of us will be able to improve our strength. Lin Yuan smiled and said, in that case, in the future, the strength of the 4 of you will improve rapidly in a very short period. Later, secretly send a portion of the spirit chi crystals that have reached the level of a grade 6 creator to spring and winter so that they can also increase their strength. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Now that spring, autumn, and winter's strengths had increased as he wished, he would have more confidence in fighting for this top-grade blessed land and the ruins in the future. Lin Yuan felt intrigued by the idea of a blessed land that required another top-grade blessed land to suppress it. Lin Yuan was certain that this ruin was extraordinary. The conflict between the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution had halted, but the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley had started an intense conflict with the Abyssal Beast Domain. It was so intense that Long Ji had no choice but to ask Lin Yuan for help. Lin Yuan felt a little helpless. He had no intention of protecting the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley in this operation. Since the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley had participated in the competition for this top-grade blessed land, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would have to bear all the consequences themselves. Lin Yuan was plotting against the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley rather than seeking to provide protection for them. Upon seeing Long Ji's distress message through the Thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan was abnormally cold to Long Ji's distress call. Lin Yuan, your Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley has not submitted to me. You are the only one who has submitted to me. At most, I will protect you when you are in danger. The safety of the other members of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley has nothing to do with me. You can use this opportunity to help me investigate the Abyssal Beast Domain. Could it be that the Abyssal Beast Domain isn't only led by that leader of the Nightmare Beasts? Long Ji felt disheartened when he realized Lin Yuan was unwilling to help the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley through its difficulties, but he couldn't fault Lin Yuan for his earlier words. They were entirely reasonable. Lin Yuan didn't have any obligations to Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. His willingness to protect Long Ji in such circumstances already showcased remarkable righteousness. Nonetheless, the fact that Long Ji didn't have to die was a relief. Long Ji hurriedly replied to Lin Yuan's question. Long Ji, Lord, if it's just the leader of the Nightmare Beasts leading the Abyssal Beast Domain, how could they possibly disregard our Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and initiate conflict with us at this time? I've heard from the elders in our clan that this operation involves a secret even greater than this top-grade blessed land. That's true. If not for my understanding of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley, the clan wouldn't have sent 3 grand elders over. Long Ji, when thinking about it, it makes sense. Given my understanding of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley, they wouldn't dispatch 3 grand elders unless there were extenuating circumstances. It's just that this time, the preparations from the Abyssal Beast domain are obviously more extensive than ours. Moreover, after the last conflict, it's surprising that they've formed a strong alliance with Fairy Institution for reasons unknown. If not for the alliance between Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast domain, the myriad dragon Immortal Valley wouldn't be in such a passive position. Lin Yuan could not help but frown. The Abyssal Beast domain had actually joined forces with Fairy Institution. According to the information that Lin Yuan had received, the Abyssal Beast domain and Fairy Institution had clearly had a conflict before, but now, both sides had joined forces, which surprised Lin Yuan. When these two factions joined forces, there would definitely be many hidden situations occurring. Only when both sides faced common interests could they have the intention to join forces to fight the enemy. The Abyssal Beast domain and Fairy Institution were both powerful factions. If they joined forces, Lin Yuan would face considerable pressure in the fight for the top-grade Blessed Land. After some thought, Lin Yuan said, if Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast domain have the intention to destroy the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, you can send a message to the manager of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Just say that if the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley is willing to let me take charge of everything in this operation, I can protect them from a calamity. Lin Yuan ended his conversation with Long Ji. Spring sent Lin Yuan a message informing him that the Abyssal Beast domain was preparing to attack the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Spring and the others were mobilized for the operation. Currently, the alliance Spring belonged to was filled with resentment. However, its members were powerless against the Abyssal Beast domain. Those who refused to participate in the operation were killed by the Abyssal Beast domain's experts. Spring told Lin Yuan that the Abyssal Beast domain had at least 3 additional leaders. These leaders had been present for only half a day, yet the key figures of the Abyssal Beast domain had already finalized a cooperation agreement with Fairy Institution. This indicated that the Abyssal Beast domain and Fairy Institution had premeditated this plan. The collaboration between these two powerful factions in the West Universe suggested a significant objective. Moreover, the alliance between them, based on mutual benefits, was difficult to disrupt. The Abyssal Beast domain had dispatched 4 leaders, while Fairy Institution sent a Fairy King, all operating in secrecy. Without thorough preparations, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would likely face severe consequences. Billions of years ago, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley had sought to suppress the Seamless Beast region. However, it had since lost its ability to influence the Abyssal Beast domain. The Abyssal Beast domain had surpassed the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley in every aspect. Firstly, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley had failed to discover a new top-grade Blessed Land for many years. Secondly, the ancestral dragon of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley was too greedy. In his quest for power, he compromised the foundation of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast domain aimed to eliminate the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. The grudge between the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and the Abyssal Beast domain ran deep. With Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast domain united, there was no chance of recruiting the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Lin Yuan asked Spring if there were more factions heading to South Face City. Spring gave Lin Yuan an affirmative answer. At that moment, various factions still surged into South Face City, including Overlord-level factions. The snow-covered foxes of the North Universe did not send anyone over, but the Great Sun Phoenix, which also dominated the North Universe, sent at least 3 Phoenix Lords. Fortunately, Autumn had already given the Grade 6 creator resources to Spring in advance. Spring was also recovering her strength with the pure spirit chi of these Grade 6 creators. Spring, Autumn, and Winter had recovered 70% of their original strength. Morbius grade advancement was very timely. Otherwise, in such a dangerous situation, even Autumn would instruct Lin Yuan to give up on the fight for the top-grade Blessed Land. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the returning Saint Pool and underwent the cleansing process, he had a feeling that he had seen through fate. For some reason, Lin Yuan felt that the ruins behind this top-grade Blessed Land were related to him. No matter how intense the competition was, even if he did not snatch this top-grade Blessed Land, he had to snatch the ruins behind this top-grade Blessed Land. Lin Yuan's sense of destiny for this ruin was the same as when he had first entered the returning Saint Pool. Chapter 3118, The Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley's Request for Help. For the past few days, Ling Muzhuo had been inquiring for information. The more he probed, the tighter his frown became. Ling Muzhuo had already confirmed Lin Yuan's words. With so many factions adding so many people, it was definitely not as simple as fighting for this top-grade blessed land. Now, South Face City had become an iron bucket. After these overlord-level factions came to South Face City, they controlled it, causing South Face City to be in a state where one could only enter but not leave. Without exception, those factions that wanted to leave South Face City would be dealt with. The competition in the species ranking was not as shocking as the competition in South Face City. Ling Muzhuo had been trying to contact Lin Yuan for the past few days, but Autumn said that Lin Yuan was busy and could not meet anyone. This made Ling Muzhuo even more worried. Even if Ling Muzhuo wanted to stand on Lin Yuan's side, he was unwilling to put Fortune Treasure Palace in danger. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhuo was prepared to tell him the truth before advising him. If they did not fight for this top-grade blessed land and the hidden opportunity, these factions would not make things difficult for Lin Yuan and Fortune Treasure Palace. Ling Muzhuo had already heard the news that Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain were about to attack the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. After seeing Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhuo suddenly felt at ease. Brother Lin, South Face City has completely turned upside down. All parties. Before Ling Muzhuo could finish, Lin Yuan said, I'm aware of the current situation in South Face City. I'm still prepared to participate in the battle for this top-grade blessed land. Apart from this top-grade blessed land, I will fight for the other opportunities to the end. Brother Ling, you will face many dangers in such a battle. It's understandable if you don't want to participate. I will still remember your friendship for helping me previously. Lin Yuan took out a brocade box and handed it to Ling Muzhuo with a smile. Ling Muzhuo opened the brocade box and saw that there were 6 spirit chi crystals that were clearly sparkling and translucent. Ling Muzhuo opened his eyes wide the moment he sensed it. Ling Muzhuo could feel the extremely pure spirit chi in the spirit chi crystals. This kind of spirit chi was much more advanced than the spirit chi concocted by grade 5 creators. Even if he had not come into contact with grade 6 creator resources before, Ling Muzhuo was sure that these 10 spirit chi crystals were genuine grade 6 creator resources. The fact that Lin Yuan had given these grade 6 creator resources to him was enough to show his relationship with him. Looking at Lin Yuan's determined gaze, Ling Muzhuo, who always sought stability, could not help but grit his teeth and say, Brother Lin, I've never liked to face risks. But this time, no matter what the situation is, I'll choose to take your side. According to what I said before, I'll shoulder the responsibility with you if anything happens. Apart from his friendship with Lin Yuan, Ling Muzhuo also had a lot to do with Lin Yuan taking out these grade 6 creator resources. The fact that these grade 6 creator resources were taken out meant that Lin Yuan really had a genuine grade 6 creator backing him. On the surface, the sky beyond the clouds was ruled by the 4 official factions. But in fact, the ones who really controlled the sky beyond the clouds and had the most say were indeed those grade 6 creators. If there was a conflict between the decision of Honor Absent Palace and a certain grade 6 creator, in the end, it would not be this grade 6 creator who gave in but Honor Absent Palace who would modify the decision. Ling Muzhuo knew very well what grade 6 creator resources represented. With the resources produced by this grade 6 creator, increasing his strength could be said to be a very simple matter. In the end, Ling Muzhuo decided to place all his hopes on Lin Yuan no matter how critical the situation was. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, Brother Ling, to be honest, I can't guarantee that there won't be any mistakes in this operation. If you lead Fortune Treasure Palace in helping me fight for this top-grade blessed land, you will definitely face a lot of risks. Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain are preparing to work together to attack the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. I'll most likely help the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. I can't let the alliance between the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution dominate. I'm sure other factions will be involved in this operation. Before the top-grade blessed land opens, the competition between the various factions in South Face City will most likely end. Ling Muzhuo had expected Lin Yuan to participate in the conflict between TTHE Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain. If Lin Yuan wanted to fight for this top-grade blessed land and the other opportunities there, it was inevitable that he would clash with other factions. Taking advantage of this opportunity was the best choice. After Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain targeted the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, if Lin Yuan did not respond, they would most likely choose to find trouble with him. Compared to letting Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain take the initiative to cause trouble, Lin Yuan's initiative would not weaken his momentum. At the same time, he could use the excuse of helping the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley to obtain benefits from it. At present, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley's camp was in chaos. The three Grand Elders had not expected that they would immediately become targets of Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain after arriving. The Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and Abyssal Beast Domain had always been enemies. The two sides had been enemies for hundreds of millions of years. Previously, they had never heard of the close relationship between the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution. Although Fairy Institution was domineering, they rarely participated in the battles between large factions. The current situation made these Grand Elders not know what to do. If it was a collision between the three major factions, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would not be in such a sorry state. The key was that the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley had not expected such a situation to happen. The three Grand Elders sent were not enough to deal with the current situation. The combination of the Abyssal Beast Domain and Fairy Institution clearly wanted to exterminate the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Not to mention the three Grand Elders, even the ordinary experts of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley did not want to die here. When the panic reached its peak, Long Ji knew that it was time for him to speak. As an elder, Long Ji had an extraordinary status in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. After meeting the three Grand Elders, Long Ji said directly, with the current situation, the Abyssal Beast Domain and the Fairy Institution have no intention of leaving us a way out. I met a young man previously. He's related to a pinnacle grade 5 creator and might even be able to take out grade 6 creator resources. He's also in South Face City now. I can try to ask him for help. Hearing Long Ji's words, the three Grand Elders were all moved. No matter how arrogant the dragons were, they hoped that they could survive rather than die. The Grand Elder in the lead hurriedly said, "Since that's the case, Long Ji, why aren't you asking them for help? Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain are coming aggressively. If we don't have helpers, we won't be able to hold on at all. At that time, you can promise them that the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley will prepare a generous gift." Long Ji did not move. Instead, he said, "Lord Long Yin, the young master I know is here for the opportunity here. He most likely doesn't like the resources we promised. After all, he can throw out creator resources like trash. You know the person I'm talking about. It's young Master Lin who caused a commotion in South Face City. I've already contacted him in advance. His request is for the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley to give up on fighting for the Blessed Land and help him snatch the resources. He can protect our Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. I didn't mention this before because I felt that this young Master Lin's request was too ridiculous. If this wasn't a life and death situation, I wouldn't have told the three of you about this situation. Lords, please make a decision on the specifics." Long Ji still had to stay in the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley in the future. He did not want to be labeled as a traitor. Therefore, he did not participate in the matter after it was brought up. Instead, he handed it to the three Grand Elders to make a decision. No matter what decision these three Grand Elders made in the end, Long Ji could accept it. If he did not choose to seek Lin Yuan's help, he would assist the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley to fight to the end. Long Ji would have contacted Lin Yuan and asked him to protect him at the critical moment. The Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley was very against elders having connections with external forces. Long Ji had his own selfish motives and did not want to affect his status and reputation in the future. One of the hot-tempered Grand Elders slammed the table angrily when he heard Long Ji's words. What? He wants our Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley to cooperate with him and give up this top-grade blessed land? He has nerve to grow a mouth like that. I don't agree. This top-grade blessed land is very important to us. How can we give up on fighting for this blessed land? Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Long Ji could not help but purse his lips. It seemed that this Grand Elder still did not understand the situation. Now that the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley was already at the mercy of others, how could they have the qualifications to negotiate terms and put on heirs? Among the three Grand Elders, Long Yin, whom Long Ji had been communicating with, had the most authority. Only Long Yin's decision was the most valid. Long Ji looked at Long Yin calmly and waited for his reply. Long Ji thought that he was intelligent. But after some thought, Long Yin could basically confirm that Long Ji and this young Master Lin definitely did not just know each other. If they only knew each other, Long Ji would not have made such a suggestion and treated this young Master Lin as a straw to clutch at. It was obvious that Long Ji trusted this young Master Lin very much and was certain that this young Master Lin would be able to end the storm if he joined. Long Yin was very curious as to why Long Ji trusted this young Master Lin so much. Long Yin had interacted with Long Ji before. In Long Yin's eyes, Long Ji was a suspicious fellow by nature. The more suspicious he was, the more he should not believe others. Long Yin did not want to agree either. The myriad dragon Immortal Valley had not sent 3 grand elders over for the so-called ruins. The myriad dragon Immortal Valley had also heard some corresponding information. They were doing this for this top-grade blessed land itself. This was because without this top-grade blessed land, the myriad dragon Immortal Valley would become even more unsustainable and the other overlord factions would become stronger and stronger. However, the myriad dragon Immortal Valley had been going downhill all these years and was secretly mocked by countless factions. However, even the Grand Elder did not dare to say anything about Lord Ancestral Dragon's actions. Yet, after doing that, the prestige of the Ancestral Dragon in the myriad dragon Immortal Valley continued to decrease. This was especially true for some dragons with noble bloodlines. After the dragon vein was absorbed by Lord Ancestral Dragon, these dragons had not given birth to a newborn for tens of thousands of years. If they did not obtain another top-grade blessed land, a few dragons in the myriad dragon Immortal Valley would probably be extinct. However, after much consideration, Long Yin was certain that there was no way out if he did not ask for help. Long Ji was prepared to take this opportunity to get to know the so-called young Master Lin that Long Ji mentioned. If young Master Lin really had so many creator resources and was willing to trade with the myriad dragon Immortal Valley, it would not be a problem for them to not obtain this top-grade blessed land. Still, Long Yin felt that the possibility of that was very low. In Long Yin's eyes, it was one thing to trade grade 4 creator resources to outsiders. Only a fool would trade grade 5 creator resources. Long Ji, please contact young Master Lin. If we survive because of you, I will personally reward you and suggest that you become a new Grand Elder. After saying that, Long Yin patted Long Ji's shoulder and encouraged him. This made Long Ji extremely happy. Becoming a Grand Elder was Long Ji's goal. Now, there was actually a chance to achieve it. It was not easy to become a Grand Elder. With Long Yin as his guarantor, becoming a Grand Elder was a sure bet. Long Ji immediately contacted Lin Yuan. The Grand Elder who had not spoken told Long Yin, "Brother Yin, aren't your promises to Long Ji a little lacking in consideration? With your experience, you should be able to see that Long Ji is colluding with this young Master Lin. It's still unknown if Long Ji is controlled by this young Master Lin. How can we let such a fellow become a Grand Elder? If such a guy can become a Grand Elder, then what authority do we Grand Elders have?" Long Yin said helplessly, "Apart from getting Long Ji to contact this young Master Lin, do you have a better way? If there's a better way, we naturally don't need Long Ji to contact this young Master Lin. Won't it be better if we live to make it out of South Face City and make it back to the myriad dragon Immortal Valley alive? The fact that we can return alive is equivalent to saving more strength for the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. With our limited resources and without us old fellows holding down the fort, the myriad dragon Immortal Valley won't be able to gain a foothold in the sky beyond the clouds. Also, didn't you hear that young Master Lin has a lot of creator resources? If Long Ji is also a Grand Elder, he might be able to help us trade for grade 5 creator resources." Chapter 3119 Ruins Appear. As a mature and successful leader, Long Yin had to think far enough. He could not just limit himself to immediate benefits. Long Yin was much better at this than the others. Long Yin thought, young Master Lin can't disappoint me. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to save the myriad dragon Immortal Valley but young Master Lin would also follow in the footsteps of the myriad dragon Immortal Valley. At that moment, Lin Yuan was with Ling Muzhuo. After receiving the news, he immediately arranged for Winter to return to his place. He then said to the eager Autumn, "Autumn, since you can't wait anymore, make a scene in South Face City." As Lin Yuan spoke, Autumn let out a long howl. Even though Autumn's strength had not completely recovered, he had clearly reached his peak state since the reincarnation of the saint. Autumn could not wait to show Lin Yuan his strength. Winter returned to Lin Yuan's side, smiled, and said, "Young master, Autumn has really been holding it in recently. It's time to give him a chance to show off. Autumn's ability is the most suitable for combat among the three of us. He has recovered 70% of his strength. Unless the beast god from the abyssal beast domain comes personally or the fairy emperor of fairy institution come here, fairy institution and abyssal beast domain can't stop Autumn's attack with just a few beast archbishops or fairy kings. Young master, actually, the current situation in South Face City is a good opportunity for us. Although we can't control these factions, we can control their people in South Face City and encroach on them. Even without me and Spring, Autumn alone can do this. Don't forget that Spring and I have also recovered our strength. Young master, just watch the three of us perform this time. Spring and I have already discussed it. She and I will be responsible for keeping you safe. She has been staying in the Abyssal Beast domain. It won't be too late for her to appear when we encounter a situation that requires her to appear. Winter, who had recovered his strength, spoke much more confidently than before. It had been a long time since he had recovered his strength, and he was extremely excited. The Abyssal Beast domain's attack on the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley was extremely fast. They basically did not give the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley any room to resist. The Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley naturally would not give up without a fight. They resisted abnormally fiercely, and a shocking battle occurred between the two sides. Initially, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley did not want to fight. Long Yin asked Long Ji to call for reinforcements, but they did not come. This made Long Yin want to lower his head. If it really did not work, he would lower his head to the Abyssal Beast domain. In any case, even if they asked young Master Lin for help, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley would not have the qualifications to fight for this top-grade blessed land. If the Abyssal Beast domain could let him leave this place, surrendering might not be the best choice. However, the Abyssal Beast domain did not give him a chance to surrender at all. Instead, every move he made would cost him his life. After angering the three Grand Elders of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, their attacks also became abnormally fierce. Many innocent forces were involved in the battle between the two forces in South Face City. As the experts of the Abyssal Beast domain and Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley fought, many life forms were killed by the aftershock. In the end, Fairy Institution failed to take down the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley even after the Abyssal Beast domain mobilized 4 archbishops. The 2 higher fairies of Fairy Institution joined the battlefield. The Fairy King who had been hiding in the dark was not idle either. He suddenly attacked and severely injured a Grand Elder of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. It was obvious that Long Yin was familiar with this Fairy King. He shouted at the Fairy King, "Our Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley has never been on bad terms with Fairy Institution before. Isn't Fairy Institution afraid of the revenge from the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley? If Fairy Institution stops now and doesn't interfere in the battle between the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and Abyssal Beast domain, I can let bygones be bygones." Long Yin's words did not have any effect. The Fairy King mocked in an extremely disdainful tone, "If these words were said 100 million years ago, I might still be a little afraid. How is the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley qualified to compete with Fairy Institution now? Aren't you thinking too highly of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley by saying that? Today, the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley will come to an end here. If you don't resist, I won't kill you directly. I can still leave one of you alive so that you can be a prisoner." When he said this, the arrogance of this Fairy King was felt by all the factions present. Long Yin could be said to be enraged. No matter what, Long Yin could not allow a Grand Elder to become a prisoner of another faction. At that moment, Long Ji was extremely anxious. He had already sent Lin Yuan his request for help and had agreed to all of his requests. There was no reason for Lin Yuan not to respond. Could it be that Lin Yuan was afraid of Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast domain? If that was the case, even if he did not help the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, he should care about his own life. Just as Long Ji was about to ask for help again, a bleak and extremely arrogant aura attacked this Fairy King. Sensing this aura, the Fairy King immediately responded. However, this Fairy King could not completely block this aura even after using all his strength. He let out a miserable grunt. An abnormally arrogant tone exploded between heaven and earth. "My family's young master protects the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast domain should quickly retreat. Otherwise, don't blame my young master for being merciless." As Autumn's aura attacked the Fairy King, he also attacked the 2 higher fairies and the 4 archbishops of the Abyssal Beast domain. Apart from these 7 units, the other targets Autumn targeted had even lost the ability to breathe smoothly. The various factions present were not unfamiliar with Autumn. He was the guard who had always been by Lin Yuan's side. Previously, he had shown his face in front of various factions. Those who knew of Autumn had felt his aura during the trade fair. At that time, in order to suppress the situation, Autumn had even used his aura to suppress the various factions present. Had those factions underestimated Autumn's strength? The guard beside young Master Lin was actually able to fight 7 experts alone. The 7 experts actually did not even have the chance to resist. One had to know that there was also a Fairy King from Fairy Institution. When Long Ji saw Autumn's figure, his anxious heart immediately relaxed. Facing Autumn's strength, Long Ji was also very surprised. Long Ji did not expect that Autumn would suppress all the people of Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast domain with his aura as soon as he appeared. The Fairy King tried to resist Autumn's aura as he said, Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain are preparing to attack the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Aren't you afraid of causing a misunderstanding with Fairy Institution? This Fairy King used Fairy Institution and the Abyssal Beast Domain to pressure Autumn. Autumn snorted heavily. Whether the Fairy Institution misunderstands or not is your own business. What does it have to do with me? It has nothing to do with my young master. Fairy Institution has been tyrannical all these years. Don't tell me you think you're invincible? Don't forget why Fairy Institution had the chance to survive until now. If it wasn't for that Lord's pity back then, Fairy Institution would have been devoured by the various factions as soon as it was established. How could it be as prosperous as it is now? That Lord's pity allowed your Fairy Institution to have a place to live. I don't think he wanted to see Fairy Institution slaughtering so domineeringly. Fairy Institution's situation is special. You shouldn't have joined the competition for mortal resources. Otherwise, one day, Fairy Institution will have to bear the evil consequences that you should have suffered. Don't forget that you fairies are a resource coveted by all parties. Autumn's words were earth-shattering. He did not give Fairy Institution any face at all. These words made the Fairy King's expression change. The Fairy King knew about the matter that Autumn had just mentioned. To Fairy Institution, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a secret. Back then, Fairy Institution was indeed indebted to a lord. This lord lived above everything and did not leave his name. He only knew that the believers called this lord a saint. Even ordinary high-level fairies did not know such a secret, so how did this person know? This Fairy King was not a fool. After sensing the aura released by Autumn, he knew that today's operation was destined to be impossible. Since that's the case, the young master you mentioned wants to protect the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley and we're not your match. We won't take any action against the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley in South Face City. However, if our two factions attack other factions in the future, I hope your young master won't interfere again. Fairy Institution is not to be trifled with. With that, the Fairy King prepared to leave with his subordinates. Autumn snorted. How dare Fairy Institution express your dissatisfaction with my young master? And did I ask you to leave? My young master has the intention to fight for this ruin and other opportunities in South Face City apart from this ruin. I'll give your Fairy Institution a chance to submit and work for my young master in South Face City. After saying that, Autumn looked at the Fairy King calmly, waiting for their response. The Fairy King's expression turned abnormally ugly upon hearing Autumn's words. He had already chosen to retreat. Yet, not only did this expert in front of him not give him a chance to retreat, but he even wanted to treat the Fairy Institution as a prisoner. How bold! This Fairy King naturally wasn't willing to accept such a request. After the Fairy King protested, Autumn did not give him any chance to resist. He directly attacked him. After a series of attacks, the Fairy King fell to the ground heavily injured. After dealing with the Fairy King, Autumn looked sharply at the other high-level fairies, the 4 archbishops of the Abyssal Beast Domain, as well as the 3 grand elders of the Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley. Autumn could sense that a top-grade blessed land was about to open. Before opening this top-grade blessed land, Autumn prepared to help Lin Yuan take care of the situation in South Face City. Because of his insufficient strength previously, Autumn seemed to be somewhat restrained. Now, his strength had recovered to 70% of his peak. As Lin Yuan provided more and more grade 6 creator resources, not only could he maintain his current strength but also had the possibility of advancing to the next level. Autumn felt that there was no longer any faction in this world that was worthy of his fear. Within a day, Autumn had reshuffled the factions in South Face City with his own ability, causing all the factions in South Face City to lose the intention to fight for this top-grade blessed land. The Fairy King, who was used to being domineering, gritted his teeth. If it was not for the fact that he could not compete with Autumn at all, this Fairy King would have given it his all if there was even the slightest possibility. However, the disparity in level between the two sides was too great. Resisting under such a huge disparity was no different from hitting a rock with an egg. The act of striking a stone with an egg was not desirable. Fairies always cherished their lives. After Autumn released his strength, South Face City was maintained in a strange quiet atmosphere at the most chaotic time. Even those factions that came to South City not for the sake of competing for the top-grade blessed land but with other factions as their targets did not dare to take any action. They were afraid that if they did something wrong and angered young Master Lin, they would be killed. Soon, the top-grade blessed land opened as scheduled. The factions that had come to South Face City to obtain this top-grade blessed land could only watch helplessly as Lin Yuan developed this top-grade blessed land. The top-grade palm of blessed land created by a grade 5 creator could contain this top-grade blessed land. After Lin Yuan finished exploring this top-grade blessed land, he stored it away. The moment Lin Yuan loaded up this top-grade blessed land, the so-called ruins appeared. The moment this ruin appeared, the entire world was sealed by a special ability. This made the Abyssal Beast Domain, Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, Fairy Institution, and even the Great Sun Phoenixes, want to compete. Under Autumn's suppression, the factions that were fighting each other even developed thoughts of forming an alliance. Autumn could be said to be extremely disdainful of this. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, Spring not only hid in the alliance under the Abyssal Beast Domain, but she also stood up to help Autumn control the situation. Once again, they suppressed the various factions and completely cut off their thoughts of resistance. As Spring, Autumn, and Winter sensed the ruins, the three of them were pleasantly surprised. The three of them sensed Lord Saint's aura from this ruin. In other words, this ruin was very likely left behind by Lord Saint in his previous life. If it was not left behind by Lord Saint in his previous life, it would definitely be related to Lord Saint in his previous life. Chapter 3120, Saint's Companion Seed. The three of them told Lin Yuan about this situation. Lin Yuan was surprised, but a look of understanding appeared on his face. No wonder he had such a strong sense of destiny toward this ruins. Spring, Autumn, and Winter wanted to accompany Lin Yuan into the ruins but were blocked by the space passageways. The space passageways contained a huge force that prevented anyone from entering. However, Lin Yuan was not rejected by this space passageway. Facing such a situation, Spring, Autumn, and Winter did not know if they should support Lin Yuan's entry. Lin Yuan would be in danger if he went in alone. Spring, Autumn, and Winter would not be able to help him. After this ruins appeared, Lin Yuan could clearly feel its attraction to him. After much consideration, he decided to enter the ruins. Seeing that Lin Yuan had made up his mind, Spring, Autumn, and Winter did not say anything else. After entering the ruins, Lin Yuan felt that he had entered a ball of warm water. This feeling was very similar to when he had first stepped into the returning Saint Pool. The energy in the ruins could be directly absorbed by Lin Yuan, imperceptibly increasing his strength. At that moment, Lin Yuan was certain that this ruins should have been left behind by him in his previous life. Lin Yuan gradually fell into a deep sleep. If the ruins in Epic God Palace's returning Saint Pool were to help Lin Yuan awaken his physique, then the ruins here were purely helping Lin Yuan enhance his strength. When Lin Yuan woke up from his slumber, the ruins were empty. Apart from the inheritance of energy, there was also a portion of the inheritance of memories in this ruins. Lin Yuan had never expected that the vast abyssal world was only a part of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The stone pillars that had appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone were the key to fusing the abyssal world into the Spirit Lock spatial zone again. Previously, Lin Yuan had only intended to explore the abyssal world. Now, it was a must for him. This was because this concerned the completeness of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan asked Genius and learned that he had not slept for long in the ruins. He had only slept for less than 7 days. Sensing the boundless energy in his body, Lin Yuan momentarily lost his understanding of his own strength. However, with spring, summer, autumn, and winter around, there were very few opportunities for Lin Yuan to display his strength. When he left the ruins, spring, autumn, and winter were waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yuan walk out of the ruins, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Autumn was the first to speak. "Young master, it's great that you came out safely. All the factions in South Face City have been gathered in the City Lord Manor. After you come out, it's time to decide how to deal with these factions." Lin Yuan's thoughts and decisions had changed to a certain extent before and after he came out of the ruins. After meeting with these factions, Lin Yuan had no intention of letting them leave directly. Instead, he chose to gather these factions and wanted to take them under his wing. Not only did Lin Yuan want to take these factions under his command, but he also wanted to control the 4 universes as soon as possible. This inheritance allowed Lin Yuan to establish his goal and understand why he had reincarnated in his previous life. Apart from being restricted by his own strength, he had to seek the possibility of transcendence in his previous life. It was also to protect the huge sky beyond the clouds and prevent the outside world from invading it. In Lin Yuan's previous life, he had divided the Spirit Lock spatial zone from the abyssal world for this purpose. In this life, Lin Yuan's growth was much stronger than in his previous life. In his previous life, Morbius Spirit Locked phase had not received optimal nurturing at the beginning, so they had stopped at the Domain Mountain class. In this life, Morbius upper limit was not as simple as the Domain Mountain class. Moreover, it was not as easy for Morbius to produce creator resources in its previous life as it was in this life. It was no longer impossible for Lin Yuan to resist the invasion of the energy in the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan had great confidence in this. After Lin Yuan made his decision, he immediately took action. None of the factions present were willing to surrender. However, their predicament was worse than they expected. In this situation, it was impossible for them not to surrender and submit. In the end, the Abyssal Beast Domain, Great Sun Phoenixes, and Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley chose to join Lin Yuan. As for the Fairy King from Fairy Institution, no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice. Lin Yuan could tell that this Fairy King was not sincere in submitting to him. In the past, Lin Yuan had wanted to control these experts in South Face City before plotting against the faction behind them. Now, Lin Yuan had changed his mind and allowed these people to contact the faction behind them. Then, spring, summer, and winter would control the entire Myriad Dragon Immortal Valley, Great Sun Phoenixes, Abyssal Beast Domain, and Fairy Institution, taking these four factions under their control. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. These 1,000 years were very short for the sky beyond the clouds, but the changes in these 1,000 years were even greater than the changes in the hundreds of millions of years before. In the past 1,000 years, a faction named Sky City had appeared out of nowhere and started to take control of the sky beyond the clouds at breakneck speed. The various factions thought that Sky City's actions would be resisted by the various factions. However, not only did those familiar and powerful factions not stop Sky City's actions, but they even helped Sky City make this happen. More than 2/3 of the factions in the sky beyond the clouds were controlled by Sky City, including many overlord factions. In the beginning, these overlords were controlled by Sky City because of the situation. However, these overlords soon obtained a lot of benefits from Sky City. Sky City had actually given these overlord factions the opportunity and channels to trade for grade 6 creator resources. Furthermore, Sky City treated all the overlord factions equally. Every overlord faction that joined Sky City had the opportunity to trade for grade 6 creator resources. With so many grade 6 creator resources leaking out, the various factions began to suspect how many grade 6 creators there were in Sky City. Sky City's actions over the past 1,000 years had attracted the attention of many grade 6 creators. In a few operations, Lin Yuan even angered a grade 6 creator. However, after this grade 6 creator aggressively found Sky City, there was no eventual conflict with Sky City. Instead, he joined Sky City and became a member. All of a sudden, the rumors about Sky City in the sky beyond the clouds became blurry. Another few thousand years passed in the blink of an eye. On the back of a huge soaring whale that stretched as far as the eye could see, a young man was looking down at the rivers and mountains below him. A woman in a moon-white robe stood beside Lin Yuan and said emotionally, "Little Yuan, almost 6,000 years have passed since we came here from the main world. When I first came, I was still worried about whether we could establish ourselves in this world. Now, you have basically become the ruler of this world." Lin Yuan said after pondering for a moment, "Master, based on the current situation, I'm not far from ruling the sky beyond the clouds. Apart from the relatively remote areas in the West Universe, the 4 universes are basically under control." Initially, Lin Yuan had thought that the 4 official factions would have a huge impact on him. However, after some time, he realized that they did not pose much of an obstacle to him. On the contrary, as Lin Yuan controlled more and more powerful factions, the official factions of the 4 universes helped him. This was because the official factions were formed by those powerful factions. After Lin Yuan controlled enough factions, the official factions of the 4 universes had subtly become his mouthpieces. They could help Lin Yuan do many things that were not easy to do. The Moon Empress looked into the distance. "Little Yuan, you have provided the best conditions for all life forms in the main world. I wonder when they will be able to break through the restrictions of the main world and come to the sky beyond the clouds." When Lin Yuan saw the Moon Empress expression, he knew that she was missing her old friends from the main world. "Master, Fan Lu has been keeping an eye on them all this time. If anyone from our original world successfully transcends and enters the sky beyond the clouds, Fan Lu will bring them over immediately. Actually, if you miss them too much, you can also head to the main world. We contracted the lifespan mouse for them before we left. They should still be alive now." The Moon Empress gently shook her head. "Everyone has their own opportunities. With my current strength, entering the main world will most likely affect it. I'd better wait for them to come to the sky beyond the clouds. You've created a paradise for them in the sky beyond the clouds. The Moon Empress paused before she continued. Little Yuan, when you control the sky beyond the clouds, your target should be the abyssal world, right? Lin Yuan nodded seriously. He needed the power of the sky beyond the clouds to help him control the abyssal world with the stone pillars and reunite the abyssal world with the spirit lock spatial zone. With the help of the creatures in the sky beyond the clouds, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to achieve this goal. Ever since Lin Yuan returned to Sky City, he had invested numerous Grade 6 creator resources into the members of Sky City. There were more than 1,500 members of the white-clothed followers, battle sequence, and reserve sequence. Every one of them had basically reached Long Ji's level in South Face City. The Moon Empress had already become a Grade 6 creator. Genius kept asking the heavens through its exclusive skill. Its strength had already faintly surpassed the level of a Grade 6 creator. However, in the sky beyond the clouds, there was no measurement standard for creators above Grade 6, and Grade 6 creators had already reached the end. The entire sky beyond the clouds was under Lin Yuan's control. He had allowed the sky beyond the clouds to settle down for tens of thousands of years. Through Morbius, they harvested spirit chi crystals from the various areas in the sky beyond the clouds. Then, spirit chi crystals would be sent to the entire sky beyond the clouds to provide for them. Lin Yuan's investment in the various factions had allowed the sky beyond the clouds to reach its strongest state in history. Under Lin Yuan's control and support, the various species had completely submitted. In the past 10,000 years, Lin Yuan had been developing Endless Summer and the others' Divine Kingdom abilities. He had also allowed the 100 Questions Beast Army to nurture some special phase needed to explore and conquer the abyssal world. Currently, every member of the 100 Questions Beast Army had reached the level of a Grade 5 creator. Meanwhile, dozens of 100 Questions Beasts had become Grade 6 creators because of their outstanding talent. The enhancement of the 100 Questions Beasts Army allowed them to produce resources with an extremely high research efficiency. In the past 10,000 years, at least hundreds of special phase had been developed. With Lin Yuan's command, the sky beyond the clouds started the largest exploration and conquest in history. At present, the sky beyond the clouds started a brand new historical process. The conflicts between the various factions in the sky beyond the clouds basically stopped. The star pirates that were originally rampant in the sky beyond the clouds had completely disappeared. If the various factions explored the abyssal world well, they would be rewarded. Lin Yuan used creator resources of various levels as a prize. These creator resources were extremely attractive to the major factions of the sky beyond the clouds. In addition, Lin Yuan had also provided hundreds of feys as support, so the various factions did not have to worry about being corroded by the abyssal world's power. Secondly, he could recover his energy in the abyssal world. The originally mysterious abyssal world map was constantly lit up. In less than 3,000 years, Lin Yuan had successfully extracted 2 stone pillars from the spirit lock spatial zone. The moment this inconspicuous stone pillar was inserted into the abyssal world, the expelled abyssal world life form would automatically fuse into the spirit lock spatial zone through this stone pillar. After this map fused into the spirit lock spatial zone, the stone pillar changed its appearance. As the spirit lock spatial zone became larger, the original abilities of the spirit lock spatial zone increased to varying degrees. Lin Yuan thought, it's only a matter of time before I completely control the abyssal world. While the various factions were helping Lin Yuan explore the abyssal world, Morbius successfully reached the Domain Mountain class. Morbius' appearance was still the same as Lin Yuan's, but it had always been displayed with 3 question marks. Saint Companion Seed/Saint Companion. Lin Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Morbius was indeed his companion life form on various levels. Currently, Morbius had reached its pinnacle state in his previous life. However, it had been nurtured by Lin Yuan in the best way, so it did not feel anything. Morbius had been helping Lin Yuan collect spirit chi crystals for over 10,000 years. Now that Lin Yuan had saved trillions of spirit chi crystals, there was no need for Morbius to keep collecting spirit chi crystals like before. After a long time, Lin Yuan finally had a chance to talk to Morbius face to face. It was not like before, where they communicated telepathically. Chapter 3121, You Are My Pride. Morbius gave Lin Yuan a big hug and said with a smile, My friend, your growth speed in this life is really fast. Even my strength will increase rapidly. I feel that the inherent bloodline in my body has been broken after my advancement. This means that I was definitely not as strong as I am now in my previous life. I can choose my Domain Mountain ability. My ability is related to purification and absorption. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to absorb and devour the energy from the other side of the abyssal world with this ability. Lin Yuan said with a smile, I'm relieved to hear that. This way, we can completely resolve the invasion of the sky beyond the clouds from the other world. To allow the sky beyond the clouds to coexist perfectly with the other world. If we can achieve this, we will have achieved our goal. I've fulfilled the long-cherished wish of my previous life. I've completely bid farewell to the past and embarked on a brand new journey. Morbius said after a moment of silence, my friend, after reaching Domain Mountain class, I completely recovered the memories that I sealed in my previous life. In my previous life, the two of us did not get along very well at the end. Your duty was to protect the world. However, I did not feel that there is any need to protect the world. I still feel that way in this life. Absorbing the energy from the other side of the abyssal world is beneficial for both of us. And like you, I can start a new journey. Morbius silently looked at Lin Yuan for a long time before a satisfied smile appeared on its usually expressionless face. Morbius added inwardly, what new journey can I have? My new journey is simply to keep you company, my partner. Time passed quickly. As stone pillars stood in the void world one after another, these ruins pillars continuously merged into the spirit lock spatial zone, causing it to continuously strengthen. As the spirit lock spatial zone continued to be completed, Morbius' strength also increased further. The various factions in the sky beyond the clouds were all pawns who occupied the abyssal world and cleaned up the life forms. The various factions naturally knew that Sky City had used a special method to make the territory of the abyssal world disappear, but they did not dare to say anything about it. Sky City's dominance over the sky beyond the clouds was unprecedented. After merging more than half of the abyssal world into the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan went to the world outside the void world to sense the environment. Lin Yuan realized that Morbius could already absorb and convert the energy of the outside world. This allowed Lin Yuan to fuse the entire world into the spirit lock spatial zone without worry. During his exploration, Lin Yuan had seen many special creatures. These living beings were not strong, but they were all in extremely special conditions and looked very different from the life forms in the native world of the sky beyond the clouds. The world on the other side of the void world contained abundant resources that were very useful to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan collected these resources. Among them, he discovered a type of magic establishment stone, and Morbius defined the energy in the other world as magic power. The magic establishment stone was a material that could isolate magic power. It had a huge production rate in the other world. If he filled the borders of the original void world with magic establishment stones, he could effectively isolate the invasion of magic power into the sky beyond the clouds. Magic establishment stones were extremely easy to collect, but it required numerous people to collect them. Lin Yuan asked Genius to study magic power, which was very similar to the energy in the abyssal world. The energy in the abyssal world was a special type of energy mutated from the combination of spirit chi and magic power. Under the research of the 100 Questions Beast Army, it did not take long for them to develop feys that were very amiable and could exempt contractors from the influence of magic power. The creatures that Lin Yuan had captured from the outside world provided the materials for Genius research, and everything went exceptionally smoothly. Lin Yuan chose a portion of talented spirit contractors from the Faith Country and got them to contract the special feys that the 100 Questions Beast Army had developed that could block magic power. He then began to mine and collect the magic establishment stones. Lin Yuan had arranged for experts to ensure the safety of those involved in mining and assembling the magic establishment stones. For thousands of years, these workers had not faced any danger. The most perilous moments occurred when they encountered powerful native creatures from the other world. However, these creatures rarely displayed aggression toward the sky beyond the clouds' native miners. Lin Yuan dispatched various construction-savvy species to the area. They built a meandering city wall made of magic establishment stones, enclosing the entire sky beyond the clouds. After completing these tasks, Lin Yuan fully integrated Morbius' spirit lock spatial zone. The city wall made of magic establishment stones isolated the invasion of magic power and maintained a paradise for the life forms in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had not taken the initiative to attack the Grade 6 creators in the 4 universes for tens of thousands of years, but these Grade 6 creators had chosen to join Sky City. As the saying went, he who understands the times is a wise man. These Grade 6 creators, who had absolute power in the sky beyond the clouds, did not want to become prisoners. Sky City was already unstoppable. Instead of letting Sky City attack them, it was better to join Sky City and become a part of it. In any case, more than one Grade 6 creator had already expressed their allegiance to Sky City. At this moment, Sky City was holding a banquet. The leaders of the various factions were all present. Chu Xi had become the most popular person in the entire sky beyond the clouds, and all the factions knew that she was Lin Yuan's younger sister. Many young talents from the sky beyond the clouds tried their best to woo Chu Xi. Who wouldn't want to be a son-in-law? Marrying into Sky City would significantly elevate both their status and that of their factions in the sky beyond the clouds. However, none of these young talents managed to catch Chu Xi's eye. At present, Chu Xi had no intention of starting a family at all. Her brother had yet to start a family, so what was there to be anxious about? The Moon Empress did not participate in this banquet. She was in seclusion, preparing to attempt to transcend the limits of a grade 6 creator. Wen Yu and Lu Ji sat on both sides of Lin Yuan. All the factions knew that the three people sitting before them were the most powerful in the entire sky beyond the clouds. This was especially true for Lu Ji, who had spent years exploring and conquering the sky beyond the clouds, ultimately gaining control of the abyssal world. Lu Ji led the white-clothed followers to dominate various factions. Regardless of which faction Lu Ji and the white-robed followers approached, that faction would be subdued. Wen Yu was in charge of the astronomical parliament. The leaders of the 100 strongest factions in the sky beyond the clouds were members of it. This banquet was held for Lin Yuan's purpose. After the various factions had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Yuan spoke in an extremely solemn tone. I believe all of you are already clear about the power of magic power, which is completely different from spirit qi. I called you here this time because I've decided to begin exploring the world outside the magic establishment stone wall. Every faction present will obtain 500 feys that can only help isolate mana before they leave. Although we haven't found a way to survive in a mana environment, the resources from the other world are very useful to the sky beyond the clouds. Lin Yuan's words marked the beginning of a new era in the sky beyond the clouds. In just tens of thousands of years, they had broken the inherent structure of the sky beyond the clouds. Under the rule of Sky City, the sky beyond the clouds entered a peaceful state. Not only that, but the sky beyond the clouds was also expanding their territory for the first time. They were extremely far-sighted to be able to become the leader of lording factions. Lin Yuan seemed to want to use their factions as a pawn when he found them. However, this also established their faction's advantage and allowed him to be one step ahead of the other factions. The leaders of the various factions immediately agreed and expressed their support for Lin Yuan's decision. After the banquet ended, Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji washed up and sat on the grass in Sky City. Lu Ji downed a glass of strong liquor and laughed heartily. Everything that happened when the three of them sat on the grass in the return from faraway mansion and decided to build Sky City was still vivid in their minds. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, but the heart they had at the beginning had never changed. It was rare for Wen Yu to drink a large glass of wine and chat with Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. As they toasted each other, the three of them passed out on the grass. The wine brewed from grade 6 creator resources was very intoxicating. A ray of moonlight quietly shone on Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji. Right on the heels of that, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. With a wave of her hand, the moonlight weaved into 3 quilts and gently covered Lin Yuan and the other 2. The Moon Empress squatted down and looked at the drunk Lin Yuan with a flushed face. A beautiful smile appeared on her cold face. Little Yuan, since the day I took you in as my disciple, you have always been my pride.